the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue, they divide us men and women, they divide us old and young, but they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Kick it off. Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs, we're not looking for charity. 'Cause we've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old. The meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. You can feel it in the city, on the platform in the morning, underneath the tired faces and the echo of their yawning. There's the buzzing of people waiting patiently and longing for the sunshine. Though they may not even know it, underneath them on the ground there is a patch of virgin territory waiting to be found. And in their hands they hold the key to turn this wretched life around into the sunshine. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. Now you may look at me and say I suffer from naivety, telling me there's just no way to brighten up this darkened day. Well, friend, it ain't for me to say, but it seems you're blinded by the haze of the hopeless. And I know it might be easier to drink Kool-Aid water, keep following their propaganda like lambs into the slaughter. But that's not how we play the game. We are liberty's sons and daughters. We are not hopeless. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. Now if you feel defeated by the media machine and all their pundits of complacency filling up the screen, and you think all the songs of protest are a distant fading dream, you are mistaken. Because the masters of the universe are laughing for today. They don't know that we've been planting and the change is underway. And when they wake up tomorrow, they'll be living in a day that's of our making. Plant your seeds, and they will grow until we're shaded by the trees. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes. And we'll gather underneath them, singing songs of hope and peace until the night comes.
This is a Woody Guthrie song. This is a song he wrote after he read a story in the newspaper about a plane crash that happened in California. The plane was carrying a bunch of migrant laborers from Mexico back across the border after they had done all their work here. And the plane crashed, and Woody read about it in the paper, and he was struck by the fact that the paper described the name of the pilot and the co-pilot, and then it said 28 Mexican deportees. And Woody thought that they deserved enough respect to at least get their names in the paper. So he wrote this song. It's called Deportee. Crops are all in and the peaches are rotting. The oranges are piled in their creosote dumps. They're flying them back to that Mexico border to pay all their wages to wade back again. Father, he waded that river. They took all the money he made in his life. My brothers and sisters come work in the fruit trees, and they rode the big trucks till they took down and died. Goodbye to my Juan, goodbye Rosalita. Adios, mis amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane, and all they will call you will be deportee. The sky plane caught fire over Los Gatos Canyon. Like a fireball of lightning, it shook all our hills. Who are these old friends now, scattered like dry leaves? Radio says they are just deportees. Goodbye to my Juan, goodbye Rosalita. Adios, mis amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane. All they will call you will be deportee. Is this the best way we can grow our big orchards? Is this the best way we can grow our good fruit? To fall like the dry leaves and rot on my topsoil, be known by no name except deportee. Goodbye to my Juan, goodbye Rosalita. Adios, mis amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane. All they will call you will be deportee.
holler, that's where I make my home. On this mountain where my daddy's daddy died. And I scrabbled out a living with my hands raw to the bone. 'Cause I know I'd never make it down alive.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Hello, 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 everyone. How are we doing today? Hello. Let me finish putting this out there real quick. Gotta let people know the stream is happening. Hello. Skeet it, girl. Yeah, true. Gotta skeet that shit. Okay. How did you get so purdy? A lot of hormones, experimenting with different fashions, wearing correct sizing, and, I don't know, exercising a bit. Whew. So what's this? Oh shit, a commie. You got it. You did it. Congrats. You figured out my communism puzzle. I need to watch Adventure Zone again, or listen to Adventure Zone again. What a great show.
Today I learned that the Dropkick Murphys released an acoustic album based on unused Woody Guthrie lyrics called This Machine Still Kills Fascists, BWA.
Well, that is a very fun fact, Very Knifey Duck. Thank you so much. Also, again, happy birthday. The necklace, right? Isn't it fun? Hello. Quickly, you work at the FAA? Maybe you could provide some insight as we go along about some of the working conditions we're going to be talking about. Let me just tweak this a little bit. Sometimes my camera just decides to get really dark, and I don't know why. How does this look, chat? Does this look decent? Did I color correct a little bit? Thoughts on P. Diddy? Probably should be in jail. The Dropkick Murphys are god tier. You know what? Sorry about that. Whew. Okay. Also, Bolero jackets, goated as hell. Love them. I think it's a good outfit. Whew. Okay. Dang, very knifey duck got 2 birthdays. Yeah, you know, they got the knife. They got the knife. Cut it down the middle. Get 2 birthdays. Oh yeah, obviously the DEI talking point was always going to be complete and utter bullshit. So yeah, we're the title of the stream being DEI versus capitalism is, you know, it's a bit of a trick. It's a bit of a trick. It's capitalism. Why did that horrific accident happen? Capitalism. Gordon Guy, I am very cunty, thank you. So you like Diddy? I said he probably should be in jail. I don't know what gives you the impression that saying that about someone means you like them. Are you thick? Do you have like thinking problems? Cuz like I understand. I've been there. Free P. Diddy ain't doing nothing. Nah, you are taking an entire room full of like baby oil to your orgy and not doing something fucked up. Okay, fuck off. Man, we got, you know what? The vibes today are gonna be odd as shit. Calling it right now. The only career I can think of off the top of my head that have bigger educational commitments are lawyers than doctors. Yeah, true. I just washed my hair and it's drying in a way I dislike. Oh well. Howdy, Mr. Miyagi. Okay. Whew! How we doing, folks? No, Snuggle Kitten, it's the amount of baby oil he ordered for his parties. To be an air traffic controller, you end up waiting 1 to 4 years on a waiting list, only then to spend 6 to 18 months doing background checks, physicals, and psych evals. And then you spend 3 months at the FAA Academy. Assuming you pass the Academy, you then spend 2 years in an actual facility being a trainee. There's no way any person off the street will get that far into their career. Yeah. Depressed and not sure I'm ready to catch up on political shit. We'll try and keep it light today. Anxiety's reached a level that allows me to be almost omnipresent. I have been exercising like every day. It's been the only way I've been able to handle the stress. Either being unconscious via sleep or exercising. Those are the two things that seem to help.
Pro tip to avoid mid-airplane crashes. Use a train. They do not fly. I am a genius.
You know, trains and bullshit, that does check out. The math's there. All right. So, folks, well, let's hit this button over here first before we jump into it. Oh, good. Twitch did an update. I love when Twitch does updates and fucks up my back-end setup for doing little things.
It's still mind-boggling that the FAA knows where all planes are at all times, but the train equivalent doesn't have any knowledge of where trains are.
It's true. That is very weird. You know, you can still apparently just hijack a train and joyride it. That happened in the New York City subway the other day, which is kind of insane to think about, that someone was able to do that. Insane. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Folks, appreciate the support. Kicking us off with some BWA. Let's kick us off with the segment then. So, folks, yesterday, an aircraft flying into Washington, D.C. from Kansas collided with a helicopter. And I believe the current casualty list is 67 people dead. And it's a pretty huge tragedy. Now, of course, multiple politicians have come forward with a prevailing idea of what caused the accident. And this is Donald Trump, the president of the United States. Huh. Weird. Giving his theory.
Office, they put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target. Office, they put a...
Yeah, so, you know, Donald Trump's prevailing theory is that having diverse employees at the FAA is what caused the crash, because, again, in case it's not clear what they're saying when they say this, they're saying that certain groups of people are just naturally inferior at being, you know, an air traffic controller, for example, and their inferior ability that is infecting these workplaces is causing deadly accidents. He's saying that, like, well, obviously non-white people are not as good as white people doing the job, and that means, you know, that they're causing horrific accidents. He's passing the blame onto marginalized communities. Okay? And of course, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. All right? Like, the people that have been confirmed so far involved in this incident, who were in positions to maneuver these crafts, seem to have all have been white. Okay? So, like, I'm not entirely sure where Donald Trump is placing the blame here. Unless, like, there's some super secret information he knows about how the dastardly FAA hired inexperienced or, like, incapable air traffic controllers. But I'm going to put forward here that he does not, in fact, have secret information to that effect. And instead, I am going to put forward an alternate theory, which is, I think, a lot simpler than alluding to some kind of weird liberal conspiracy to weaken air traffic controllers. And my theory is that air traffic controllers are just hugely overworked. They are overworked. They are understaffed. They don't have union representation. It seems like things are not going so great for them ever since Ronald Reagan broke their union. And you might think, well, okay, but how bad could it be? Well, thankfully, More Perfect Union actually put together a little training video for us, a little primer on what exactly the working conditions of an air traffic controller are. So let's check that out, shall we?
On February 4th, 2023, a plane from Southwest came within 100 feet of a FedEx plane in Austin.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
Just over a week after that, a plane from Spirit Airline came within 200 feet of a cargo plane in Miami. The New York Times released an investigation that showed that these almost collisions, known as near misses, were happening multiple times a week, more than 500 in the previous year. Each one of those could have resulted in hundreds of deaths. Each one of these was because of a minor but potentially catastrophic error made by an air traffic controller. Being an air traffic controller is one of the most high stakes and stressful jobs you can have. We talk to workers who are watching out for millions of us every day to find out who's watching out for them. First, let's talk about what air traffic controllers actually do. You've maybe flown dozens of times in your...
Okay, I think you all understand what air traffic controllers do. All right.
Last summer, yes, 6 months ago, we got an email from a burner account. It was an air traffic controller in the Northeast. We'll call her Megan. This was just a few days after the New York Times investigation was released.
Hey,
I
Bahamut's
called the
vengeance.
ATC. She didn't want to go on the record. It was Labor Day weekend, in a year of historic strikes and union actions that More Perfect Union had been covering. But here I was talking to a person who didn't feel like she could speak up about her job. So we started looking for someone else who would talk. First, I tried reaching out to air traffic controllers on Reddit, where ATCs talk about their work, joke, complain, ask for advice, and found out that they were not happy about the coverage. The New York Times had exposed a few ATCs by name from classified FAA documents.
Doxing controllers now? What the fuck, Emily?
Inley Steele is one of the Times investigative reporters who's been covering the FAA.
Good job,
why,
New York
when
Times.
a reporter asks you for anything, you shut the fuck up and refer them to your manager or your union.
Wow, good luck getting any controller to ever talk to you again.
Okay, fair enough. For every close call, there is an incident report. These reports are littered with clues as to what's happening in control towers.
I was too busy to keep watching it. Another example of why short staffing is a safety issue.
Our mental health is suffering with the extra stress and close calls like this.
This could have easily been an aircraft accident report.
We're having our evening rush on crack.
Yeah, so keep in mind, basically their job is to ensure that people don't die. You know, it's literally life or death stakes for them to be paying attention, right? And that is a lot of stress for anyone to shoulder. And one would think, maybe we should have enough air traffic controllers so that, you know, they can take bathroom breaks and such. That might be nice, actually.
We are currently in a staffing hole. I can barely work it sometimes, which is why I'm filling out this report.
It's not that we don't have skilled and qualified people. We have skilled and qualified people that don't want to do these jobs. We have lost a lot of experienced air traffic controllers, and the ones that are still on the job are under tremendous stress.
Yeah, there's currently a shortage of like an absurd number of air traffic controllers. Oh man, what is the number, Quigley? Yeah, shortage of 300,000 air traffic controllers. That is a lot. We need a lot more of them, actually.
I finally did get a few people to talk to me, anonymously, and they confirmed what Bill said.
Mostly controllers are just fatigued. With a lot of the mistakes happening, I think it's not a far leap to attribute those mistakes to the decade-plus run of facilities using overtime as a crutch for staffing. We are currently in a staffing hole, and they aren't even hiring enough controllers to keep up with attrition.
ATCs report working 10-hour shifts, 6 days a week, year-round.
Now, one might be asking, that's weird. Why do we need so many air traffic controllers? And yet, we are setting up a system, or at least people in positions of power and authority are setting up systems that are leading to fewer and fewer air traffic controllers actually working. I can tell you, but you guys aren't going to like the answer. And it's that they are privatizing air traffic controllers and contracting aircraft control towers out to private companies. So that's it. This is the result of a long-term effort to privatize air traffic controllers. It's capitalism. It's quite literally, they are privatizing air traffic control towers in order to wring more money out of what has typically just been a public service to make sure people don't die while they travel. The next step is to use AI. Oh yeah, under a private air traffic control tower, absolutely. Absolutely. And quickly, you can tell me something that will make the 300,000 shortage seem 100 times worse, 1,000 times worse? What's that?
And sometimes overtime on top of that. It makes it impossible.
But yeah, they're working like 60-hour weeks, 10-hour shifts with overtime not accounted for in that number.
To have a regular sleep schedule, or frankly, a life outside of work. Multiple ATCs reported that the schedule was creating stress and anxiety, as well as depression.
ATCs are known for being functional alcoholics. I would have 5 to 6 drinks per night.
Oh my
when
God.
I got home from a shift, I would grab a glass of vodka before my bag even hit the floor. So at what point is it just alcoholics running the FAA? Do we want that?
Ultimately, ATCs across the country are worried that one of these near misses won't be a miss.
I guarantee there will be a collision in the next 3 years.
So why are controllers having to work hours like this? Well, understaffing is a problem that goes back years, or specifically to 1 year.
It's Ronald Reagan when he destroyed the unions.
Dominic was an air traffic controller in the 1980s and a member of PATCO, the union for ATCs. The union had been begging President Carter for improvements to the FAA.
Reagan, when he was running for president, caught on to that. He said,
by the way, one might imagine that like a group of people who are single-handedly responsible for making sure all aircraft in the United States don't just end in balls of fire. One would imagine that they should be paid well and treated well and be well rested so that they don't make mistakes because they're tired from working 6 10-hour shifts in a row.
Said that, exactly what I said. Too few controllers working too many hours with, antiquated equipment have placed our flight.
Oh, boy. So Quigley works with air traffic controllers. There are only 6 people in their facility, one of the largest in the country, that are qualified to pass, fail, and administer the tests for ATC students. That is insane. When we're talking about a need for like 300,000 of these people.
Flying public in jeopardy.
PATCO made the unusual choice to back Ronald Reagan, a Republican, after he sent a letter to the union.
He said that if elected, he would do everything within his power to rectify all his bad problems.
This is why you don't trust Republicans. They will lie to you and then stab you in the back. That's exactly what happened with PATCO.
Many PATCO members knew Reagan as the president of the Screen Actors Guild. He was a union man, but he didn't fool Dominic.
He was a showman, that was it.
I take it that you are a performer?
All hat and no cattle, as they used to say.
A year after Reagan was elected, none of the changes had been made at the FAA.
The minute that he got crowned, he disappeared. After about 8 months of just sitting there saying, we're still working 6-day weeks, we're working overtime, we're burning out, we never got a response after that from the White House.
That's when PATCO voted to strike.
There were 1,500 air traffic controllers there. We were up all night, and we said we're going on strike. You couldn't hear yourself think. It was like the roar of a 737. After about 2 hours, there wasn't an airplane in the sky except Air Force One.
Federal employees in the United States aren't allowed to go on strike. That's been true since the passage of Taft-Hartley in 1947.
Fucking criminal.
You can't sit and negotiate with a union that's in violation of the law.
But no president had ever invoked that part of the act. It was, as one historian we spoke to put it, a gentleman's agreement. The Postal Service had staged a multi-day wildcat strike in 1970, and President Nixon had used firm words.
If the Postmaster General deems it necessary to act in other affected major cities, I will not hesitate to act.
But he didn't go as far as Reagan would.
They are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
Reagan laid off the striking air traffic controllers in one day, more than 11,000 of them. He also sent federal marshals to arrest 17 union leaders across the country.
This guy's a legend, Steve Wallach. He was arrested by the federal marshals, brought out in chains, chained to controller.
This has caused cyclical shortages ever since. The real legacy of the strike, though, is the way Reagan successfully tamed the union. Air traffic controllers were essentially silenced into accepting long hours and impossible schedules.
You 20,000 applicants. My job's available. I've been fired. Give it a try. And I'd like to talk to you in about 5 years and see how you feel then.
I think it's impossible.
Yeah, like, the thing about this is, like, the conditions are so bad that these people will literally be like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. Fire me. I don't want this job. It sucks. The working conditions are so bad. You want to try and hire someone else? All right, they're going to burn out just like me. You know, like, it's treating people as disposable.
Possible to underestimate how huge the PATCO strike was, not just in aviation circles, but in labor. The Reagan administration deliberately set out to break the labor movement in the United States.
There's something else we need to talk about that a ton of ATCs brought up in our conversation, and that's mental health. The scheduling of the overtime is creating a lot of fatigue and stress. But what about if you just need medication because of life?
We know that safety-sensitive personnel are required to meet certain medical standards to maintain an active operational status.
That's William Hoffman, who studies mental health among pilots and in aviation. Air traffic controllers, because of the nature of their work, are set to very high health standards, both physical and mental.
Right now, the aeromedical screening system in a lot of ways is dichotomous. The personnel is fit to perform their duties, or they're not fit to perform their duties. But mental health is more complicated because what we're looking for is more subtle incapacitation. They're not completely incapacitated, but they're maybe not 100% able to perform their duties.
If an ATC has experienced anxiety and depression and wants to go on medication, they temporarily lose their medical clearance and have to take off 6 months to a year to take something as simple as Prozac.
Oh my God.
This can lead—
Oh my God. Okay, no wonder these people are burning out like crazy. They can't even like go and get mental health help. Oh yeah, no, Distron, this video was not put together like within the last day. This was from almost a year ago. Like, this has been an ongoing chronic problem for decades now. And honestly, I view this crash that happened yesterday as a pretty obvious result of, frankly, worsening and exacerbating the shortages.
Lead to self-medication, or what Hoffman calls healthcare avoidance. Multiple ATCs I spoke with mentioned that they use alcohol as a form of medication.
Our study of over 5,000 pilots across North America showed that over 50% reported a history of healthcare avoidance due to fear for losing their certificate. Air traffic controllers find themselves in similar circumstances.
One of the ATCs I talked to, the one who was drinking every night, she eventually left the job for mental health reasons, and she said her drinking fell by 80%.
Oh my
God. It turns out I wasn't an alcoholic, she told me. I was just an air traffic controller.
In 2023, air traffic control suddenly became front page news in the
77% of critical air traffic control facilities staffed below FAA's threshold of 85%. That's insane, dog.
United States. Suddenly, Congress and media and the public are all saying, we need answers. How did this happen? Well, it's not a mystery in many cases. The fact is, we have been understaffed and underfunded and under-resourced at the Federal Aviation Administration for more than 40 years. And quite frankly, in my view, it's shameful.
The FAA is proposing $117 million for training 1,800 additional air traffic controllers for 2024. The Senate recently passed a budget for 3,000 new controllers over the next 5 years, and it's on track for the House. Right now, training isn't keeping pace with retirement, so the FAA also needs to guarantee that the job itself is sustainable for the workers.
And they're not gonna do that. Because, guys, guess what? Congress isn't interested in making these jobs sustainable. They are interested in privatizing them. One of the things coming out of this is a lot of folks are leaking right now to Ken Klippenstein, right? And that includes people who work for the FAA. So here's an airline pilot who leaked to Ken Klippenstein, posted this to, I believe, Blue Sky. It reads, "Hi, Ken. I'm a pilot and received this email from an airport manager about an issue that's been a growing problem for years in the Bay Area and is now growing even worse. San Carlos Airport is an airport within 10 miles of San Francisco International Airport, and it will have no air traffic controllers starting February 1st. The departure route for San Carlos directly overlaps the arrival path of San Francisco. San Carlos also hosts two of the area's largest flight schools. This means you now have a situation where inexperienced pilots will be departing into highly complex airspace using solely their own judgment and reading of charts so as to not collide with aircraft landing at San Francisco. This happened because the airport operates off an FAA contract for staffing controllers rather than the FAA directly providing controllers, that is another way of saying basically they privatized the FAA, the air traffic controller tower at San Carlos. This system has always been tenuous. It was previously not uncommon for the contractor to only provide a single controller for all traffic. There are recordings on YouTube of the tower needing to shut down because the controller had to use the bathroom and no one else was working. Now, a new contractor has underbid the existing and decided to remove cost of living adjustments for staff. All controllers have left, and the new contractor plans to operate the airport with no controllers. This means the pilots need to coordinate with each other instead. I've been disturbed by the operation of contract towers ever since becoming a pilot. During the first Trump administration, I feared what privatization of all air traffic control would bring. After Trump posted about ATC being at fault in last night's mid-air collision in DC, I'm concerned they will use this as a springboard to push for more private towers. Which, by the way, they are absolutely going to do. They're going to say, well, the FAA has been infiltrated by DEI wokeness, and we need to contract out to unwoke private corporations. That's going to be the argument here. They don't need to actually justify any of it. And that's going to lead to a lot of air traffic control towers not having any controllers. And Quigley, who has firsthand knowledge of this, says even the smallest towers really need a minimum of 3 air traffic controllers. And even then, 6 is probably a better number. Which, yeah, that makes sense, because 3 is good at any one given time, but you probably don't have those 3 air traffic controllers working 24/7, you know? They need relief. Oh yeah, Mr. Miyagi, this is the type of decision-making that leads people to dying. You know, the decision to not actually invest in air traffic controllers, not ever since Reagan, has gotten people killed. You know, I would argue that yesterday it got people killed. Let's see. I write this to you to say that this will bring more safety risks, and more people need to understand a real-life example of what chaos a contract tower can create when put in such a busy and complicated airspace. Thank you for your time. Sorry to bother you with an email, but the accident last night has been a tipping point, and I don't know how else to spread awareness. So that is a tip from one airline pilot. Additionally, another pilot sent this to Ken Klippenstein. And I'll throw this up on screen here. SQL, this is from County of San Mateo Airports. SQL Tower will be ATC 0 on February 1st. Beginning on Saturday, February 1st, the San Carlos Federal Contract Tower will be unstaffed, ATC 0. The airport, in collaboration with SCAPA and SCFC, has been in continuous communication with the FAA regarding the transition of air traffic service providers for the San Carlos Federal Contract Tower. This morning, we were informed by FAA headquarters that the SQL Tower will be unstaffed, ATC 0, starting Saturday, February 1st. The FAA has awarded a new contract for air traffic services at SQL to Robinson Aviation, RVA. However, the contract does not include locality pay to account for the high cost of living in the San Francisco Bay Area. As a result, RVA's employment offers to current SQL controllers were significantly lower than their current compensation under SERCO, basically meaning that the contractor underbid without the ability to actually pay any of the people who currently work at the tower, meaning that they would be unable to actually make a living and continue to live in their homes. Like, it's insane that this is even legal in the first place. Profits over people every step of the way. Corporations have looted this country. Let's see. Understandably, all current controllers have declined RVA offers. Our controller's last day at SQL will be Friday, January 31st. If you have the chance, please thank them for the excellent service they provided at SQL for the past year. Given that the FAA is ultimately responsible for ensuring air traffic services at SQL, we requested temporary FAA staffing for the tower, a solution currently being implemented at Eagle Airport in Colorado during its transition from Serco to RVA. However, the FAA informed us this morning that they will not provide temporary personnel for SQL. Insane. Insane.
Cutting safety regulations may lead to immediate disasters occurring, but they do accelerate the likelihood of one occurring.
Oh, absolutely, Andrew S. And thank you for the $5 super chat. So, yeah, you might ask yourself, hey, why is all of this happening? Like, what precipitated this series of events? And one of the things that happened that a lot of folks aren't talking too much about is that Elon Musk forced the head of the FAA to resign. Let me throw this up for you guys. Ah, god damn it. Daily Beast, you piece of shit. I take that back. Your reporting is really good. I just don't have a subscription. Here we go. Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5
So at what point
dono.
can we consider deporting people by plane to be a credible death threat?
But yeah, the FAA is facing a major crisis without a leader because Elon Musk pushed him out. Michael Whitaker stepped down as FAA administrator on January 20th, the day of Donald Trump's inauguration, after clashing with Elon Musk, whose company SpaceX is regulated by the agency. Musk publicly called on Whitaker to resign after the FAA fined SpaceX for failing to get approval for launch changes. And now the power vacuum at the agency is coming into sharp focus after an Army helicopter collided with an American Airlines jet Wednesday evening in Washington, D.C., killing everyone on board. And, yeah, this is damning. This is damning right here. I was looking for this clip earlier.
Is there an acting FAA director?
That is the Secretary of Transportation there, being asked, is there an acting FAA director, and simply continuing to walk away.
Are trying to stack air traffic control with corporate toadies so that he can more easily restrict air travel out of the country. Am I being paranoid?
Yes, you are being paranoid. It is not to restrict travel out of the country. It is very specifically because his billionaire benefactor wanted to understaff and, undersupply and, behead the FAA for fining his company. It's just a capitalist asserting his power over a governmental body that would otherwise prove a roadblock to his ambitions and his profits. It has less to do with restricting the flow of people going out, and more to do with, making sure that he can still get those sweet government contracts to shoot things into space. Okay. So, yeah, the billionaire Elon Musk is not stepping in so that he can trap people in America. He's stepping in because he wants to make another $10 billion. He's stepping in because he wants to abuse U.S. airspace and fuck around with the EPA and all that kind of stuff. This is what billionaires invest into politicians for. It's just that he's been able to do it in such a way that he's effectively the real president, That's effectively what's happening. And thank you for the $10 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, no, he's leeching off of the U.S. government. His entire net worth, guys, is related to the government contracts he gets. Is it any wonder that he then invests in having a say over what the government actually does? Well, Von 400, I don't think we need the CCP to make, billionaires disappear. I mean, obviously there are ways to do it. Luigi Mangione demonstrated that. I'm not saying anyone should do that, but I am saying that, you're saying, as if the CCP is the only one that's ever, gotten rid of rich people. Gestures at historical revolution. Yeah. So what actually happened here is not, there was a black pilot, or there was a, Latino, a queer Latino transgender air traffic controller. And they were simply unqualified because of extensive DEI programs that meant that they got jobs that should have gone to deserving white people instead, which is the conservative narrative around all of this. No, what happened was Ronald Reagan, a conservative who is held up on a pedestal by conservatives, ended the entire fight of air traffic controllers for decent living wages and living conditions and working conditions, and instead they've been languishing silently, well, not more or less silently, for the last 45 years. So yeah, it didn't get better while people ignored that problem. And despite there being a hullabaloo about it in 2023, no one did anything about it. So it's still understaffed. They're still not getting the funding they need. And in the meantime, what's ending up happening is that in order to get more funding and presumably in theory, get more air traffic controllers, they're privatizing the air traffic control towers. And those private air traffic control towers simply result in like all of the air traffic controllers leaving because they're being paid less. It's a shitty job and they're getting paid even shittier. So the real reason that this is happening is because Republicans do not respect or want workers to be paid what they are worth. They do not want workers to have living wages. They want air traffic controllers to basically function as computers. But the problem is, computers can't do what they do. They just can't, at least not right now. And so, in the meantime, we should probably pay the people that ensure we get from point A to point B while flying through the air in tin cans that are going 700 miles per hour. We should probably pay those people, you know, a decent living wage and make sure that there are enough of them on staff that they haven't worked, you know, 6 or 7 10-hour days in a row. You know, maybe we should ensure that. Maybe we should allow them to get mental health care that they need instead of becoming alcoholics. That doesn't seem like a good combo. So, yeah. Did DEI do this? No. It was capitalism. And you can put that capitalism at the feet of both Republicans and Democrats. Because guess what? Joe Biden was just in office for 4 years. He didn't fix this. And it's not surprising that a horrific tragedy occurred as a result of this consistent capitalistic negligence. It is an inevitable result of this system that prioritizes profits over people. And when a system does that, death follows. Segment done, baby. Yeah, it really does feel like an episode of Scooby-Doo sometimes when I talk about current events, because it's like, who's that ghoul? And we rip off the mask and it's just like, god damn it, capitalism, you're following us around again. We need more solutions to mysteries. We've done this at least 12 times this season. Neither Biden nor Obama would even raise the minimum wage. Yeah, I mean, Biden definitely could have raised the minimum wage if he had actually applied political pressure, but he was not interested in that. Beep boop. All right. Moving right along. Also, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those, aforementioned subs and donos. How we doing? We should invest in balloon travel. Unironically, we should invest in chronoplans, okay? That's my revolutionary stance, okay? Chronoplans, okay? They run real close to the ground. They're basically the trains of the sky, okay? They're wonderful. Why we ever abandoned chronoplans is beyond me. The best vehicles. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much. I want Zeppelins. Zeppelins are great. They're all right. I'm not mad at them. first Chronoplans of the year. Only took me, wow, a month, actually. Solidarity forever, comrades. Viewers like me. Salmon Moose, no, you're good. You're good beans. That doesn't concern me. You're good beans. I'm okay, I testified today, it went alright. Hell yeah, Punky Gal. Way to assert yourself. I think someone in YouTube chat also testified today? Or was that you? What about airships? Who doesn't want to live in Final Fantasy? Oh, guys. Oh, that's right. We probably have a bunch of new people who don't know about my deep and enduring love of Chronoplans. Okay? Here. Let's just do a quick detour, okay?
Viewers like me, doesn't that concern you?
Okay.
German Zeppelins have a history of blowing up in America.
True. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Chronoplans are basically the closest thing we have ever gotten to making the helicarrier from Avengers. It's basically the closest thing we can get to. Let me pull up a picture, and there's like some like short videos of it in action, if I can find that. This one. Oh, this is an animation. Now we need the Caspian Sea monster. Give it to me.
Aircraft carrier.
No. Is it this one? Yes. There we go. Okay, so you all are asking what's in a chronoplan, all right? I'm gonna show you this blurry-ass video, okay, from Cold War era Soviet tech. It's called the chronoplan, and it's dope as shit. Okay?
This Soviet creation has been dubbed the Caspian Sea Monster.
Look at how fucking
its
cool
designers
it is.
believe the Chronoplan, a low-flying ground effect craft, could ultimately replace cargo ships and ferries.
It's a goddamn like aircraft carrier that flies at the speed of a plane, or hovers, I guess, ground effects at the speed of an airplane.
More than 300 feet long and 130 feet high, the Chronoplan was first sighted several years ago by U.S. spy planes as it participated in maneuvers outside Nizhny Novgorod, one of the most secretive cities of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. This 500-ton cargo craft can reach speeds in excess of 300 miles per hour while flying just 20 feet above the surface.
Didn't it crash a lot? Yes. But that's because they were pioneering an entirely new way of flying an aircraft, okay? So, here is an image of maybe a higher quality image that allows you to kind of see what they were going for. This thing's absolutely huge. Like, you can see the cabin windows here. There's a lot of space in the inside to move around and do stuff. Super cool. Now, you might say, but Jack, why, what, obviously it was abandoned because they crashed a lot, you know? Look at how close it has to fly to the water. And the answer is yes, it does have to fly pretty close to the water. But you want to know something that's really cool about the ground effect phenomenon in particular? It gets stronger the bigger you build a craft. If you build a bigger ground effect vehicle, it can fly higher. It increases the height of the ground effect that you can fly in. So in like the 90s, there were concepts drawn up of just like essentially cargo ships, like, but as chronoplans. The idea of basically being, you could then ship things highly efficiently because, oh, I haven't explained the ground effect. Basically, the ground effect is demonstrated when like an aircraft comes in for a landing, right? When it gets to a certain height relative to its size, the air underneath the wings kind of becomes a cushion, and pilots will tell you that it, like, the plane kind of feels like it almost fights you to get to the ground, right? That fight, that cushioning effect, is the ground effect. And essentially, what you can do with a ground effect vehicle that is built to utilize that is it just creates a perpetual air cushion underneath the wings and body of the craft and keeps it aloft. So you can effectively just coast on this cushion of air. You can, because they are so big, you need a lot of thrusters. As you can see from like this image here, or this rendering, a lot of engines here. Those only have to go off initially to get the vehicle airborne. Once it is in the ground effect, most of those engines can shut off, and it simply coasts at a highly efficient speed at hundreds of miles an hour over the ocean. It's super, super cool. Yeah, imagine the Ever Given, but 20 feet off the ground. Exactly. Let me see if I can pull up the concepts that were drawn up. Obviously, one of the big issues here is that it would take a lot of money to like retrofit ports to be able to fit chronoplans. Let me pull this up. Yeah. There was an issue of Popular Mechanics back in the 1990s called about wing ships. And this was basically the idea that you could have a cargo vessel plus like basically a cruise ship combined. Because again, the bigger it is, the higher it flies. Which is good because if it is flying high enough, then even if the seas are choppy, you know, your plane is still stable, relatively. Is it related to the surface area of the craft? I believe so, yes. I don't know. I just think it's really neat. I feel like weather would be a big factor. Weather is a huge factor. However, again, I need to stress, if you build it large enough, a craft like this can withstand adverse weather conditions. The main thing is, it was really, really rough on pilots who had to pilot the ground effect vehicles. That was one of the bigger things. But with the state of autopilot in aircraft these days, we're a lot closer to being able to make sure that like the plane has safeguards to ensure that it, you know, stays within the ground effect. I wonder how they land safely at speed. It floats in the water. These types of craft float in water, so they just begin to slow down and like start floating in the water. They just start coast to a stop. There are these things called rogue waves. Well, yeah, obviously you would need to like be on the lookout for things like that. Also, rogue waves are a threat to conventional ships too. You know, like these things are not exclusive. They're basically a combination of seaplane and wave rider. Kinda, yeah. Dan from the web, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Yeah, all I'm saying is I think if we invested more money into this type of technology, we could have effectively trains without tracks that fly over the ocean, and I think that would be pretty cool. You get vehicles that are more efficient, far faster than traditional boats, and yeah, I think that would be good. I think that'd be cool. And obviously, there are still like design hurdles because they haven't had. They've had like maybe like 60 years of like Soviet and like 10 or 15 years of like American research done, but like I think there's a lot of potential there. How would the fuel consumption of these crafts affect the environment? To my knowledge, they would be more efficient than conventional ships. We could also have overworked sea traffic controllers ignoring rogue waves. Exactly, Nomi. You get it. You get it. Bring back the Concorde? Hell yeah. For what is the sky but a sea made of air? Exactly. They're more fuel efficient than a regular boat? Yeah. That's one of the reasons they're interesting. They fly so low and they are so stable that you can like, you know, it takes a while for a ship to move things from one side of the ocean to the other. You know, ships aren't moving at like 300 miles an hour. And when you can shut off most of your engines and just glide on a cushion of air instead of, you know, being held back by water resistance, like that's a pretty efficient way of traveling. Look up the Bartini A2007. What the hell is this? This doesn't look right. What is this? Is this like from a video game? Like I'm trying to figure out who made this. Robert Bartini back in 1970. Huh. Well, that's interesting. It's literally an Akronoplan aircraft carrier. And someone made some renderings. Look at that. Literally capable of takeoff. That'd be a very impressive vehicle. I don't know how practical it would be, but cool as shit. Ground effect is a reduced aerodynamic drag when a wing is close to a fixed surface, meaning less thrust needed to maintain speed. Exactly, Coder Joe, you get it. I'm a plane virgin like Mary. Does that mean you're gonna give birth to an airplane? Question mark? Remember when everyone was on the drone taxis hype? I would much rather ground effect vehicles take off than have autonomous taxis. This has to be the first time I've heard an American propose adopting a new form of transportation that doesn't end up being a train with extra steps. I mean, I do think that this is effectively like a train that you can use without rails when it comes to, at the very least, ocean spaces, you know? Autonomous taxis, but it's secretly trains. Yeah. Maybe the world is actually a giant Akronoplan carrier. Like the world turtle, but as an acronoplon. Yeah, it's acronoplons all the way down, baby. All right. That was a fun little diversion. I like that. Thank you for indulging me, chat. Are you guys ready to make fun of Ben Shapiro? You guys ready to make fun of Ben being a fucking moron? Always? Excellent.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Here we go. So, folks, there's this guy named Ben Shapiro, and he has a history of being able to say, you know, who is and is not a real Jewish individual. You know, he makes a pretty severe distinction between who's a real Jew and who's a fake Jew. He talks about this in terms of like a religious Jew and cultural Jew or a secular Jew. You know, he's very quick to do this quite a bit. Yeah, Sam Cedar has dubbed him the Pope of the Jews. True. He also is an expert on identifying who is and is not anti-Semitic. Hence, of course, why he worked extensively with Candace Owens, who, as we all know, has never said or done anything anti-Semitic. You know, except literally everything that comes out of her mouth for like the last year and a half. That being said, I was interested on Ben Shapiro's take on whether or not Elon Musk did a Nazi salute. And sure enough, I went to Ben Shapiro's page and I found this segment titled "Everyone's Hitler." And you know, I'm a simple woman. I can't not cover that. I hope you understand. So buckle in, buckos. It's time for us to learn about everyone being Hitler. The hard-hitting journalism of Ben Shapiro.
I gotta say, you know, I have a pretty high radar for Nazism.
We're off to a really good start. We're off to a really good start here. Just real quick. I have a pretty good radar for Nazism. Incredible stuff here. Let me pull this up real quick. Can I get the actual video? Can I get Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Oh god. All right, fine. And look, it's our good friend Charles Kirk. Look at that. Look at that. I have a pretty good eye for Nazism, huh?
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism. So in thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't. I think that it's okay. It's important to retain your country's identity and to make sure that what's happening here, which I think is incredibly worrisome in terms of the decrease in the birth rate that we're seeing in the UK.
I would call Ben Shapiro a Asterisk 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 asterisk. But it's well documented that he is unable to make a asterisk 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 wet in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
BWA.
I've never heard of him making an asterisk 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 wet in any way. It's true. But yeah, as we can see here, that is Candace Owens saying Hitler didn't do anything wrong, or wouldn't have done anything wrong if he had just kept, all that Holocaust stuff inside of Germany, all of that nationalism inside of Germany. It would have been fine. Oh, you hired her after that, Ben. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's so strange. That was 6 years ago too. You had her on staff for like 5 years. My God. Huh. But yeah, you have a very good sense of Nazism. Okay.
I like a bit of a stake in this particular game. Like I feel like I can spot some Nazis when I see them. My Nazi radar does not go off around Elon Musk. You know why my Nazi radar doesn't go off around Elon Musk? Because he's not a damned Nazi. In fact, Elon and I, 1 year ago, this week, were in Auschwitz together.
It's really interesting. We were both in Auschwitz together. Obviously not anti-Semitic. Ben, this isn't ending well for you. This is Julie Gray here. Let's read what Julie has to say, right? I see people posting that Elon was at Auschwitz this time last year. Therefore, his recent gesture is not anti-Semitic. I was there too, last year, with Elon. I am embarrassed that I have photos of this on my phone. My love, Gidon Lev, was the special guest of this photo op event. We thought at the time that it would be a good publicity, but I would not share that photo today. I chatted with Elon Musk. I spent hours with him and walked with him through Auschwitz. I stood with him looking at the nauseating heaps of hair, luggage, and shoes flooded with violet light meant to preserve it. Is Musk an anti-Semite? Actually, it's worse. He doesn't care whatsoever. Elon, father of the little X, as he described his freezing cold son to me, literally does not care. He was unmoved by the experience. For Gidon, to be in a place where his father, Ernst, died on a death march, whether shot by the side of the road or simply having collapsed, was a huge deal. Elon did not care. He was about his press junket and his bodyguards. I was 10 feet from him as he posed for the cameras of his entourage. He was utterly detached. He cared about how he looked. When he placed a wreath at Auschwitz and Gidon was overlooked, he walked away with the cameras whirring. This is Elon Musk, a sociopath if there ever was one. To deduce from this visit that he is a friend of the Jews is desperately naive. And that is from a woman married to a survivor of the Holocaust. And yes, Nazis famously were also present at Auschwitz. Just out of curiosity here. Just as an FYI here, let's take a look here. Just at a interesting article that may mean nothing whatsoever. Just throw it up real quick. And I'm going to make a bold statement here, folks. I believe you can both be a sociopath and a Nazi. I do not think these two things are mutually exclusive. And let's take a quick look here. Oh my God. This is an article from 2020. If my browser will allow me to interact with it, my God. God, I hate the Daily Mail website. Here, just throw it up. There we go. Former Nazi concentration camps see surge in visits by far-right and Holocaust deniers who disrupt tours and praise anti-Semitism. So it almost seems like maybe people can visit Auschwitz and still be Nazis. Strange. Holocaust deniers are flocking to Buchenwald camp in Germany to disrupt tours. That's so strange. Right-wing extremists were taking part in targeted and pre-planned disruptions of tours at the former camp. Interesting stuff. This is a quote here from one of the caretakers of the memorial. We increasingly find messages in the guest book claiming that Nazism and the concentration camps were sensible and good for the Germans. Knieg also expressed his fear that something is breaking away in terms of historical awareness, human sensitivity, and democratic and political orientation. Interesting stuff. So I'm just throwing it out there that Ben is incorrect when he says, oh, well, would a Nazi visit Auschwitz? The answer is yes. They actively do.
Visiting Auschwitz together. We did an event where he spoke about anti-Semitism.
Yeah, by the way, this man right here is the Holocaust survivor that went with them that was broadly overlooked by these two men, Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk.
And how evil it is, and the evils of Hitlerianism. Like, what is wrong with you people? And the answer, of course, is they know better.
When was that photo taken? About a year ago.
Of course they know better. Of course they know better. No one honestly believes that Elon Musk was giving a Nazi salute, but they have to characterize.
I honestly believe that he was giving a Nazi salute. You know, Ben, it makes it really hard for you to argue this when there are more pictures coming out like every day of that exact moment. And you know, let's just take a quick look at Elon Musk mid hand gesture, we'll call it, while people seemingly laugh and enjoy it in the background, almost like they know exactly what he's doing. Keep in mind, this is the second salute he threw up when he turned around. So these are people who have already had like a couple seconds to process the first gesture he did, you know, across the podium. So these people all know exactly the kind of salute he just gave. And they're tickled pink about it. Smiling and laughing and hooting and hollering. And I gotta tell you, I don't think this is a gesture of giving your heart to the people. I think this is a fucking Nazi salute. Also, how is the richest man in the world, and I know that this is inconsequential, but I'm gonna point it out anyway. You're the richest goddamn motherfucker on the planet, and your suit fits this terribly. What is wrong with you? Like, seriously. Look at where his sleeves end. Look at how this suit bunches up. Which honestly, to me, just kind of confirms the Nazi vibes. You know, Nazis, famously incompetent, barely knew how to put two shoes on, okay? And you know what? It just confirms it to me. He barely knows how to wear clothes. But yeah, go on, Ben. Let's just maybe have a side-by-side comparison here. Just oh God.
their opponents as Nazis. It's the only way. It's the only way. This, by the way, has been the tactic of the entire post-World War II left. Anybody who is not a communist is a Nazi. That is the way this entire political game is run. Here is Jon Stewart doing this routine. What's amazing is hearing people like Jon Stewart supposedly speaking truth to power, by which we mean just parroting whatever the left-wing talking point of the day is.
You know, Ben actually sounds kind of shaken in this clip. Like he sounds like he's not doing okay. Like he knows he's carrying water for a Nazi.
Okay. Charitably, I'm going to say that was just an awkward. My heart goes out to you, Jess.
We're gonna have to skip this because, frankly, that's too much Daily Show. I'm gonna get instantly clapped.
Absolutely ridiculous. These people are absolutely ridiculous. Representative.
Notice how we are now like 2.5 minutes in, and his main assertion is, I have a really good Nazi radar, and how could anyone who visits Auschwitz be a Nazi? And then, like, ridiculous, and like, that's it. He's just been, like, what are your actual arguments here, man? Just don't believe your eyes and ears, I guess, right?
Robert Garcia did the same thing. This became the talking point of the day on the left. This is what you're relegated to. You lost an election. You can't separate off from your own terrible radical ideas. So you're relegated to calling Elon Musk,
said it was
one of the most philo-Semitic people on earth, a Nazi. Here is Representative Robert Garcia doing this insane routine.
That was a Nazi salute, and he didn't just do it one time. He did it twice for emphasis. And you talk to anyone, that's historians, folks who actually study the Nazis and study this actual kind of disgusting display, have been very clear that what that was. And he should not just apologize, he should be condemned for those kinds of actions. So gross, disgusting, but more of what we can expect, I think, from Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
I don't even know what to say to these people. And it's senators, too. It's Senator Chris Murphy. Senator Chris Murphy brought this up in a hearing with Elise Stefanik, who is going to be the UN ambassador for the United States. Elise Stefanik has been one of the loudest and most vocal opponents of anti-Semitism in the United States Congress. She made a lot of headlines last year when she went after various woke Ivy League deans who were defending anti-Semitism on their campuses. So Chris Murphy decides, in all of his...
Hey, you know what? Those deans weren't throwing Hitler salutes, man.
...idiotic glory, to ask her about Elon Musk and his Nazi salute.
What do you think of Elon Musk, perhaps the president's most visible advisor, doing 2 Heil Hitler salutes last night at the president's televised rally?
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally, but I can tell you I've been at many rallies with Elon Musk, who loves to cheer when President Trump says we need to send, our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a visionary. I'm looking forward to his work in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective. But that is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart. They see through it. They support Elon Musk. We are proud to be the country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths as Americans.
I mean, obviously, all of this is true. This became so ridiculous that even the ADL, who got this stuff wrong routinely, even the ADL was like, no, I'm sorry, no. Quote, it seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge because the ADL is always trying to...
Like, dude did a Hitler salute. We can literally see it. We can see the angle. We've seen the video. He did it twice. He then went on Twitter and made a bunch of puns based on various generals of Hitler's various generals and officials. Like, no, he's a Nazi. He, like, just the other day, retweeted and boosted, I believe, the Republican strategist that made the advertisement for Ron DeSantis's presidential campaign that included a Sonnenrad symbol. All right, like he likes it. He thinks it's fun to play with as a concept. And you can say, oh, well, maybe he's just ironically Nazi posting. But like, if you're ironically Nazi posting, you're a fucking Nazi. All right? Like, that's how that works. It's all, oh, I was just joking, until suddenly you weren't, you know? He literally endorsed the neo-Nazi party in Germany like a handful of days ago. We watched him 2 years ago go on a tirade about race mixing in Italy in front of Giorgia Meloni, a fascist.
Have the baby. But come on, guys, come on. With the New York starting, I need to make sure I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with my family, even with my busy work schedule. When I was younger, I used to think I could just power through on pure conservative willpower and caffeine. I learned pretty quickly peak performance requires peak nutrition, and that
I learned pretty quickly that conservative willpower is worth the jack shit. All right. Oh, is he gonna eat it on air? Oh, damn. I thought this was actually him.
Nature.com of fiber and spice.
Wait.
That's 5% off your first order as a
Wait, I'm sorry, is there a fucking Ben Shapiro infomercial where he hawks balance of life or balance of nature, fruits and veggie?
Balance of Nature takes fruits and veggies, they freeze dry them, they turn them into a powder, and then they put them into a capsule. You take your fruit and veggie capsules every day, your body knows precisely what to do with them. And it's kosher, which means I can pop it right into the protein smoothie.
I'm sorry, I want to see this. Squishmallow Dragon, thank you for gifting a sub to Cute Dark Arts.
Capsules every day, your body knows precisely what to do with them. And it's kosher, which means I can pop it.
Chat, someone find me what the hell this is. Who's this guy? What is this? Where can we watch this weird infomercial thing? Someone find it for me. We'll go over it because holy moly, I want infomercial Ben Shapiro more than anything.
Right into the protein smoothies. Go to balanceofnature.com, use promo code Shapiro for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Shapiro. Again, balanceofnature.com, promo code Shapiro for 35% off your very...
Isn't the infomercial playing now? No, I want to see him doing kitchen things. Y'all remember when he like came inside a turkey, right? I remember. Ben Shapiro cooking segments are some of the weirdest things I've ever seen on this show.
First order as a preferred customer and get that free bottle of fiber and spice from my friends at Balance of Nature. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who is just deeply dishonest. You know, I'm moving away, as y'all know from listening to the show. I tend to attribute most things to stupidity rather than malice. AOC, I'm not sure that it's possible for a person to be this stupid, like, and still function in society. So I think it's malice. Here's what she said, quote, just to be clear, you are defending a Heil Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any...
Hey, you know, just out of curiosity here, Ben, if you're really confident that it wasn't a Heil Hitler salute, I would encourage you to do it on your show. Do it on your show, Ben. Send your heart out to us, Ben. If it's just so clearly not a Heil Hitler salute, why don't you do it for us? I'm going to guess that if anyone ever actually confronted you about that on camera, you would balk at the notion because you know exactly what that motion and that gesture mean. All of this is just hot air because you care more about being in the good graces of a billionaire than you do about actually pointing out what we can all see directly in front of our faces.
Sort of reputable source of information. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. So AOC is now accusing the ADL of working for Elon Musk. The ADL and Elon Musk have been at odds for literally years. And if we're talking about people who are quite tolerant of the actual Nazism that exists on planet Earth today, AOC is real high on the list. She's perfectly fine with Hamas ruling the Gaza Strip while denying Israel Iron Dome funding to prevent missiles from falling into Sderot. I noticed that many of the people who are most upset about Elon's supposed neo-Nazi salute had not a word to say when Jews were being massacred on October 7th.
Absolutely we did. I covered October 7th on my show and have repeatedly condemned the war crimes that took place that day. I, as a leftist, who has a rooted ideology, am able to both condemn the slaughter of civilians and also accurately identify what is in fact a Nazi salute. And that is a fucking Nazi salute, man. Like, I'm sorry. This is a Nazi salute. You just don't feel safe admitting that, Ben, because all of the people in these photos love the Nazi salute. You know, if you admitted it was a Nazi salute and actually took Elon to task for it, you would probably lose like a quarter of your viewers. You would also lose the favor you've curried with a billionaire, the richest man on the planet. It's pretty obvious to me why you don't condemn it, Ben. It's just particularly spineless, even for someone like you.
And had many words to say about Israel's ability to defend itself. It seems the only type of Hitlerism that they can't identify is the actual Hitlerism that exists on planet Earth today, the genocidal attempt to destroy Jews in Israel and elsewhere. Unbelievable. But again, this all ties into a broader narrative for the left. And that broader narrative is not just, of course, that Elon is a Nazi, but that the entire right is filled with fascists. Because if you can't convince people that your economically Marxist program is a good idea, because it isn't, and if wokeness isn't selling, you are now left with the final argument. And it's the argument they keep going back to. They're going to keep going back to this well, even though that well is absolutely bone dry. That well is, they're fascists.
Y'all are, like, objectively, by every objective definition of fascism, you are. If you look at the 14 points of fascism from Umberto Eco, you're a fascist. If you look at any of the other definitions put forward over the last several decades for fascism via academia, you'll find that you actually fit that definition. Yeah. That's actually a fact, in fact. And also, Ben, fascists and fascist movements are conservative. When Hitler is talking about Germany for the Germans and the flourishing of the German race, these are conservative ideas. The same way when, like, white supremacists in America say America for Americans or why can't you speak American? They're white nationalist fascist fucks. It's why Nazi bars love conservatives. It's not rocket science here to figure out who is all buddy again with Richard Spencer, with a number of those white nationalists who all descended upon the Unite the Right rally, all of those neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Who did they all support again? Oh, right, the guy who said there were very good, very fine people on both sides. Donald Trump. You know, the guy you've thrown your lot in with, Ben. Must be a weird coincidence.
They're fat. Now,
yeah, literally the slogan "America First" was a KKK thing.
Remember, Joe Biden ran his entire campaign until he died on stage on this issue and lost. And then Kamala Harris tried it and lost. But they ain't got nothing else there. That's all they got, this empty playbook. So,
I mean, we can talk more specifics on policy, Ben, but I think you'll find if you start talking about policy, you start looking real bad real quick, Ben.
Here, for example, was Jimmy Kimmel suggesting you might go to jail for clapping too loud in Donald Trump's America if you clap at Jimmy Kimmel's jokes. Are you kidding? Donald Trump doesn't. First of all of Jimmy Kimmel's viewers are either on my show when I play a clip or in his actual live studio audience. There are no other Jimmy Kimmel viewers.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here on Yeah, no, you clap too loud, you're all going to prison too. So.
And this is going to be their argument. So Simone Sanders.
Wait, that wasn't an argument. That was a joke.
Just popping in
You
to
ding-dong.
contribute. Wishing everyone all the best.
Crystal Hazer, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. But, like, yeah, it was a joke. It wasn't a very funny joke, but like, he's not making an argument there, Ben.
Was once
yeah, it doesn't even really raise to the level of joke. Exactly, Trainmon. More of a quip.
The press secretary for Bernie Sanders' campaign and then for Kamala Harris in short-lived fashion.
How did he get onto Kimmel? He has a hate boner for Jimmy Kimmel for some reason. I'm not sure why.
She suggests that the reason that Donald Trump signed the pardons for the January 6th rioters and trespassers and protesters was because he's constructing a private army. Yes, nailed this. They're going to be his private army. One of the things that the left finds the hardest to grasp about January 6th is that despite all attempts, no evidence was ever uncovered suggesting that Donald Trump directed all of the people involved in January 6th to violently overthrow the United States government.
Ben, he organized a rally on the day they were verifying the election, had that rally in Washington, D.C., talked about how if he didn't win and if somebody didn't do something, you know, and if the crowd present didn't fight like hell, that our country would be lost, that democracy would be over. He set up months to prime these people in order to take violent action. A bunch of people didn't just randomly show up and construct a fucking, like, noose, fucking executioner's noose outside of the Capitol and start chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," because they were caught, you know, on a day where they happened to have all the materials handy. They brought that shit. A gallows, thank you, Spherical Man. I couldn't think of the word.
Zero evidence was adduced to that effect. But they're just going to go with it, man. Here's Simone Sanders going for it.
And one senior Dem state legislator from out west texted me and said, you know, he literally just let his private militia out of jail. He said he's...
You know, by the way, Al Capone, zero evidence was ever produced that he, you know, ordered people's deaths. You know, Al Capone, zero evidence he was actually anything other than a swell guy who missed a couple tax payments. You know, zero evidence of it. The only evidence that was ever produced was about how he evaded some taxes. Otherwise, very swell guy. No evidence ever produced to the contrary.
Still the sense of loyalty. These people feel loyal to him,
Sure
and their
do.
lawlessness is now going to go unchecked, and he can now call on them again to do what they would like.
Call on them again. Ridiculous. He's the president of the United States. It turns out he's the commander-in-chief. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't need the guy in the buffalo horns. I'm pretty sure.
Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media?
Pretty sure he doesn't need the guy in the buffalo horns. I don't know, Ben. Just out of curiosity, let's just take a quick look here at some really interesting reporting that came out of ProPublica earlier this month, actually. Been meaning to talk about this. This piece is called "The Militia and the Mole." I cannot recommend it highly enough. Story of an undercover journalist who embedded themselves inside of the far-right militia movement here in America, and about what they found. Reporting highlights: a freelance vigilante, a wilderness survival trainer, spent years undercover climbing the ranks of right-wing militias. He didn't tell the police or the FBI. He didn't tell his family or friends. The future of militias. He penetrated a new generation of militia leaders, which included doctors and government attorneys. Experts say the militias could have a renaissance under Donald Trump. He sent ProPublica a massive trove of documents, the conversations that he secretly recorded, give a unique, startling window into the militia movement. And as you can see, if you want to listen to this article, it takes a full hour to get through. But I'm going to copy and paste this into chat so you can check it out for yourselves on your own time. Very, very, very well worth the read or listen, as the case may be. Let's see. I'll just read the opening here. John Williams kept a backpack filled with everything he'd need to go on the run. 3 pairs of socks, a few $100s cash, makeshift disguises and lock-picking gear, medical supplies, vitamins, and high-calorie energy gels, and thumb drives that each held more than 100 gigabytes of encrypted documents, which he would quickly distribute if he were about to be arrested or killed. On April 1st, 2023, Williams retrieved the bag from his closet and rushed to his car. He had no time to clean the dishes that had accumulated in his apartment. He did not know if armed men were out looking for him. He did not know if he would ever feel safe to return. He parked his car for the night in the foothills overlooking Salt Lake City and curled up his 6'4" frame in the backseat of the 20-year-old Honda. This was his new home. He turned on a recording app to add an entry to his diary. His voice had the high-pitched rasp of a lifetime smoker. "Where to fucking start?" he sighed, taking a deep breath. After more than 2 years undercover, he'd been growing rash and impulsive. He had feared someone was in danger and tried to warn him, but it backfired. Williams was sure at least one person knew he was a double agent now. He said into his phone, "It's only a matter of time before it gets back to the rest." In the daylight, Williams dropped an envelope with no return address in a U.S. Postal Service mailbox. He loaded it with the flash drive and a gold Oath Keeper's medallion. It was addressed to me, which is how this starts. And yeah, it's interesting stuff. But yeah, basically this is very interesting. Williams seemed consumed with how to ensure this wasn't all a self-destructive, highly dangerous waste of time. He distrusted law enforcement and didn't want to be an informant, he said. He told me he hoped to damage the movement by someday going public with what he'd learned. The Capitol riot had been nagging at me, too. I'd reported extensively on January 6th. I'd sat with families who blamed militias for snatching their loved ones away from them, pulling them into a life of secret meetings and violent plots, or into a jail cell. By the time Williams contacted me, though, the most infamous groups appeared to have largely gone dark. Were militias more enduring, more potent than it seemed? Some of what he'd told me seemed significant. Still, before the package arrived, it could feel like I was corresponding with a shadow. I knew Williams treated deception as an art form. When you spin a lie, he told me, you have to have things they can verify so they won't think to ask questions. While his stories generally seemed precise and sober, always reassuring for a journalist, I needed to proceed with extreme skepticism. And then, obviously, the journalist here verifies his files and finds out a lot more about this far-right militia movement. So, yeah, it's quite interesting stuff, but, like, I think this problem is a lot bigger than a lot of people want to actually acknowledge. And folks like Ben Shapiro constantly downplay it. Like, oh, he only pardoned 1,000 people. Yeah, including people who were the leaders of far-right militias. Multiple. Those same militias are categorized as terrorist organizations by other countries. So, yeah, the problem is not as laughable as Ben Shapiro wants to make it seem. And that, I think, is deeply, deeply worrying. Elon Musk is a fucking Nazi. And anyone carrying water for him, as far as I'm concerned, is absolutely in on the game. Or someone who is too stupid to just be aware of the fact that they are being used by Nazis. Read R. We talked about Brett Cooper's channel yesterday, and in fact, today are going to check it out a little bit. But folks, we are 2 hours into stream. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything valuable out of it, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the YouTube stream. That's very important so that people can find the show. And also, please consider dropping those subs and donos, folks. I would very much appreciate it. Your contributions make this show possible. He pardoned 1,500. Yep, he did. Did I say 1,000? My bad. What if Elon is doing what the Deep Mole was doing? No, that's stupid. That's stupid as shit. I wonder if Ben's wife is cool with all this shit. Yeah, probably. The people who marry these conservatives are generally cool with their conservatism. Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. Still confused why Trump isn't in prison for treason? Are Democratic leaders on this train? No, the Democratic leaders just are old, and they have been raised to believe that fascism can't happen here, that our institutions will hold strong, and do not have a proper fear of the rising tide of fascism. They do not understand it because their ideological framework prevents them from actually understanding the threat fascism poses to them in particular. Liberals in particular are susceptible to fascism in that way. Yeah, Saxon, thinking that the world's richest man is secretly a double agent and is going to expose all of the deep state mechanisms is literally QAnon level thinking. I have no respect for it. You can, of course, always adopt better thinking, but when someone says something stupid to me, I'm going to tell them that it's stupid, because I'm not going to bullshit you and flatter you and tell you, oh yeah, that's actually a pretty decent idea you have there. What a good idea you have. When actually I'm horrifically angry about the state of things in this country, and someone trying to sell me on the idea that actually the guy who got up on stage and is currently functioning as president of the fucking United States is actually just faking being a Nazi. That's a stupid idea. And it makes me angry that you mentioned it. I was giving you the nice response when I told you it was fucking stupid. You don't want me to linger on this idea because it's stupid and it makes me angry. I'm not the enemy. You're not the enemy. You're just stupid and you're making me angry. Do you understand that? Do you understand the distinction? Someone can be stupid and not my enemy, and also still make me angry. I'm an American who's brave to not be uncritical. Your idea is like saying, well, what if the moon was actually made out of cheese? That's not a brave idea. Like that, if you were sitting in a NASA meeting and you actually seriously proposed that, they would just call you a moron. That's not brave thinking right there. That's just a bad idea. I'll voice with you? Why the fuck would I give you more of my time? Why the fuck would I give more airtime to the idea that Elon Musk is faking being a Nazi? Why would I give more time to that idea? Why would I give more oxygen to that idea? That isn't bold, it's not brave, it's just stupid. Do you understand the difference between, like, an idea that has merit and an idea that is stupid? Jesus Christ. Like, how riddled with holes does your brain have to be? Damn.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Jesus, RFK Jr. is not the only one with worms in their brain. Insult me? Yeah, I'm insulting you. Because not only now have you put forward a, I would say, insultingly bad idea and poorly attempted to defend it, you are now also being a dipshit. You're actively being belligerent about the bad idea. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone can see it. This is like you shitting your pants and being like, oh, great. Yeah, you're saying I shit my pants. Real nice, real original. Like, I'm sorry. I'm accurately telling you this after I tried to just say, hey, maybe go change your pants because you shit in them. And you're like, well, you're just afraid of my bold thinking for shitting my pants in public. Huh? Do you want me to get on the call so that I can tell you about my bold plan to shit my pants? And it's like, no, I wanted you to just go change your pants and then like resume like having better ideas. And instead you're like, well, actually, I'm a genius, actually, and my idea is really good, actually. My idea of shitting my pants in front of everyone is really working out and actually has a lot of merit to it. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, there are ways you can be wrong about something that are inoffensive, and then there are ways you can be wrong about something in an offensive way. And, like, you were just so wrong that it was offensive. You were also wrong in a way that was, like, somehow offensive also to, like, actual Holocaust survivors. That's crazy, dog. The degree to which you were incorrect. And the way you belligerently attempted to defend it, insane. Chat, I know I'm on a short fuse lately, because, you know, everything that's happening. Was I unfair there? Was I unfair in the slightest to that idea? So are they banned now? I'm pretty sure. I didn't ban them, but one of the mods probably did. No. Cool. Gotcha. I'm glad. Sometimes I need someone to just, like, check me to make sure I didn't, like, unfairly berate a chatter. Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, you can just quietly shit your pants. People have bad ideas all the time. You know? But sometimes you have a bad idea, and you should maybe have a filter in your head that goes, this idea is actually not very good. Maybe I shouldn't say it out loud. I hate conflict, and that literally got me laughing. Great, mission accomplished. I really wanted to make sure it was at least entertaining. Let's see. The benefit of the doubt has been spent. True. God. I mean, like, I know that person got banned from the Discord a few days ago. And, like, holy shit. You know, usually I don't play, like, really hands-on with things that happen in the Discord. Like, and part of me was like, maybe they shouldn't have been banned from the Discord, like, permanently. But after having that interaction, like, holy fuck. No way. No way. You know, I was even kicking around an idea of, like, you know, an unban request, like methodology we could implement. But, like, Jesus Christ, no fucking way. people have to try really hard to get banned in this community. It's genuinely hard to do. I'll send you the info about the Discord ban. Nah, Saxon, you're being fucking crazy. You're being fucking crazy. Don't send me shit. Like, you took a moment where you could have just been like, oh yeah, that was a bad idea, and sat the fuck back down. And instead you doubled, tripled, quadrupled, pentupled down on Elon Musk is secretly a genius by faking being a Nazi so he can out the Nazi elements of the US government. Get fucked. Like, seriously, that idea by itself, in isolation, go fuck yourself. Until you are capable of better ideas, go fuck yourself. Like, damn. How do you, like, get systematically banned on, like, every chat and in the Discord? Like, it's not even like we don't typically ban chatters from the Discord and then then all the chats. You had to try for that shit. Like, you could have, as a hypothetical, gone into Twitch chat and been like, okay, I'm sorry. And, like, we wouldn't ban you. It'd be fine. You could then work through, like, talking with a mod and, like, get unbanned in other chats. All it takes is you being a reasonable person. But, like, I don't care how long someone has been subscribed to me. I don't care how long someone has followed this channel. I don't give a shit. If you come to me and unironically argue that one of the leaders of neo-Nazism in America today is simply faking it in order to, you know, drain the swamp, I'm going to be furious with you unless you can immediately pull some receipts. And I know for a fact there are no goddamn receipts here. Maybe come back in like a year and a half with some demonstration that you've actually changed your heart and found yourself capable of taking criticism. But, like, until then, like, go fuck yourself. Do better. Why does it matter if he's faking it? He's still doing it and putting his immense wealth and resources behind it. Exactly, Coder Joe! That's exactly why it's such a stupid thing to put forward and then to just continuously double down on. Like, goddamn. The Elon Musk is Iron Man shit really went deep with people outside of the conservative field, didn't it? I thought enough of you were inoculated to this, but in case you're not, Elon Musk is not a genius. He's a fail-son Habsburgian freak who was born into a South African emerald mine apartheid fortune, where his dad took him to the mine to watch, like, laborers who were forced to work at gunpoint. And his father has talked about how his grandparents were members of the Nazi Party in Canada and went to South Africa because they supported apartheid. This is a guy who has been raised steeped in Nazism and white supremacist ideas his entire goddamn life, and then he lucked into his fortune by inheriting some or getting some trust fund money and putting it into PayPal. He had the genius idea someone presented to him of like, hey, wouldn't it be good if you had a bank but it was online? And he was like, yeah man, it would be pretty cool. Here's $10 trillion. And then, wow, PayPal really took off. And then he was like, well, what if I buy a company that's already producing electric cars and then claim I'm the one who did that company. And then he bought Tesla and forced out its original founders. None of his ideas are original. Even SpaceX, he just steals technology from NASA and then takes gigantic government grants. Not a single idea he has is original. Yeah, he got kicked out of PayPal for being an insufferable cunt. I have no patience for people who want to carry water for Nazis, either on purpose or by accident. I have no patience for it. There are very few things that I hate with the power of a blazing sun. Nazis are one of those things. There are very few things I will have zero tolerance for, and it's fucking Nazis. And I don't frankly give a shit about what's going on in your heart or your mind. If you are inadvertently carrying water for Nazis, fuck you, I hate you too. You're the same. Fuck off. I am not qualified with the training or expertise to like dissect what's going on inside your mind and heart. If I see you carrying water for Nazis, literally heiling Hitler in front of an audience that is cheering them on, nah, fuck off. I was wondering if you plan on covering the Guantanamo issue. Yep, I do. Anyway, that was a long diatribe, about 20 minutes. So I'm just going to reiterate, hey, if you're watching the show and you're enjoying it or getting anything out of it, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because fuck. You know, usually I'm doing some level of intellectual labor, and sometimes I have to veer into doing emotional labor, and I'm not as good at doing that. I'm not good at that. What makes the most sense is he virtue signaled to Nazis because of the H1B1 feud. No. What makes the most sense is that he has always been a Nazi sympathizer. That's what makes the most sense. Dude is literally grew up on memes from 4chan. Have you been to 4chan? I have. I know what people post on 4chan. And guess what? It's what radicalizes a lot of online loser weirdos like Elon into Nazism. And you know what? It's pretty telling that for years prior to this, prior to him doing a straight up Nazi salute, he was literally amplifying white supremacists and neo-Nazis by commenting interesting or quote tweeting them and saying, we'll look into it. It's become a meme, guys. He does it so often, it's a fucking meme. This is not a brilliant plan of him like virtue signaling about H1B1 visas. He genuinely believes this shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. You don't accidentally start retweeting like neo-Nazis and white supremacists and people who like, you know, incorporate the sun and rod into their work.
Like a character in a particular Tarantino movie, my two favorite things are feet and dead Nazis.
Oblivious, thank you for the $5 dono. They're not mutually exclusive. I think attributing his neo-Nazi sympathies to the current H1B1 visas when he's already won, and he won on that issue weeks ago when Vivek was ousted, I don't see the correlation that you were trying to draw there. What's the sun and rod? You recognize it if you see it. I'll just throw it up.
Favorite things are feet and dead Nazis.
It's like the dark sun symbol.
Tipping for babysitting dipshit chatters.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, it was used by like high ups in the SS. It's like when you see like the dual thunderbolts for SS. It's the same organization. They just also use the sun and rod. This was even secreter. Yeah, it was in like the headquarters of like the SS on put in by the orders of Himmler. Didn't the Black Sun appear in a Ron DeSantis ad when he was running for president? Yes, and Elon Musk literally just retweeted the guy who made that ad.
Sorry to interrupt. Not enough energy lately
Oh.
for politics. Going to listen to a 6-hour Signal Us video that I have seen before. Good night and luck, Jack in chat. From Caracal.
See ya, Caracal. Good luck. Get good rest, okay? Firecrafted, I'm so sorry to hear about your misfortunate run-in with lightning bolts for S's with the initials SS for your dead name. That is a confluence of things that is unpleasant, and I'm sorry. Please don't call it Dark Sun. That means something different. Well, that's why I call it the Sun and Rod, but someone asked what it was, and it literally is a dark sun. That's what it is supposed to symbolize. Not saying that the tabletop RPG Dark Sun has anything to do with the Sun and Rod. It doesn't. Whew. More like Dork Sun. Got him. All right. Let's see here. All right, folks. Let me prep this next segment here. Prepping all the tabs. All right. Whew. Is that poster from Transistor? It is indeed. It's a poster by Gen Z. And that is from Aiko, the Japanese box art. And that is Shadow of the Colossus right there. Okay, I wasn't sure Mithril missed. I'm sorry. Some people have been playing fast and loose with my emotions in chat. Hey, Calavera Kid. Hello, I'm Bisky. I came because I see in the title you said Ben Shapiro. I did say Ben Shapiro. We just talked about Ben Shapiro being incorrect with his Nazi radar, and dunked on him along the way. All right. Thank you, but I actually have an unpopular opinion about Shapiro. Lay it on us, Bisky. You know what? As long as we're taking unpopular opinions, you know, love to hear yours. I feel like we need the like the start sound effect from Mario Party. Ben Shapiro in some lights can be cute. You know what? If you took away the hatred and bigotry and just saw him in his element of musical theater, I'll allow it. I'll allow it if, like, you know, if you were on an island and you got hit on the head with a coconut, developed amnesia, and then your only experience with Ben Shapiro was seeing him at a musical theater performance. Okay, sure. Like, I'm not into him, but I can, like, feasibly understand someone else being into him, but all of the hatred and the bigotry really get in the way. We need the coconut bonk sound effect. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I think a lot of you who are saying no are missing the part about the critical role amnesia would play in this calculation. I still think estrogen would fix him. Yeah, but Bisky, my calculation for whether or not someone is attractive includes personality, so I would need the amnesia in order to even, like, come even close to understanding your position. It's true, we have seen what Ben Shapiro on estrogen looks like. A lot of y'all think that she's cute. All right. So, folks, time for us to jump into a new segment, huh? All right. All right, folks. Anyway, let's dive in. You guys can't delay the next segment forever. So, folks, we got to talk about Donald Trump. And I know you're not happy about it. I can hear the booing from here. But a lot of people, well, let me back up. I have been trying really hard not to talk about the things that Donald Trump says too much, and instead to focus on what he actually does. And this is one of these cases where we are going to have to talk about what he's actually doing and why he's doing it, right? So one of the things that Donald Trump just announced, a couple days ago, is that he wants to open the Guantanamo facility to increase U.S. capacity to detain migrants and immigrants, or those detained by ICE, by over 30,000. So this would largely be at the migrant detention facility at Guantanamo Bay, which is different from the Guantanamo Bay facilities that were used to my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, is different from the facilities used to detain those arrested during the war on terror, right? So not quite the same facilities, but still not great that they're going to be detained that close to a, effectively a black site. And you might be asking, what's going on here? Is this simply just Donald Trump wants more places to put immigrants to make him look tough, etc.? And yes, both of those things are true, right? But the fact is, as is the case with a lot of the decisions that are coming out fast and furious right now, these are decisions that are largely rooted in demands that big business and the ultra wealthy of America have placed upon Donald Trump. This is him paying back the money donated to his campaign, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, one, the government is in talks to privatize some of their prison facilities by selling them or straight up giving them to various private prison companies, right? And, well, it's actually quite easy to fill up all of these facilities when you have such a nuanced ability to detect who is and is not a documented, migrant or citizen, as Donald Trump does have, as we all know. He has the keen mutant sense to be able to sense that out.
Open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble. Open.
Dang, that's crazy. He can just look at someone and know what their bureaucratic status is. He's like a mentat from Dune. But really, what this all is, he wants to hide the migrants at a black site so people stop criticizing him? No. I mean, it will make it harder to report on that, that's true, but that's not why he's opening up the Guantanamo detention facility, okay? He has a longer game plan here. Or rather, the companies that supported him have a longer game plan that they've just handed to him, and he is doing that plan. Here's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez basically laying out a lot of what I'm talking about here.
Mr. Speaker, I want the American people to know, with eyes wide open, what is inside this bill. Because we stand here just 2 days after President Trump gave unconditional pardons to violent criminals who attacked our nation's capital on January 6th. And these are the people who want you to believe, who want us to believe that they're trying to, quote unquote, keep criminals off the streets. When they are opening the floodgates. I want the American people to know what is in this bill. Because in the guise and in the wake of tragedy, we are seeing a fundamental erosion of our civil rights. In this bill, if a person is so much as accused of a crime, if someone wants to point a finger and accuse someone of shoplifting, they will be rounded up and put into a private detention camp and sent out for deportation without a day in court.
So what does that mean? Just to pause right here, what do you guys think that means? Because this is one of the things that is really scary about the bills and the policies that Republicans have been trying to put in place here over the last week. Yes, they can skip due process if they are accusing you of being an undocumented immigrant. But now we have stories of different ICE raids that have been carried out where actual U.S. citizens are also scooped up. U.S. veterans are being scooped up. And under this act, well, if they are simply accused of the crime, accused of being a non-citizen, it doesn't matter if they are or not, because they can just get brought to a private prison. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. They can be brought to a private holding facility, or a holding facility. Those holding facilities are going to be privatized either now or in the near future. Yeah, we covered the story the other day about Navajo tribe members being detained. This affects basically everyone in this country who is either, like, non-white, or even white folks who happen to be around when ICE shows up in a large gathering of people who simply look non-white. So it is a scare tactic meant to discourage allies from organizing with undocumented folks or with marginalized folks of any type of documentation. It is designed to allow for large-scale scoops of people. And, well, let's see where Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez takes this from here.
Without a moment to assert their right and without a moment to assert the privilege of innocent until proven guilty. Without being found guilty of a crime, they will be rounded up. That is what is inside this bill, a fundamental suspension of a core American value. And that is why I rise to oppose it. If you're a dreamer, all someone has to do is point a finger and you will be rounded up. And we have seen moments like these happen before. In the Patriot Act, in the wake of the travesty of 9/11, a fundamental suspension of American civil liberties. That is what we are seeing here today. Mr. Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill, after they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets, who are publicly saying now they want to get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public safety? I don't think so. Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies.
Bingo! This is, you might think like, oh, well, the cruelty is the point. And to an extent that is, it's always sort of true. But the cruelty isn't really the point. The cruelty, satisfies the base's most base desires. But what it's really being done for is not cruelty. It is being done for the benefit of big business. It is being done for the very capitalistic reason of wanting to exploit labor, of wanting to eke out a profit. The cruelty isn't the point here. The profit is the point. The fact that there are massive companies who operate and actively profit off of the imprisonment of human beings, and then the selling of the labor of those human beings to other private companies for far, far, far below minimum wage rates, for slave wages. That is the point.
Are going to get flooded with money, who give this money, no doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies who receive this kind of money, and look at the votes on this bill.
Also, I want you to really wrestle with this. Most people who are going to be arrested as undocumented immigrants in the United States are not going to be sent to Guantanamo Bay's migrant detention facility. That is a temporary measure. That is a temporary measure while, other things move and shake. Here's the Brennan Center for Justice commenting on Trump's reversal of the Biden executive order that ended the Department of Justice's contracts with private prisons. It was actually one of the few good things that Joe Biden did. That means the Department of Justice, the federal government, is now working on clearing the way to work with these private prisons to reopen the facilities that were closed after that executive order under Biden. That is what is going to serve as the majority of the capacity for holding undocumented people and anyone summarily arrested alongside them. Guantanamo, that's like an attention-grabbing headline. But what it is effectively almost doubling the federal capacity while these private corporations open up their old facilities again. Once they're open, those migrants that are in Guantanamo Bay, they're going to be moved to private facilities. If not just outright privatizing the Guantanamo Bay facility. Let's let AOC finish her speech.
It is atrocious that people are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. In a few months, there are members of Congress who voted for this bill who are going to pretend they didn't know about all the bad things that are going to happen because of it. So when a private prison camp opens in your town, when a dreamer...
Time has expired. I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
So when a private prison camp opens in your town and they say, we didn't know this was going to happen, know that they did, and they voted for it. When a dreamer is disappeared from your classroom, when the President of the United States destroys what is left of the Constitution as he's announced in this attack on birthright citizenship, they will all say, we didn't know this was coming. And I want the American people to know that they did. This vote represents it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you very much.
She's right. She's right. And, the investments are already happening, guys. As soon as Donald Trump won, you can look at the stock price of every private prison company in America, and in a lot of cases, it almost doubled. It almost doubled the stock prices of some of these companies. I looked up Geo Group, one of the largest private prison companies in the United States. It jumped from $13 to $23, $24, if I recall. They knew exactly what was coming, and they have a list of demands, and Donald Trump is delivering on those demands for his donors. And you can see them maneuvering as well. Here is a press release from Geo Group dated December 16th, 2024. The Geo Group announces $70 million investment in expanding ICE services capabilities and new corporate reorganization. They are selling their older prisons, or their less, profitable prisons, in order to invest in larger facilities that they can use to detain undocumented immigrants. And you might ask, well, they're detaining undocumented immigrants. What do they get out of that? Well, guys, undocumented immigrants, they bring in a lot of money. A lot of money. Let me just pull this up here. Believe it was here. Yeah. One of the names that I kept encountering as I looked into this story was the South Texas Family Residential Center, which is located in Dilley, Texas, right? And it was shut down June 10th of 2024. And, well, it's now going to reopen under Donald Trump. Now, this facility houses around 2,400 people. In the past, it was used under Donald Trump to imprison, children, mothers, families. And you might ask, well, how much does it cost to actually do that? Well, fun fact for you. It costs around... Let me pull up the number here. Around $296 per person per day, according to ICE. Now, I'm but a simple country streamer, chat. But when I look up what $296 times 365, that is $108,000 in order to imprison one person in this facility for a year. And keep in mind, these people will be held indefinitely. For 1 year, costs $108,040 per year. If you have 3,000, which is the planned number of people for the facility, that amounts to $324,120,000 every year for this one facility. The amount of money that these private companies make off of this is astronomical. Okay? You could give someone half of that money to just live in an apartment and not, like, they'd be set. You know? But you know that they're not being kept in pristine, humane conditions. These private companies cut corners, and then they pocket the extra money. So, and then on top of that, they sell labor from these prison facilities to local businesses like McDonald's, like Fields, etc. So they make a lot of money in order to, imprison these people. A lot of money is at stake here. And, well, Geo Group is putting $70 million. And yeah, when you know it, they gave Trump millions of dollars. It's crazy. Here's another one. Shuttered private jail in Kansas could become immigration detention center. According to the Missouri Independent, the ACLU warns Core Civic's Leavenworth facility and others could play a role in President-elect Donald Trump's mass deportation plans. Yeah. Core Civic, Inc., the nation's largest private prison operator, responded in June to a request by U.S. ICE to help identify potential detention facilities in the Midwest and other regions, according to ACLU's documents. The company offered information on several of its facilities across the country. Among them was Midwest Regional Reception Center, which was previously operated as the Leavenworth Detention Center, a pretrial detention facility for detainees charged with, but not convicted of, federal crimes in Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and western Missouri. During its time as a pretrial detention facility, the Leavenworth Detention Center grappled with persistent violence. Micah Kubik, executive director of the ACLU of Kansas, said in a statement that an expanded ICE presence will deeply harm our fellow Kansans. The community of Leavenworth has made it clear multiple times that ICE and CoreCivic are not welcome to wreak the havoc of federal immigration enforcement here. And local and state leaders do not have to give in. And, of course, in a statement, Ryan Gustin, director of the public affairs for CoreCivic, said the company's immigration facilities operate with a significant amount of oversight and accountability and are monitored and audited by ICE officials. The services we provide help the government solve problems in ways it could not do alone, to manage unprecedented humanitarian crises, dramatically improve the standard of care for vulnerable people, and meet other critical needs efficiently and innovatively, Gustin said, presumably in that tone of voice. These problems are the American public has made clear they want fixed. So, yeah. Yeah. You cannot have mass deportations without significant expansion of ICE detention capacity in states across the country. And that's exactly what the incoming Trump administration is preparing to do. So what I really want you all to understand here, folks, is that primarily this reopening of Guantanamo is a delaying tactic. It is designed to buy time while these private prisons invest money into reopening facilities, hiring their staff, contracting out potential future labor, and also build entirely new facilities. You know, that's what's happening here. I don't understand how it can cost so much to imprison someone when surviving on the street is under $20K. Jennifer, it's because when you imprison someone, you are suddenly responsible for their health care. You need to maintain the security of the facility. You need to have numerous full-time staff to ensure people don't escape or people aren't fighting each other, or, you need cooks, you need all these things. And it is very costly to imprison a human being, to deprive them of their freedom. But the majority of that cost, if we're being completely and utterly honest, is the fact that these are private corporations grossly overcharging the federal government for their contracts. That's fundamentally, that's also the big thing. So you've got two major reasons for pushing that price wildly up. Now, also keep in mind the ACLU has been making a lot of moves behind the scenes preparing for this, but they've been filing Freedom of Information Act litigation to disclose ICE proposals to expand immigration detention nationwide, because they need to find out where these facilities are going to be built, where they're going to be expanded, where they're going to be reopened. And so the ACLU has been very on the ball about filing these lawsuits. The new documents confirm that private prison corporations Geo Group, CoreCivic, and Management and Training Corporation, as well as Target Hospitality, which provides temporary tent facilities, which, boy, that is a chilling thing to find in the middle of this. Like, oh, good, they're gonna build tent cities again in the middle of the desert. How great. Great. Submitted proposals to requests for information to expand ICE's detention capabilities and facilities. The latest disclosures provide further details identifying the specific facilities in question. North Lake Correctional Facility in Baldwin, Michigan, owned and operated by Geo Group, Inc., This facility was previously used as a federal prison and closed in 2022. Rio Grande Processing Center in Laredo, Texas, owned and operated by Geo Group Inc. Carrizo Springs, a tent facility previously used to detain immigrant minors in Carrizo Springs, Texas, owned and operated by Target Hospitality. And yeah, there are a number of other ones opening across the country as well. Target Hospitality, by the way, just as an FYI, made a bit of a name for itself by, incidentally, by the way, Target Hospitality, one of the fastest growing companies in the United States at the moment. Just let that sink in for a bit. And their whole business model is building tent cities. Let that also sink in. But also, they apparently have something called the man camp controversy. And what that is basically, whenever there's an oil boom around the country, Target Hospitality comes in and builds a temporary camp for workers to live in while the oil boom goes on. But the controversy is that the oversight at these camps and the security at these camps is terrible. So what ends up happening is belligerent, drunk men wind up fighting each other or going out and doing sex crimes, usually against indigenous people, because again, a lot of these camps tend to be in or around reservations in the United States. And yeah, it's pretty bad. And I cannot imagine that the oversight of, citizens who are not being imprisoned is going to be, worse than the oversight given to undocumented immigrants who are being imprisoned against their will. I imagine that undocumented immigrants are going to be suffering a lot worse in these types of facilities. What about the fact they're building a goddamn camp? Well, yes. The point I'm trying to make is that all of these are goddamn camps. The important part of a concentration camp is not the fact that it's a camp. It's the fact that it's a concentrated holding facility. When we're looking at all of these, they are concentration camps. When we're talking about putting 30,000 people into the migrant detention facility, that's a 30,000 people strong concentration camp. I didn't think I had to spell that out. So yeah, it's not great. Luckily, we have actual journalism happening at Vogue. Teen Vogue. ICE watch programs can protect immigrants in your neighborhood. Here's what to know. So, some interesting stuff here.
During the first Trump administration, we realized part of what our opponents wanted was to make us afraid. Sometimes a rumor about ICE detentions on WhatsApp would lead parents to keep their children home from school. So at first, we started verifying rumors. Siembra volunteers would show up to a reported ICE agent and find out what was going on, and we would report back via social media channels or sometimes by broadcasting a text message. After we started training people on how to identify ICE agents, we started getting more reports of suspected agents on stakeouts. And these went up dramatically during ICE operations when ICE agents would gather from multiple offices to attempt to make dozens of arrests. Because we had a bilingual hotline dispatch team and we had trusted volunteers in multiple counties, we could dispatch volunteers quickly at all hours of the day. And when these bigger operations would happen, we created a shift schedule to proactively post volunteers in areas where we knew ICE agents gathered in advance of the operations or in immigrant neighborhoods to look out for agents on stakeouts. We know of a few instances when ICE agents chose to abandon their stakeout when confronted by our volunteers. But the real victory was that the idea of ICE Watch went viral. In June 2019, when ICE conducted a number of detentions in central North Carolina, we shared photos of volunteers waiting for them early in the morning. And across the state, people started sending us photos of themselves on their own stakeouts in places like Laurinburg, far from established immigrant defense groups. That was the real victory. Not that we could stop every ICE arrest, but that people were willing to take risks to protect each other and not let our opponents scare us into giving up our way of life or our dignity.
Oh, God. Yeah, Teen Vogue has been based for a long time. So, yeah, a lot of this is, like, just good stuff. And I'm going to link this story here so you guys can peruse it on your own time. But do not think that just because the power arrayed against us is immense, do not think that you are powerless in return. When we work together, when we stand together, when we go out there and actually, you know, make a stand for one another, we win. We're only powerless when we're isolated, scared, and divided. Exactly. And also, one of the things we have to remember is that when they're talking about DEI, they're talking about civil rights. They're talking about, they're talking about not just the civil rights of the people that they want to target, they're talking about your civil rights too. If the civil rights of others are conditional, so are yours. And they will, at some point, come for your rights as well. Now, One-Eyed Heathen, I linked the story in the chat, so you can check that out yourself. Why has the Democratic Party been capitulating to MAGA lately? Largely because and this is my assumption, I don't have any inside knowledge on this, but largely they are doing so because they are liberals, and their basic political assessment is essentially that we should just let Donald Trump hang himself. Because he's going to be incompetent, he's going to be unable to manage crises, like the plane crash, for example. And they're just saying, all right, well, you know, we'll just be quiet, we'll be unoffensive, we'll just let him, you know, fail on his own merits or lack thereof. And that's stupid, of course. But that's also mainstream Democrat liberals for you. Yeah, they believe, because frankly, if they did speak up, that would genuinely require of them some frame of reference for how we got to this point that isn't just Donald Trump is an aberration. You know, like, they want to live in a world where Donald Trump is just this inexplicable freak accident, rather than we live in a world where, because of the forces of capital, Donald Trump is an inevitable outcome from our current system. And that without adopting radical pro-labor policies, we will succumb to someone like him again sooner or later. They are spineless, they are cowardly, and most of all, they are in the thrall of money. It really comes down to that. And their calculation at this point in time is, well, maybe if we just stay quiet, we can come out of these 4 years looking great. You know, come out of these 2 years looking great in the midterms. You know, we'll win. We won't have to commit to any far left pro-labor policies. And then we can just continue as normal. You know, return to normalcy 2. And the issue with that is it's not going to work. The entire reason Donald Trump was able to take power in the first place is because of the Democrats' inability to embrace pro-labor policy. And so it's, yeah. The only way to avert fascism is embracing solidarity with the working class. And frankly, they are not willing to do that yet. And maybe they never will be. Which is why, in particular, I advocate for us taking over our local Democratic parties. Fundamentally Broken, I have not looked into indivisible.org. but I have been to several DSA meetings. I've been to several DSA meetings now. I'm getting my sea legs. And I've also gone to my local Democratic meetings. And let me tell you, as somebody who's now been in the room at those, it would be surprisingly easy if you got like a handful of like, especially if you're in a smaller city or town, if you got a handful of friends together and went to one of those meetings, you could literally wield the power of the Democrats in your area. You could co-opt the system for more radical political ends. How could pro-labor policy be politically unpopular amongst voters? That's the thing. Pro-labor policy is not politically unpopular amongst voters. The issue is Democrats don't want to embrace pro-labor policy because they don't want to endanger the donations that they get from their big business donors. That's the thing. The number one thing, if you talk to politicians candidly, the number one thing they hate doing, most of them in Washington hate doing, is calling and doing like phone banking and scrimping and scrambling for money for their political campaigns. It is hard to rely on grassroots donations. It's difficult. And so instead, if they can get all of the money they need from a campaign from one person, one phone call, as opposed to thousands, a lot of them will opt for the one phone call. They are lazy. And if they lack a particular motivation to like actually participate in that grassroots type of fundraising, then they are more inclined to big money. Why do people who are already rich never think they are rich enough? Because you have to understand, when they get rich, they start going to parties with other people who are rich. And it becomes basically a game. If I'm being completely honest with you, it becomes a game. They all care about like who's at the top of like the Forbes lists of like wealthy people. They care about that. It just becomes a social game. That's it. Or it becomes like it boils down to like one of their weird pet projects. Like, I'm going to use my money to build a company town in the middle of the Brazilian jungle. You know, something like that. And that all goes back to we need to get money out of politics and get rid of Citizens United. Exactly, Polly has his cracker. We're fucked in a lot of different ways, so I just try and focus on like the immediately actionable things, but like ultimately, yeah, we need to get like an amendment to get money out of politics. Yeah, they also at a certain level of wealth, they become more keenly aware of the fact that like were things economically to go poorly for them, they could have an angry mob, you know, demanding their head coming to their door. That's why they all have survival bunkers. Not doomering, just incomprehensibly livid. See, now you understand where I'm at. That's where my headspace has been lately. And just as one last thing to really hammer home what I mean when I say all of what they talk about when it comes to DEI and like it is about civil rights and how that relates to like detention within these private prisons. I think all you really need to see is this interaction between Will Stancil, who I believe is Will Stancil is an insufferable lib, yeah? But in this case, guys, when Chris Rufo and Trump say, we're destroying DEI, we're salting the earth underneath it, and they're repealing regulations that reach back to 1965, they're not talking about corporate diversity trainings, they're talking about civil rights, and Christopher Rufo replies with the Giga Chad meme. They're coming for civil rights. They are coming for all of us, not just the undocumented. So we need to organize to fight today. which is why you guys, I would very much like to see you guys committing to show up for your local Democratic meetings and your local DSA meetings. I would very much appreciate if you guys showed up to your meetings, show up to any kind of meeting to get involved locally, politically, because we need to start doing that. It is not a question of like, oh man, I might not feel up for socializing that day. You know what? We need you to get over that. We need you to get over that. That is a luxury that we cannot afford. Banana Brains, thank you for stepping up and actually doing something as well. You became a dues-paying DSA member today. Congratulations. Let's fucking go. Because it's not enough, guys, to be righteously angry. It's not enough to have correct knowledge and opinions on what we should do. It is not enough. We do not have the luxury for that to be enough anymore. We need to actually do shit. We need to actually, beyond even just going to protests. Going to protests is really cool. It's fun. You get some of that aggression out. But we also need people to do the day-to-day bureaucratic work of building up a movement. And that requires going to meetings. It requires forming like cohesive structures that we can rely on when things get tough and when things get big. We need to do shit. And if you don't want to do it in DSA, you don't want to do it in like your local Democratic Party, find some organization that is effective at doing something in your local area, that is effective at actually standing up for civil rights and passing civil rights laws in your local area that protect people in your area. Because again, while I think communal action is very good and community education, very good, a lot of these threats, we need to be embedded in some of the bureaucratic infrastructure around us, because that is a surprisingly effective shield against the bureaucratic attacks of fascism in its early stages, which is what we're seeing right now. And yes, Dragonfly is 100% correct. Local Dems can be effective because most of them have office hours. You'll learn about that when you show up to these meetings. Okay, most of them have office hours. You can go visit them. You can like actually set up meetings. But they are not inherently full of a spine. You need to impose a spine upon them. So please, do shit now before it's too late. Because these detention facilities that are opening up around the country, at some point they're going to want to put other people in them. And not just the undocumented.
Also,
we need to be looking out for all our brothers and sisters.
Hurt.
Also, prime subbing to RBJ doesn't hurt. True. Thank you for the prime sub, Airbnb abortion. There we go. Another segment down, folks. I RSVP'd to go to a town hall that Wesley Hunt of Texas was holding in February. I plan to ask him how we will be pushing back against Trump's defunding of federal grants that will affect our med research here. Excellent question to ask. Max left. Also, good to see a fellow Max Lefter in chat. Not saying this is exactly true, but how do I shake the feeling that I'm not very useful living in an already super blue and progressive state? Frankly, I would say still go to those meetings to make sure that like your local policies remain blue and progressive, because while a lot of us live in very blue and progressive states, those demographics in different local politics can shift rapidly, depending on a lot of factors. Yeah, in some ways it needs to be on the defense, but also in other ways, we need better progressives in our meetings, in our organizational structures, in order to increase the pressure and make sure that the ideas that are adopted are actually good and positive, leftist ideals and, policies. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
I went to a local Democrat meeting and had to listen to 2 people complain that our district representative wasn't doing enough public support for Israel.
See, but that's why we need more people to go to these meetings. There are going to be insufferable people at these meetings, I promise you. The local Democratic meeting I went to was overwhelmingly the elderly, in their mid to late 70s, okay? But they were all well-meaning people, but very slow talkers. But, when you go to your local Dem meetings, understand there are going to be people who are pushing bad policies or bad ideas. And we need additional voices in order to shut down those bad ideas or propose better ones, So that is why I'm trying to encourage people to get into their local Dems, because we need more progressives, more leftists in the Democratic Party to keep them honest, to keep them from falling in with corporate interests, to keep them from being fucking bought. What should I do if I live in a very red area? Go to your local Dem meeting. Go to your local DSA meeting. Unionize your workplace. Find groups in your area that are doing mutual aid. How much of a decorum break would it be to curse at such meetings? Depends on the meeting. Some of them are pretty small and informal. Others are pretty large. And, typically you should probably avoid cursing and instead present your idea like an adult with some self-control. Pretend you're talking to your very strict Catholic mother. Yeah, also figure out what the vibe of your different chapter is. Different chapters are going to have different vibes. Some of them may be more permissive to cursing than others. My mother was a nun. Oh, well, I didn't know that, but pretend you're talking to your mother who doesn't want to hear you use the Lord's name in vain. We need something similar in the UK. Sadly, most of our political parties are neolibs. The resistance groups are all either local issue or bogged down in the point of order politics. Yeah. Well, also CF 3300, going to local Dem meetings and local DSA meetings, great way to meet new friends. What if you aren't an adult but an unstable clown with a penchant for pyrotechnics? I don't have all the answers. Yeah, try and be polite, guys. You've interacted with strangers before enough to know that you shouldn't just cuss out someone who is, ostensibly meeting alongside you to try and improve your local community. Come on. Please. Ugh. I certainly have very progressive ideas, but I lack the confidence to see myself talking about it to the group. I'm worried I'll come across as someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Well, so Jazz Dog, for an example, I tend to be pretty introverted. I know it might not seem like that because I do an internet show where I'm talking to literally how many of you right now? How many of you are in chat? We're talking to 370 people right now. I know it doesn't seem like I'm super introverted, but the first couple of meetings that I went to, both at the DSA and the DFL meeting, I didn't say anything. I just kind of kept my mouth shut, paid attention to what was going on and kind of learned what the vibe was. And eventually you're going to feel comfortable enough and you're going to know the procedures enough to know how to say something. Or you can also just ask somebody who's there that you think seems kind, like how to do something that you're interested in doing. And then you just go from there. Most people are going to understand that you're new and cut you some slack. Remember, they are all there to try and improve the local community. DSL, what about the 56K meetings? As a former unhinged right-winger, it's very challenging not to be a dick, even though I'm no longer right-wing. True. It is difficult, but I trust you all to be engaging with this in good faith and to not, undermine our message. Okay, best idea is just to wing it and actually join the freaking thing. Exactly, Jazz Dog. Throw yourself into it. But then, feel free to take your time and learn the lay of the land. Scout it out. Like a game of StarCraft. Send out a scout to ascertain the terrain and the location of the enemy base. The last DSA meeting I went to, I told you all, it was my first time actually speaking up at one, and I feel like I helped avert a potentially silly change, and I feel good about that. And I managed to put out my criticism in a way that I think was relatively acceptable and kind, and did not anger the person who's put forward the potential policy change. Redar, I was making a reference to StarCraft. I'm looking over the Salt Lake City chapter event or calendar. Which event would be the best for the newbie? Either a general chapter meeting, or you can look at the different committees that they have and look into attending one of those, whichever one interests you in your local area. Was the bad proposal you derailed? Someone looked at a communications policy that had been proposed and was upset that there was not language in it that would nail down any politicians we worked with to specific policies. And that was because the communications document was, for how we are going to handle communicating with elected officials that we help put into office. And not like that is a set of steps for us to follow regardless of what the policies are. And they didn't seem to understand that what they were proposing be added to the communications document was already something that could be added to a questionnaire for for people seeking endorsement from the Twin Cities DSA. And that additionally, if they didn't see that in the questionnaire or if it was too late to add that to the questionnaire, they could go physically to the Q&A sessions with candidates in order to personally ask that question to a candidate. So they didn't quite understand what they were asking for or what the comms amendment was. Yeah. It was well-intentioned, but did not fully understand what they were trying to do. Who would win in a fight, RFK's brainworms or Elon's robot girlfriend? RFK's brainworms, 10,000%. Elon's robot girlfriend can't do shit. Have you seen Elon Musk's, like, technological achievements? They are unimpressive. Fun fact about me, I didn't say the word fuck until I was like 26. I'm excited the Boston DSA website has a photo of a bunch of members and they look young. Yeah, a lot of people in DSA tend to be young. It's like the youthful, energetic wing that can actually force the Democratic Party to do shit. Which is why I think you need to be in DSA and go to your local Democrat meetings. Because I think we need to pressure the inside of the Democratic Party and we also need to pressure the outside in order to achieve what we want. Well, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, etc., because this show is not possible without viewers like you. Your support literally enables me to do this show day after day, and honestly, your feedback and your support enables me to do this show day after day. It is hard when the sky seems to be falling every day to put on a smiling face and do a goddamn media program. It's difficult, but you guys certainly help. Let's see here. Yeah, I appreciate when you guys drop comments in the YouTube section, by the way. Like, just being like, telling me that you appreciate the show. Because it really does combat my feeling of, man, I'm just screaming into the void here. Arguably, DSA has more active members than your local Dems. Literally every DSA meeting I've gone to has more people in attendance than my local DFL meeting did. Princess Fiona. I unironically think this is the best left-wing show on Twitch and YouTube. Then go! Evangelize! Bring forth more people to the show. Bigger than Hassan, baby! We're gonna be bigger than Hassan. The Void appreciates you? Good, I knew if I watched it long enough, it would finally tune into my web show. I want so many more people at my local Dem meetings. It is kind of crazy. Like, I feel like one of the things I would really like to do with, like, the electoral committee in our local DSA, and I haven't really fleshed out this idea yet, but, like, I would love to use the local DSA to essentially send people to their local DFL meetings to radicalize their normie politics and, you know, hijack the party. I would like that a lot, actually. You've already got a bigger head than Azan by default. It's true. I got a big noggin. Good luck with that. Yeah, I know it's not going to be a popular notion, but like, Jesus Christ, if like 1/5 of the people who showed up to these DSA meetings went to their local Democratic meetings, we'd be the ones controlling the Democratic Party in this state. Unironically. Like, God damn it. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. You'll DM me the name of the guy? DM me that guy. Have you thought about doing special weekly segments about combating the anti-woke messages in the gaming community, like reacting to other conservatives talking about games? I would love that. I think if you guys post content like that in the Discord about certain games, I would absolutely like go over that. It's hard for me to source that stuff. What are those horns? It's like a little necklace thing I got. It's like a little collar. You can also put it backwards. Just kind of loosely, asymmetrically, a thing. A Torque, a woman of culture? Indeed. Oh no, conservatives got mad about Tomb Raider again? Because she didn't have those diagonal polygon titties? Oh no. Wear it as a crown? I could. But I don't need to wear a crown to impose my divine right. Was it the lady who eats sticks of butter? She's pretty funny. It is pretty funny that like a lot of gaming like React channels are just rediscovering phrenology and trying to apply it. It's funny, but not in really a haha kind of way. Damn!
RBJ goes down smooth. Great takes, less chilling.
You know, I know you use the emote, but the text-to-speech read it out, and I was making sounds when it said the R, so all I heard was, BJ goes down smooth, great takes, less shilling, and I did like an internal double take real quick. God. Why do you think we haven't Tea Partied the Dems yet? Because progressives and far leftists are too obsessed with the idea of like, you know, running a third party rather than, I don't know. I think the way cooler option, frankly, is taking control of the Democratic Party. Like, let's fucking pull a pirate act and like board ship and take it over. Like that's a way cooler option for us. I don't know why people are opposed to it. Other than the fact that it actually necessitates taking work and accomplishing something rather than sitting around jerking each other off. So that's my take on it. I think there are a lot of people who just want to virtue signal rather than actually want to do things. And I need you guys, you all who watch this show, I need you all to be the kind of people who do things rather than who are content to simply know the right answer. Knowing the right answer does no one any good if it's not being applied. Third-party politics, while I wish they were a reality in this country, in most places are not viable. We need ranked choice voting for that to be viable, and then even then it would take work to actually build up a third party that is capable of doing things. And right now, third parties in America are largely vanity projects. They are largely the vanity projects of the ultra rich, or they are the vanity projects of, you know, insane people. You know, looks over at whatever the hell the Libertarian Party is doing right now. Jammer? Damn!
You may be talking to the void, but the void smiles back. Also, the void is the Dono Coast. Oh,
Oh my god, that was so cursed. Thank you for the $50 super chat.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
You don't talk much, but appreciate the show. Thank you so much, Jammer. I appreciate the dono. I'm glad you like the show. Okay, there's still 2 minutes of the song. Would you be interested in seeing the project I'm working on? Gonna need a sec to get the links. I don't know. Maybe. I would love to help where I can. I work 5 days a week, but I have graphic design and video editing skills to offer. Any suggestions on how I can apply my skills to the cause? I know that, like, where can I find that song? I don't know that Jazz Dog has released that song yet. I would love to help where I can. GamerG, does DSA have like a graphic design division? Donos can make RBJ get down. What the fuck am I doing? Hell yeah, they can make me get down. You think I wear this? You think I'm wearing this outfit so that I don't get down? DSA could use graphic designers for merch and posters. Yes. There we go. Christina, maybe you can direct Andrew and Graham to the proper place for that. We need to, like, honestly, I'm gonna get more militant going forward of like proselytizing people to get involved. Because I think that there are a lot of people right now who are really, really scared. And I think it makes people a lot more scared to feel like there's nothing they can do. And I'm here to tell you that you can do cool shit. And together we can work to get our way out of this. We can, you know, our drill can be the one that pierces the heavens. And you know what? Let's fucking do it. You know, the only people who tell us that we can't take over the Democratic Party are ourselves. The only people who tell us we can't are the people we stare at when we look in the mirror. So let's actually do shit. Let's take off our Rock Lee weighted training gauntlets, okay? It's time for us to get serious. Yo, what is this? Axolotls with cream. That's cool. Not just the tip of the spear, exactly. You have many Trump voters have serious regrets already? Yeah, of course. And there are going to be more and more. Yeah, Coder Joe, sometimes the DSA chapter lookup page doesn't work. I would suggest you reach out to Christina, aka GamerG, on the Discord, and she'll help you get set up with a chapter near you. We got good DSA representation working in the Discord. GamerG has helped a lot of folks in the community get started with their DSA journeys. And I think, are we up to like 10 people who have joined DSA, at least who have let us know that they joined DSA so far? Those are rookie numbers. We're just getting started. At least 10? Hell yeah. Okay, I need to go use the bathroom. But when I get back, we will do more content. BRB.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
They're looking at your vote. They're looking at your anger, and they're moving. They're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more water.
No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared.
and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you've earned with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union land.
One industrial union band.
One of these days, we need to do a segment on Joe Hill. We need to start doing some education on some of the figures of the labor movement in the United States. All right. Okay. Let's see, where are we at in the order of operations for what we're going to talk about? Oh, just real quick, just real quick to just okay, because I've been seeing this going around on social media, so let's talk about this just real quick. So, folks, you may have heard the term Doge Democrat. And let's talk about that real quick, because I know, like a lot of you, I had a visceral gut reaction to that. That was overwhelmingly negative, to say the least. But I think there's a little bit more context that makes it understandable. So let's take a look at this real quick. This was the clip that was going around a lot here.
The slashing of diversity initiatives across the federal government and the military. That was the first thing that they did after the election, was hold a hearing on that in the Oversight Committee. And this DOGE subcommittee is being organized under oversight. So, you know, it's hard to say what exactly they have planned. I think that it's indicative that they've put Marjorie Taylor Greene in charge of it. But I will note that they have put a lot of serious members on both the Republican and Democratic side of the aisle on this subcommittee. And if it is seriously about addressing, you know, government waste, fraud, and abuse, then we're ready to go. But, you know, Donald Trump on Friday night in a late night purge, not unlike what happened under Richard Nixon, fired all of the inspector generals across 12 agencies. These are the entities that are supposed to root out waste, fraud, and abuse.
So basically, people heard Doge Dems and saw red. You know, like she tweeted out this clip and says, Doge Dems are ready to work on behalf of the American people, but we have to face the reality that over the last 6 days, Trump has attacked federal employees, fired inspector generals, and made efforts to eviscerate the federal workforce. That's why we're ready to fight back. And overwhelmingly, people did not like the phrase Doge Dems. But something that really contextualizes that is that the name of the committee is the Doge Committee. So there are Democrats on the Doge Committee who have been put there. They're basically, as far as like, you know, as far as you can ascertain in Washington, a lot of these people are scrappers, or they're perceived as scrappers by the Democratic Party, who are willing to get it into the trenches and dig down and fight the Republicans who've been put on this committee. At least that's the impression that has been given off. Here's a piece from Business Insider. The House's Doge Committee is likely to be a brawl. Basically, scrolling down here, you won't find any of these Doge-curious Democrats, however, on the House's new Delivering on Government Efficiency Subcommittee, Doge Subcommittee. We believe that they're going to use the Doge Subcommittee to eviscerate the federal workforce. So basically, the Doge Dems are the Democrats on the subcommittee who are dedicated to fighting the Republicans and trying to stop them from doing that with the committee. It is a nauseating name, and I understand why people had the guttural reaction that they did, because I also had it. But then looking into it a little bit more, I was like, oh. Well, let's see. They got, as far as Republicans go, yeah, they're the hardline members of the House Freedom Caucus. So you got some of the crazies on there. Pat Fallon, for example, is nuts. The Democrats, meanwhile, include several lawmakers who've cut their teeth doing battle with Republicans on the Oversight Committee over the last 2 years, including Eleanor Holmes Norton of Washington, D.C., Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts, Robert Garcia of California, Greg Kazar of Texas, Jasmine Crockett of Texas. And I can tell you, just from what I know, Greg Kazar and Jasmine Crockett, at the very least, are actually the scrappers that they are perceived to be. So I expect them to fight tooth and nail on the committee. And also, it helps to know that all of them are critical of Doge. Stansbury said on CNN that Republicans want to make the federal government essentially a personal piggy bank for Elon Musk, pointing to the billionaire businessman's reliance on federal contracts. Kazar, meanwhile, previously told Business Insider that he expects Musk and Doge to pursue really awful, stupid, self-serving stuff. Because again, the profit is the point. Elon Musk invested over $250,000 into this, and he expects to be paid back in full by hook and crook. Let me know their Gaza positions. I mean, their Gaza positions are probably not great. It's the US government. So if you want politicians with better policies on Gaza, that's exactly why we have to get involved in the local party, so we can raise up those kinds of politicians with local and state power. Then I cannot care. Then why the fuck are you here? Like, why the fuck are you here? You know, like, oh, okay. Then let's not talk about government spending, because guess what? Every single Republican there wants to pass genocidal policy. Donald Trump is proposing an explicitly endorsed U.S. plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I honestly, like, at this point, I will take anyone who will oppose Donald Trump on any front. Like, the issue is, like, I want the new way, that's why I'm here. The issue is, if you want to win, you have to find common ground with other people who want to fight the people you want to fight. It's the entire way a movement works. If you watch the movie, the miniseries made for young adults called Andor, it's literally a Star Wars property about, like, different factions working together to oppose fascism. All of those factions hating each other, yet pursuing a common cause. Having a big tent is part of how we win. You don't have to like the people you work with to achieve victory. Smokewalker
just joined DSA. Let's go.
Thank you for fucking doing something. It bothers me immensely, because, like, I get it. You guys know I've covered what's been going on in Gaza. But unfortunately, I have to care about this, because if the government workforce gets gutted, we're all fucked. Do you guys understand that? Lesser of two evils has resulted. We didn't get the lesser of two evils. We actually lost the greater evil one. Don't you understand? We crossed the Rubicon. Fascism is here. We do not have a luxury of being like, oh, we got the evil one. We got the eviler option. So you can't say, well, the lesser of two evils brought us here. We didn't take the lesser evil. We got the greater one. The entire purpose of talking about this Doge subcommittee is specifically because if Republicans get their way with that subcommittee, our entire bureaucratic system is gutted. And when that happens, if we lose all of the bureaucrats inside of our institutions, do you know what happens? Genuine question. Do you know what happens if that comes to pass? Do you know why we should care about this? People die. You know, that is very succinct, yes. What happens if the federal workforce is gutted is very specifically a couple of things. One, the people who lost their jobs get replaced with insane loyalists who do not care about the law. When that happens, power becomes more concentrated in the executive body. When that happens, effectively, Donald Trump will be handed the purse over Congress. And when that happens, we have a fucking dictator. Okay? So that's why we need to care that we have people on this subcommittee who are willing to fight and delay and scrap. That's why we care. Because guess what? If Donald Trump becomes a dictator, it's not just Gaza that gets annexed. Okay? It's Taiwan. It's the West Bank. It's Ukraine. It is no longer just one Gaza Strip. It is entire swaths filled with hundreds of millions of people. It's me, Arabian Abortion. The issue that I'm running into here and that is deeply frustrating to me is that every election, no matter what election you are going to be in, is a lesser of insert number evils. That is every election. Every election, you are going to have someone who is worse on issues and someone who is better on issues. That is just what happens when there are two options in anything. That's like when you have to make a decision between like two of anything. There are upsides and downsides. There are pros and cons. That's just the nature of making choices. And so the issue and the reason we need to care is because we need to continue to get people who are willing to fight for us in important positions where they are going to advance our agenda, our leftist agenda. And in this case, you should care because these people on this committee are there to fight and to stop the dictatorial rise of Donald Trump. So when I'm talking about it, that's why you should care. Politics is never pure. Ever. Ever. Like, do you think when a union forms, every worker in the union agrees with every other worker? No. They come together in common cause to better all of their circumstances. But they don't necessarily agree lockstep on every issue. That's the nature of democracy. And so, like, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, I understand, like, the issue or the issues around Gaza. I get it. We do not have the luxury of not caring about our current political circumstances anymore. That was a luxury for a time when we did have a lesser evil. And now we have the greater one. And I really fucking wish we were dealing with the lesser one, frankly. It was a luxury for some. Yeah, that is a luxury. That is what a luxury is. Luxuries typically aren't enjoyed by everyone. So, like, I get it, but, like, I need people to understand we are not in normal politics time, and I am trying to emphasize messages on how we can, like, have agency and how we can fight and how we can improve things, but it's going to require sacrifices from each and every goddamn one of us. You have to ask yourself what you are willing to sacrifice in order to achieve a better tomorrow. You have to ask yourself, are you willing to swallow your pride in order to, like, forward our cause? Because you're going to need to do that. Are you willing to swallow the fact that you might have to work with people you deeply despise in order to achieve a greater outcome? Because you might need to do that. And it's me, Airbnb Abortion. I don't disagree with you on Gaza being a litmus test for whether someone is a good person that I like or someone is a bad person that I dislike. But I think that is a different question from, like, when we are talking about resisting a fascist government, from whether or not they can be an ally in that resistance. Does that make sense? Like, I think it is useful in some circumstances, but if it is going to, like if it holds us back from, like, actually achieving a political movement that accomplishes things, it deeply frustrates me. I personally have organized successful campaigns in states with people I despise, both contemporaneously and in retrospect. But I did it because the reason we were organizing together was more important than my disdain and hatred for them. You know? I mean, wait, Q-Berry Shortcake, I don't agree with that. I do think that, like, we can pat our head and rub our tummy. Working with other people does not mean also adopting their ideals in lockstep. You can hold true to your beliefs and your ideals and still work with people you dislike without adopting theirs. That is what common cause is. Yeah, also important to remember there are multiple genocides occurring around the world. That's true. Yeah, I think a good example of this is DSA. DSA, like Gamergy is saying, is a very large tent organization, which means you are going to work with people who are ideologically different from you for common cause. And that is an important ability we need to foster in all of our hearts, because if we don't, there's no point in organizing. If you cannot swallow your pride and work with people different from you to achieve a common goal, that you are not ready to organize. If a politician is willing to sacrifice Gazans, what stops them from sacrificing others? Power. Power is what stops them from doing that. That is why we need to cultivate that power in our political movement, so that even were someone to actually be spineless and be willing to sacrifice lives for, you know, their own personal ambition, we have the power to stop them from doing that. That is, more than anything, like, this is why I want to build power, guys. It is not enough to simply have a correct position. We need to have the power to actually pressure figures and political leaders into better positions. And that requires building a movement capable of wielding power. And I guess we each need to ask ourselves if we're willing to commit ourselves to doing that. Could we form a power that stops both? That seems ideal. Yeah. However, initial power building requires a big tent. The same way the civil rights movement encompassed Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, as well as many other people who disagreed on the direction of the general movement, they were still able to coordinate and work together in various ways. Political disagreement should not be a roadblock for us working together for a common cause that benefits all of us. That is how we build power. True, stopping one is better than stopping neither. Ideally, we'd stop both. I understand. It's just, it's hard. It's hard trying to cover a story and like explaining how, hey, look, here are 5 people in our government who are trying to stop the rise of fascist authoritarianism and are actively one of the few roadblocks between them, between Republicans being able to completely gut the US government and putting us into a completely different kind of organizing conundrum than how we can peacefully organize together for our local politics. Because I want you all to understand that if the gutting of the federal government is completed by this subcommittee, we are in a different mode of resistance if that happens. I need you all to understand that deeply and intuitively. All right? When the president effectively usurps the political power of Congress, which is what they want to do by gutting the federal government, and putting in his hands the power of the purse, which is exactly what that OMB memo was about. That's exactly what they just tried to do. And they may try to do it again. Can you talk about what new mode of resistance we will be in? No. And I think you all understand exactly why. The reason we are organizing peacefully and politically at this moment in time is because we are still able to enact change that protects all of us, that protects our marginalized communities, and that can enact actual change that helps people elsewhere on the globe. Once that becomes impossible due to the rise of an actual fucking dictator, we are in a different mode. So when I'm covering this story, and I know it sounds silly because it's the Doge subcommittee and like that sounds like a joke, understand that the reason we're talking about this and the reason we should care about this, and the reason, frankly, every fucking person on this planet needs to care about this, is that there are potentially 5 Democrats here on this subcommittee standing between the world and a explicitly fascist United States government that has coalesced around a dictator who will wield the mightiest military on the face of the earth. Every country that is seeing marginalized people being oppressed, that is in the good graces of the United States, every marginalized fight for independence or survival is then put in jeopardy should that man attain that kind of status. It's an opportune time to form a resistance that doesn't include neolibs, right? Maybe change or overthrow the centrists' Democratic Party. That's exactly why I've been proposing people join their local Democrats and their local DSA. So you can, like, gain the power within the Democratic Party, consolidate there, and also radicalize people with farther left politics. The entire purpose of the inside out organizing that I've been proposing is so that we can do that, so that we can take control actively of the Democratic Party with farther left politics and actually do some good and potentially avert, like, the fucking end of the world. Radicalize your local party. So that's why we need to care. Because we need, we're in the shit. We've passed the decision-making point. And this either goes really poorly for both those of us domestically and those of us abroad, or we actually get our shit together and organize to fight politically. And frankly, I want to organize to win this fight, not to just aesthetically look good to my comrades. Super Jet Guy, I think you can infer exactly what I mean without me going into explicit detail. No, I understand it's me, Airbnb abortion. I had to yell at, like, another chatter earlier, and I'm still, I explained earlier, I'm really fucking angry in the times we're living in right now, and my ability to, like, put on a positive spin it takes a lot out of me, you know? And so, like, I had to yell at a chatter earlier for suggesting and then double and triple and quadruple and pentupling down on the idea that Elon Musk did a Nazi salute because he was part of an elaborate ploy to out the deep state. And, like, I don't have a ton of patience, and I probably blew up at you more than I should have. And I apologize for that, but, like, I want people to understand this so intensely, because it's important that we do. Because, like, things are really bad. And we are still lucky enough that we have agency to avert maybe some of the worst things that could potentially happen. But there is already a lot of suffering that is locked in at this point. And I'm really angry about it. Yeah, no, that chatter got banned, Michael Damon. Any more segments? Yeah, if I can stop yelling at people enough. Gonna sign up with DSA next week on payday. Hell yeah, tiramisu, let's go! But also remember, it's not enough to just sign up, you gotta go to the meetings. Go to the meetings, and my challenge to you that actually sign up and attend DSA meetings is to find one committee that you want to go to beyond the general meetings. Find one. Most DSA chapters have multiple committees working on one thing at any given time. Find at least one, maybe even two. I'm looking in. I already attend the electoral committee in my local chapter, but I also am looking to potentially start going to the labor committee meetings. Hey, Andromeda. OMG, thank you so fucking much, because I won't name them, but there was another trans streamer going, it isn't that bad. We have leadership like Hakeem Jeffries. Oh man, that Hakeem Jeffries does not have our back. He is not a scrapper. To use the terminology I've inexplicably adopted for this stream. You gotta do shit now. Yeah, especially if you live in like Chudville, California. You like join your local DSA, radicalize your area, because guess what? I'm of the opinion that Chudvilles are actually just places where the working class has gone to sleep. And I think we can do a lot of work to wake them up. We have leadership like Hakeem Jeffries, who's like, have faith, presidents come and go, and like, meanwhile, shit is burning, and like, we have an active fucking target on our back. Exactly. God. True, banana brains, exactly. You can attend DSA meetings without being a member, but you can't vote in any motions. But once you become a dues-paying member, you get an orientation, and then you can vote in different motions, which is pretty cool. Jack knows the stuff. I'm educating myself and trying to do better at this organizing thing. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we got to get to the actual meat of what I wanted to cover today. We've got to talk about the DNC chair candidate forum. Okay, so the reason here, folks, we got to talk about the DNC chair candidate forums. Okay, folks, it's important. If you don't know what it is, basically, the DNC chair is one of the most powerful people in the Democratic Party. There is currently an internal election happening for the DNC chair, and there are a couple of different candidates. Two of the frontrunners seem to be, we've got Ben Wickler, who is my personal favorite. He is the Wisconsin party head. And he is essentially the guy who helped turn Wisconsin from a deeply red state into a Democratic one. And so he's in the running. He has been apparently endorsed by Chuck Schumer. And I also heard some reports that he may have been internally endorsed by Nancy Pelosi, which, if so, this might all be done. However, we also have a few other folks.
Hey, Jeffries. Ya know who the Lord being on the throne didn't help. About 30 million people between Germany and Russia in the 30s and 40s.
True. But we also got Ken Martin, who is the head of the Minnesota DFL. And, you know, frankly, I also wouldn't mind if Ken Martin won. He's not my number one pick, but he's probably like my number two pick. And so far, they're both doing pretty well in the race. The last time I looked at the numbers, Ken Martin was doing maybe like 10 signatures better. But Wickler is the candidate. In terms of like who's doing better, Ken Martin is doing a bit better, and Ben Wickler is playing catch up at the moment. An anonymous gifter, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Yeah, Wickler is again like the front runner in my heart, but let's see how he does in the candidate forum, okay? Well, yeah, but Ken Martin kind of sucks, but that's also most Democrats in my mind. So like I do think Ken Martin is better than like Martin O'Malley, for example. But you know, not by a whole lot. And Ben Wickler's like the top, you know? When will the results come in? I am not entirely sure. Someone else will have to speak to that.
Communities are the leaders that they go to for reassurance and.
But basically, it's not going to be sideways forever. This will determine the future of like the Democratic Party. Are we going to go in a more establishment Dem direction, or are we going to go with Ben Wickler, who will take us in a much more a much scrappier direction to launch field offices in all 50 states and actively campaign in every state. I think that's the kind of energy we need.
Direction for a way forward. And I know that that is hard for a lot of us right now.
Yeah, I know it's not a socialist platform. I know the DNC isn't socialist, but that's why I want to get more socialists into the Democratic Party. I want to co-opt them. I want to co-opt that organization for us.
We are only human, and when we ourselves are struggling with kind of a roller coaster of emotions.
I have no idea who this is. Let's get to the actual start of this.
For the DNC chair, the future DNC chair, to put forward their vision for Americans and fight for all Americans, then right here in the state of Texas. We have been fighting valiantly for so long.
Okay.
I'm an investigative.
Here we go. Yeah, seize the means of lawmaking, exactly.
Thank you. Get cozy, gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and welcome to those of us joining on the live stream. My name is Olivia Messer. I'm editor-in-chief of the Barbed Wire. We're a digital media company reporting on the food, music, people, culture, and politics of Texas. We're nonpartisan, but we're unapologetically progressive. I'm an investigative journalist by background, and Tori stole my line that I am an eighth-generation Texan, and I'm not just making that up because she said it herself earlier. I'm honored to be here moderating this important forum today. Before we begin, I'll share just a couple of housekeeping items. Our candidates will each have 1 minute for an opening statement. I'll then ask a series of questions of each candidate before we proceed to questions submitted by members of the audience if we have time. Candidates will have 90 seconds to respond to each question.
God, what's throwing me right here is there a range from biggest to smallest. I don't know. It's like kind of pleasing how they shrink.
And a 30-second rebuttal period if needed when I ask pointed follow-up questions. Today's forum is co-hosted by the Texas Democratic Party and Wade Lee, who have each solicited questions from members of the Democratic National Committee of Texas, as well as from party activists. I've spoken to members of the DNC in advance of this forum, and I've got a couple questions of my own. These questions have not been provided to the candidates in advance. For our in-person attendees, you can
Okay, I really hope the audio quality on the other mics is better.
submit your questions to the candidates by using the QR code on screen. Our goal is to help members of the DNC make the most informed choice they can in advance of casting their votes for chair. But at the Barbed Wire, we also believe deeply in making information about politics more accessible to average folks who don't live and breathe this stuff every day.
Oh, also, one of the reasons it's important to get involved in your local Democratic Party is because if you are in your local Democratic Party, you can become a delegate, and then you as a delegate can vote on issues like who should chair the DNC. But you need to become a part of the local Dems first before you get a say in this type of an election. So it's really important for us to get involved so that we can have a say in the levers of power within the party itself. And by the way, as somebody who's now been to one local Democratic meeting, I can tell you it is, in some cases, absurdly easy to be a state level delegate. Like, it's literally my local Dems were like, yeah, you know, anyone can be a delegate, whatever, just put your name forward. You know, we aren't going to choose delegates today, but like, you know, like if we need to, we will. Essentially, like if Ken Martin wins, like And we'll give away delegate titles like candy for the internal power struggle that will ensue in Minnesota, which very interesting to me. You know, I'll throw my hat in the ring for that.
To that end, I'll be digging in and asking you to use a little less jargon and a little more plain language as we talk about the stakes of this election. This forum is happening at a time.
Yeah, it's true. Local parties often like don't have enough people to fill delegate slots. Like, you can wield so much power if you show up to your local Dems with just like a handful of friends to like participate in good faith, you know?
When Democrats are coming off the disappointing 2024 general election, having lost both the presidency and control of the U.S. Senate, while Republicans maintain control of the House. Many are asking, what did the Democrats do wrong, and what can they do differently? There's a real hunger for both accountability and authenticity. Our candidates join me to talk about the future of the Democratic Party are Ken Martin, chair of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party, Martin O'Malley, former governor of Maryland, and then chair of the Wisconsin Labor Party.
Oh damn, that room loves Ben Wickler. Holy shit.
I know things got contentious at the Detroit Forum and have in the press since, so we appreciate the energy, but we will ask the candidates to be respectful of one another and our audience and our timekeeper. With that, let's begin. First, we'll go to Governor Martin O'Malley. Governor O'Malley, please share your 1-minute opening statement.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you all for caring so deeply about our country, about our party, and about this critical juncture that we find ourselves in. My name is Martin O'Malley. I'm the former mayor of Baltimore, former governor of Maryland. And most recently, I was asked by the president to go and turn around Social Security as it was headed towards a customer service meltdown. So I've had a lot of experience turning around big organizations. I'm alone among the candidates on this stage. I've run for office and been elected to office, and including after a recession. The time we find ourselves in.
This man does not instill me with confidence. Just as an FYI, like, I hate him the most out of these three.
Right, the opposite party. It's a time that calls for a fresh pair of eyes. It is a change election, a time when we may need to make in rapid succession a number of changes so that we can win the next election and save the republic we carry in our hearts. Thank you.
I really don't think it's a good move to portray yourself as a change candidate, Martin, because you're about to get blown the fuck out of the water by the guy right next to you.
Next, we'll hear from Chairman Wickler.
Good evening. I'm Ben Wickler. I'm the chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. For the last 6 years, I've been crisscrossing the country saying, if you care about the fate of American democracy, donate to Wisconsin, volunteer in Wisconsin, get involved. We've supersized our party and we've unrigged a state that Republicans have targeted with voter suppression, with union busting, with attempts at every way they could, with gerrymandering and everything else for total control. But now the front line of the fight for American democracy is Texas. There is no long-term future for Democrats to win national elections unless we do the kind of year-over-year building and investment and organizing, not just with the Democratic Party, but with the union movement, with our allies and partners, with this whole country, making Texas its cause. And I'm running for DNC chair because we need all of us to win the fights to stop the GOP from rigging this country against working people. If we do this together, and I'd be honored for your support, we can ensure that not only is there a blue Texas, but that Texas takes this entire country towards the kind of country that we all need it to be.
I think you can, like, the juxtaposition between Martin O'Malley and Ben Wickler here is insane. Dude has the sauce. Ben Wickler has the sauce. He's got the riz. He's got the like political riz to win this DNC position and actually use the like apparatuses of the Democratic Party to win local, state, and national elections. And like we need that. We need someone who's got that dog in him, you know? That dog will hunt.
Chairman Warren.
Thank you so much. And we're all here obviously because of Monique and we love her so much, but let me tell you why we're really here, which is because Texas, to Ben's point, is absolutely critical to the future of winning the presidency, winning control of the Congress back. You heard Leader Hinojosa talk about this. The reality is this state is going to gain 4 to 5 congressional seats after the next reapportionment. 14 seats, 14 legislative seats. You break that trifecta, we can actually make sure we deliver the presidency, not just in this next presidency, but for years to come, given the size and importance of this state. So truly, the future of the Democratic Party, the future of our country goes right through Texas. That's why we're all here tonight. And we didn't come to any other state who invited us. We've actually only been in person, one other time for these forums. The reality is we're here tonight because we believe that the heart of this party beats in Texas and the future of our party goes right through this state. So thank you so much.
See, okay, my impression of all of these three people, I'm just going to give you straight up. We've got Martin O'Malley here on the far left, ironically, who is a corporate ghoul. Then we've got Ben Wickler, who actually has a plan and the charisma in order to deliver on that plan to turn the Democratic Party around into a party that actually gives a shit about working class people and turning out people to vote. Okay? And then we've got Ken Martin, who seems like a relatively competent bureaucrat. That's all I got. That's all I got on him.
Ben Wickler got that. Sloppy socialist. Look going. That's the man who can win double-digit Trump districts across the country with ease.
Yeah, he's got the riz. Forgive my ignorance, but what is a delegate? A delegate inside of the DNC is someone chosen, or like in a lot of cases, like anywhere from several to a dozen people chosen to represent the local party in like inter-party discussions. So like delegates vote on issues pertaining to like the DNC representing their district, but they are not like elected officials in like a democratic sense. They are, I mean, in some cases they can be, but like they are chosen by like your local Democrats to represent your local Democrats in wider conversations. Selected officials, yeah. And yeah, if there's like in every state, it's going to be organized differently what delegates can do, how they're selected, etc. But eventually, like you become a level of delegate that can talk and influence these national level elections. But it starts on like a state level. Like if you're a delegate, you get to represent like your county or Senate district on a state level in the Democratic Party, and it can go from there.
All right, for our first question, it's the single issue we've heard the most from members of the DNC in advance of this forum. Mr. Wickler, the Democratic Party has struggled with tension between building party.
And also, that's okay, One-Eyed Heathen. However, I would still encourage you to show up to meetings if you are at all able.
Infrastructure to compete in revenue states like Texas and focusing on the immediate political imperative to compete in traditional swing states like Pennsylvania and Arizona. How will you balance the need to spend the millions of dollars necessary to win in states that are competitive in 2026 and 2028 versus investing longer term in states like Texas?
The key, if we want to do both, and we have to do both, is that we need to expand the pie. We need a Texas-sized pie.
Hell yeah, I love pie.
Party. And what that means is we need to inspire people to believe that it is worth donating to, volunteering with, getting involved in this party. We're a party that actually...
Tiramisu, we have a president who's convicted on 34 felonies. You can definitely get into politics even if you were convicted of a non-violent crime. Pretty sure you can get into politics even if you were convicted of a violent crime.
Fights and delivers results. And that means building plans that are credible. And that means working with our allies and partners. That means working hand in glove with the labor movement, working with grassroots organizations, working with Way to Lead, Way to Win, with Emerge, with all the groups that make up our ecosystem, and building a plan in each state that people can see how they are part of that battle plan. And then going out. And when Trump does something heartbreaking, shocking, outrageous, what he's doing right now, that we say, if you are furious about this, we have something for you to do. And that's what it's going to take. And that's...
He gets it. He just fucking gets it. People want to be able to do stuff. You just have to show them how. You just have to give them an avenue to, like, actually affect the outcome. He gets it, man. He gets it in a way I haven't seen a Democratic official get it since Bernie. You know?
What I'm excited about doing it from the DNC chair is to explain how, if you pour your heart and your soul and your energy...
Any way I can help him get in? I'm pretty sure you can donate to his DNC political chair campaign. You can donate. You might be able to volunteer in some capacity. Let me grab his website real quick. Here we go. Here's his website. I've never heard of this person. Who is he? Essentially, he is the guy who took Wisconsin from being a Republican stronghold and organized the Democratic Party in the state in order to combat that threat and overturn it and turn it blue. He is the reason that Wisconsin currently has a Democratic governor that is able to veto the worst policies that are coming out of the Republican legislature. He's the reason, like, a lot, like, abortion bans haven't gone into effect in Wisconsin, for example. Like, he's the strategist who has been working in the loser position for years to now be in the winning position. So yeah, you can look up his platform, which is good. And you can sign up to keep up to date. Maybe I should sign up as a member of the press. Maybe I could get him on the show. That'd be fun. You can donate. You can do a lot of stuff. Maybe I will sign up and do that.
Energy into this party, that we can actually build something that can win tough elections in Texas and in former battleground states and in battleground Texas and in states that are a long way from being where Texas is in terms of the road to becoming purple and then blue. Every state has fights that if we push just a little bit further, we can win. Every state has a 10-year path to being able to create dramatic change. So we need to build a plan state by state, not a 50-state strategy, but 50-state strategies in a strategy of each territory. And then we need to inspire people to put themselves into that fight. Thank you.
Governor Manley, same question.
The key to our party's future is really that I think I want to incorporate all of the words that these other gentlemen said, but the biggest change that we need to make is actually to return to the economic issues, the concerns that people have, because that's true across every state. Texas is the key to this country's future. You all know the way the demographics are changing, you know the way the populations are changing, and you know the way the reapportionment will then shift electoral votes as well as congressional votes south. So we need to invest more in Texas. We need to make sure that we have the resources on the ground so that we can register voters, stay connected to communities. And that's what we need to do in order that we can have a party and put the brakes on Donald Trump within the next 2 years. Every day, we need to be punching back around the economic issues and defending the dignity of every single person in our country when he takes swings at them and undermines the very foundations of what it means to have a republic. I also want to,
you know, like, it's interesting that he talks in a lot of vague generalities that, like, is so interesting to see juxtaposed next to Ben Wickler, because, like, Wickler's like, yeah, we need to have a process here to actually, like, channel people's dissatisfaction and rage so they do not go back to sleep and become apathetic. Dude gets it. This guy is just trying to be like, yeah, the republic's in danger. you should all stop that. And that's not enough to motivate anyone to get involved, frankly. Your average working person doesn't really give that much of a shit about the Republic. They care about, like, the price of bread.
Acknowledge that we're joined by John Bryan.
Yes, these are the three up for DNC chair, the most powerful position in the DNC.
Representative John Bryan.
Like, remember how people say the DNC rat-fucked Bernie Sanders out of the presidency? If we got Ben Wickler in as the chair of the DNC, we could ensure that the DNC actively helps and supports candidates like Bernie Sanders and farther left candidates who are pro-working class policy in the future. Like, he would become a pretty important catalyst for changing the very nature of the political party of the Democrats.
And I had the honor to work for him when I was in college in his office in DC. And I mentioned before that former Governor Ben Lawrence is here. So
I will after the segment, Andromeda.
Thank you so much. Look, in Minnesota, our motto is built to win, built to last, right? It's an acknowledgement of the role of political parties. We have one single role. We are part of a larger movement of folks fighting for economic and social justice, of course, but the role of political parties is singular, it's to win. We have to win elections. But we do that by building to last as well. So we're not rebuilding infrastructure every 2 to 4 years, which is why I'm proud of the 57 states.
Coolest dude in the universe. I don't fuck with third parties. I don't view them as a viable path towards like having an effective theory of change in America. At least not until we get ranked choice voting, but no one who advocates for third parties seems to be interested in actually getting that. So I just tend to consider folks who are shilling for third parties to be deeply unserious.
State party strategy, which I wrote, an acknowledgement that if we're going to turn a red state to a purple state to a blue state, we have to invest time, energy, and money everywhere, not just in the battleground states, not just in the big states, but in all states, right? There's no such thing as a perpetual blue state, right?
By the way, they are all making this argument about having a 50-state strategy because Ben Wickler was the one who actually cares about that and brought forward that policy.
Governor O'Malley, right? Maryland had lost votes this year. A lot of our blue states lost votes because we're not investing in
Ranked choice voting would mean your third parties would actually have to do things. That's true. They aren't terribly interested in that.
In there
generally.
Not because of him. My point is we have to invest everywhere. If we want to move and build a national party, my plan calls for us to invest.
Wait, why third parties? Because I would like more than a two-party duopoly. I think distributing power more equitably across multiple political groups would be better for us, generally. But, you know, until we get a different type of voting system, we got to make do with the two-party duopoly. And that's why I advocate for taking over the Democratic Party.
In all 3,244 counties throughout this country, an acknowledgement that we can't just focus on 7 battleground states anymore or just federal races. We have to contest races up and down the ballot. You see, the conservative movement in this country realize.
Yeah, I will say that Working Families Party in New York does good work. I do respect them. I think they're great. But much like the DSA, they tend to organize alongside the Democratic Party because they recognize their position within a two-party duopolistic system that we have not overthrown yet or overturned with a different method of voting.
They are exercising building power in every public policy arena in this country. Our indifference to...
Yeah, and I support that, coolest dude in the universe. But again, third-party advocates never seem to be interested in that. They disappear after the elections, and I never hear about them again.
School boards should tell us everything we need to know about what we have done wrong as a party. We cannot ignore places where public policy are being battled right now. We have to compete
I disagree, Salmon Moose. I think that if the third parties that formed in the United States were actually interested in getting a ranked choice voting or like star voting or whatever different kind of voting ranking system you advocate for, I think that like if they were actually serious, we would get that passed in more states, and then they would in turn build up a real movement by having that kind of on the ground support. none of the third parties seem interested in that. Like none of them. And so it's my problem is not with the concept of third parties. It's with most of the third parties we have in the United States seem to be built as vanity projects for the people who are in them and for the politicians who ostensibly lead them.
And that's what I'll do.
And I don't fuck with aesthetics. I want material change.
Next DNC chair.
Thank you. I want to get a little more specific on those answers. And I think that requires visiting our history. Has the DNC appropriately invested in Texas to date? And what do you mean? What does it look like to invest in Texas? Let's start with you, Chairman Martin.
The answer is no. The answer is no, they haven't.
Wait, why are you countering that the New York Working Families Party does wield power in the Dem Party? I said that. They work alongside the Democratic Party to wield power. That's exact. Fuck.
Third party?
Jesus.
More like turd party.
I mean, you know.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I can tell that I've passed my limit for chatters today because I'm getting mad at folks that I shouldn't be getting mad at.
Part of the reason, Monique could tell you, of course,
what about the Progressive Party USA? It's been led by a 20-year-old, and the only thing that is off, but like the party plan is solid. The plan is to win hyper-local elections first and slowly move upwards. If they can actually manage to do it, I want to see it happen first before like I endorse it, you know? Like I want to walk the walk, and then I'll pay more attention, you know?
They come and ask the DNC and others for, resources. Well, Texas is so expensive, so big, it's so expensive to compete. Sure, it is, right? But this is where we have been so myopic. When we start to think about what Gina Hinojosa just said about where the power is shifting out of the Midwest, out of the Northeast, out to the South, the fastest growing states in the country are all Southern states. North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, Florida, right? That's where the power is. So, I was in Mississippi with Brandon Presley 2 years ago. He was our candidate for governor down there. He's tied with the Republican Tate Reeves. I asked him, what more can the DNC do to be helpful to you in this moment? He said, years of indifference and disinvestment in Southern states has led to this moment where I have to build everything myself because there's nothing on the ground there to help me. Now imagine if we had looked 10 years prior and saw that there are more African-American voters in Mississippi than any other state. We started doing what Stacey Abrams did in Georgia, registered and mobilizing those voters. We would.
I will say it's tough going to like a DNC meeting, or not a DNC meeting, like a local Democratic meeting, and seeing that it's like 15 people who are in their 80s, and like realizing that with a fraction of the effort that like posters on the internet, apply to their snarkiness, like we could just show up to these meetings and actually wield real political power instead of complaining all the time. It is deeply frustrating. deeply frustrating. On the one hand, we got people who are like, no, we need to build a third party, an entirely new political party. It's like, there's one right here that we already have that has like billions of dollars. We could just take that by showing up to meetings, guys. We could show up and be snarky in person and then like seize the power of the purse in the Democratic Party. Literally be cool as fuck political pirates. Let's go.
Have something on the ground to help. That's the point. In Minnesota, we use a hockey analogy. You have to skate to where the puck will be.
Exactly. And you know what? Republicans were fucking right when the Tea Party started invading the Republican Party. Guess what? They radicalized it and they won. We should radicalize in the opposite direction, the Democratic Party.
Not where the puck is. We need to start skating to where the voters and the voting is going to be, and that's right here in Texas. We cannot disinvest any longer here if we want to change our fortunes as a party.
Chairman Rickler, same question. Has the DNC appropriately invested in Texas to date, and how can it do so more specifically?
Let's go.
The DNC.
Let's go, Ben.
I agree with Chair Martin. And I think the country is not. Often Democrats nationally treat Texas as an ATM where you go to raise money and then take it away. Instead of treating it as a place where we need to invest in welfare. And There have been these amazing campaigns with amazing candidates over and over in Texas, where the country gets transfixed on Texas for this brief moment before the election. But the problem is, between elections, what are we building? The work that a party does has to be building infrastructure on the ground, building relationships on the ground, building teams of volunteers who actually know their neighbors and have already built a relationship so that when they come to talk about a particular candidate.
Do you think there's a chance of ever getting past the "but at least they're not a Democrat" mentality in some areas? Coder Joe, yes, but it relies upon making the Democrats actually useful and actually people who support working class policies. It relies on us changing the fabric of the party, but the fabric of the party only changes if people get involved to change it, you know?
They already have trust. That is teams that look like the community, speak the same
CF3300, yeah, the Tea Party was essentially MAGA in beta.
language of the communities in which they're knocking on doors. The communications infrastructure to make sure that barbed wire grows, that the candidates are spending time there, and that across Spanish language like radio and Black radio newspapers and across the new media outlets, that everywhere there's already trust and already relationships, so that when we have that amazing candidate, that we can come in on top of an infrastructure that's already been built. And that is what the DNC needs to do differently, to be a catalytic investor with the labor movement and other partners to build the infrastructure so then we can actually take off from a solid foundation.
The great thing about listening to Ben Wickler is it's very clear that he has sat down and he has been stewing on this for like 3 or 4 years and actually has very specific plans that he is extremely confident would work. You know, like battle tested, you know?
Governor O'Malley.
Clearly, we haven't invested enough in Texas. I have not been on the DNC before. I am probably, of the three of us, the one that is the fresh pair of eyes and the change.
Martin O'Malley, the oldest man on the stage, is the spry newcomer with the freshest pair of eyes, huh? All right.
I'm looking, I see some great leaders that you have in Texas.
The change leader, baby.
From San Antonio.
It's gonna shake things up.
Royce West. And it's pretty clear in talking to many of you and DNC members on the phone that there's a few things we need to do. Number one, we have to stop letting them shape the electorate. We need to get back in the business of direct voter registration. Number two, we cannot keep falling further and further within a shrinking blue perimeter. And by the way, Maryland is still the cobalt blue flame of hope. And the Democratic governor just elected the first African-American born to but we have to get into direct voter registration again. We have to invest the dollars and the staffing in order to.
Yeah, keep in mind, Martin O'Malley has been around in politics for a while, if you haven't guessed from his appearance. He is not a left-leaning guy. He's a neoliberal shill. Like, he's one of those people who wasn't like, it's not like he was a neoliberal because like, he was going along with, what everyone else was doing. He's ideologically married to being a neoliberal. I believe he is completely incapable of rising to the occasion that the current lacking of a DNC chair is offering us.
To do that. Secondly, you will have a great staffer who is all about candidate recruitment that you have one. We need to recruit candidates all across the ballot, not down the ballot, but all across the ballot, including the courthouses. And three, we need to make sure that we create donor circles in all of the states and in adjoining states so that we can invest in people running for state legislatures. We need to take back our states in order to save the.
Keep in mind what he is proposing here. Like donor circles is basically we need to have a bunch of local and state businesses donating every year so that we can fund our political campaign. He's not talking to the people. This guy is a corporate stooge.
United States.
Normal people don't join donor circles.
Members of the DNC have told us that they want additional input and transparency in the management of the party's finances. Chairman Martin, we'll start with you. What financial oversight, input, and transparency can members of the DNC expect if you are?
Well, let me just say it's a shame how business is done down over there. I've been an officer, a vice chair of the DNC by virtue of being elected by my peers at the state parties as the president of the ASTC. And people ask, well, you must know what the budget is at the DNC. No, I don't. Never seen the budget, never seen a financial report, never seen an audit report. I've never seen the contracts. That's going to change when I'm done. And it's going to change because transparency is really important, especially at this moment, right? There are a lot of people who gave a lot of money this last election, over $2.5 billion spent on the presidential campaign, $10 billion just in 24 alone.
Also, just as an FYI, guys, always worth bearing in mind about Martin O'Malley is that he did actually try and run for president back in 2016. You might not have remembered because a lot of other things happened in 2016 that were apocalyptic in nature. But he only got 0.6% of the vote in the Iowa caucuses. So this dude should not be in charge of the DNC. He is not qualified. He does not have the hard-toothed experience of being popular enough to win his own elections on a national level. Okay? He's just not equipped for that. He was mayor of Baltimore and governor of Maryland, but he's not really of the zeitgeist, we'll say.
Spent on Democratic campaigns in the ecosystem. A lot of people are frustrated that we lost, and there needs to be transparency on how that money was spent and what our budgets are. Ben says this all the time, and I agree with him. Our budgets are a reflection of our values, and we need to open them up.
It's incredible how both of them just agree with Ben. It's kind of crazy.
And show people that we're living our values, both in the way we contract, both in the vendors we're choosing, and how we're spending our money. All of that is important. I often think of the Wizard of Oz. Remember when they pull back the curtain and it's just that little guy behind there twirling all those knobs? When you do that, you take the mystery away. Pull back the curtain, bring some transparency to this so people see that no one's trying to hide the ball here. And there's some accountability because, again, it's a lot of people. It's grandmas and labor members and others giving $5, $10, $15 a month to help fund this party. They deserve answers on how that money is spent.
Thank you. Chairman Whitman.
It is time for a huge transparency upgrade. I completely agree. And this is striking. We're all running for DNC chair. None of us has seen the budget for this organization yet. We are walking into.
That's actually fascinating. You'd think that they would have some idea.
Chair incognita when it comes to this. And what we all know is that there's a lot of work to be done. And the way that we build trust is by having transparency and then laying out a plan for what we're going to do, and then doing it, and then reviewing together what we just did. That's how you build trust over time. So that starts with budget transparency for DNC members. It involves changing how we communicate with donors at every level to explain what our plans are and explain what actually happened. But there's another piece too, which is to have input on what those plans actually are. And to me, this is the key thing. In Texas, so many folks that I've heard from have shared, there are 7 to 8 million people who are registered who didn't vote in this last election. There's a huge turnout mobilization problem to make sure that once someone's registered, they go out and cast a ballot. That requires infrastructure on the ground. In my state of Wisconsin, we have same-day voter registration, so it's a whole different picture. We should listen to the folks who are closest to the fight to build a battle plan in each state. And Texas is quite a state. It's kind of 5 Texases in one state. To make a plan here that works for Texas, and then do it, show that we get it, and that's how we build trust for the next time.
Yeah. You need to actually show that you're capable and that you're listening. Because, like, typically, guys, like a lot of campaigns are they're driven by consultants, and the consultants want to focus on the coasts. They want to ignore basically everything in between the coasts. They view it as a waste of time. So Ben Wickler here is advocating for something that is a pretty big departure from what the Dems have been doing, you know? It's honestly crazy. And I think that the only one really capable here of running this organization in a way that moves us forward is Ben. You know, like Ken Martin, Minnesotan through and through, but I'm not seeing much I like here so far.
A couple of weeks ago, I laid out a first 100-day plan for the rapid turnaround that we have to effectuate in the DNC. We have to acknowledge where we fell short, which is why on day 5, I will appoint a
Okay, also, breaking news. Not really breaking news, this came out yesterday. But apparently Nancy Pelosi has backed Ben Wickler for DNC chair, which, like, is frankly shocking to me. I don't know what kind of deal with the devil happened. Maybe she's just on her way out and she just doesn't give a shit anymore and just like, yeah, whatever. You guys need to win. Yeah. So she put out a statement. For several years, I have had the honor and success to work with Ben Wickler, from his thousands of events to save our healthcare at Move On to his winning tough elections in Wisconsin, including Justice Janet Protasewicz, which, hey, we helped at that election. We helped at that one. And Senator Tammy Baldwin, she said in a statement, as a former state chair and longtime DNC member, I have enormous respect for the DNC and the grassroots activism it engenders. It is with great confidence that I endorse Ben Wickler for chair as the candidate best suited to lead us to a stronger DNC and many Democratic victories. That is big. Yep, Pelosi is a ghoul, but not an idiot. I'd agree with that that take. Yeah, I mean, I think Ben might have it in the bag if like he's got Schumer and Pelosi. That's interesting. Do you think she sees the writing on the wall? Well, she sees the writing on the wall, but also she's on the way out. Like she's not running for re-election. Was Wickler the good progressive? Essentially. He's the only candidate who actually has a battle plan to win elections. And without, like, by actually appealing to working class voters. That the core of Ben Wickler's entire political plan is that we should have people organizing on the ground in every state. I agree with that. And that we need to prioritize working class people and the policies that turn them out to vote. And I agree with that. So that's, you know, as far as like someone who is in charge of the DNC, that is basically the best pick we could probably come up with within the DNC right now. He's one of those progressive Midwesterners, you know?
Committed to do a deep dive after action report on the election. But on day 10, 2 task forces. One, on how we do a better job recruiting young people into this party. Secondly, though, is a task force on openness, transparent governance at the DNC. I think it's appalling that people never see the budget of the DNC. And we have to change that. Within 80 days, this is not a study it for a while sort of thing. We are going to be open and we are going to be transparent. I wrote a book called How to Govern for Results in the Information Age, Smarter Government. The key to leadership and governance is trust. And there is no trust without openness and transparency. I happen to talk to a number of people that
just as an FYI, for those of you who don't know, the election for this literally happens tomorrow, February 1st. So, yeah, this is you know, we're about, the rubber's about to hit the road, you know? So let's, like, Wickler is performing extremely well here. I really do hope he pulls it through. The fact that Nancy Pelosi is issuing a last-minute endorsement, I think he might have it in the bag.
They gave a lot of money to the campaign this last time. And they said, where did it go? Until you're able to tell us where it actually went, don't come back and ask us to do more. And that's also true of our volunteers and everybody else that gives to the party. We have to be more open and transparent if we expect to restore trust.
Wait, so the last time we did this, infiltrate the Democratic Party, it didn't work that well, considering the oligarchs in the Democratic Party will dumpster anyone we put forth. Bernie, for example, no. No. You can't do this to me, okay, buddy? I've been paying attention to politics for way too long for you to pull that, all right? When I'm saying infiltrate the Democratic Party, I'm not saying we wait for like 60 years for someone to build up enough political capital to like earn political favors with establishment Democrats in order to pull off a freak presidential campaign that then the DNC steps in and like shuts down. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you locally need to get involved in your local politics. Like, yeah, there are fucking oligarchs in this country. But you know what? They can't stop you from organizing locally. And organizing locally, that's how you get your mayor. That's how you get your city council. That's how you get your, like, various commissioners elected, okay? The oligarchs are not jumping into your, you know, suburban town or even your Midwestern city in order to influence those elections, all right? They got bigger fish to fry. And so the point I'm making is that we are rats. We are roaches to them. And they aren't going to pay attention to us while we organize locally. That's why we need to en masse mobilize locally. Enough of us get together, we actually start doing cool shit locally. Then we start building up to doing cool shit on a state level. And then we start building up to do cool shit on a national level. And by that time, they can start trying to stamp us out. But it's going to be like a game of whack-a-mole that they are ill-equipped to handle because they're 90 years old and full of hatred and have never experienced the joy of whack-a-mole, okay? So, when you say like, oh, we've done this before. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. Having been politically active for years now, I can tell you the leftists in this country have not done enough to organize within the Democratic Party. Or frankly, outside of the Democratic Party. What we have are a bunch of people virtue signaling to each other to jerk off in their respective rooms. That's what we've had. And what I'm proposing is that we actually use some of that energy that has previously been reserved for jerking off to actually go to meetings, participate in them, and build up political power locally, both within the Democratic Party and outside the Democratic Party in the DSA or whatever other more radical organization you want to be a part of. Okay? That's the proposal. And you can actually do cool shit. And if you're telling me, oh, but the oligarchs will reach in and stop you, I can tell you that you are full of shit and you have never actually tried to go to one of those meetings. Because I've been to one now, and I can tell you that my local Dems are all 80-year-old geriatrics who are desperate for anyone younger than the age of 60 to get involved. Desperate. They were so happy to see someone who's like not elderly and gray-haired in there when I joined. All right? If there were like 6 of me more in that meeting, we could have literally hijacked the entire proceedings and installed ourselves as the leaders of that party. Of the local party. They were desperate to give up their positions to someone else. So when you're saying we've tried this before, no, we fucking haven't. You're just defeatist. Actually get out there, give a shit, and try, and you'll see just how fragile this power structure actually is. All we need to do is get involved. Show up to meetings. Because guess what? Most people don't show up to the meetings. They just don't. Because they don't give a shit. And they assume that the meetings are packed and full of insiders who will undermine their positions. And they're not. They're just full of local people who want to try and make their communities better. And most of the time, if you propose a better idea than the one that is on the table, they'll be, and like give a reason why, they'll be like, that's really interesting. I think we could give that a shot. 90%, 95% of doing cool political shit is going to meetings. And giving up before you've even tried is some real loser shit. I've been to many meetings, and yes, they're old, but they do not want a socialist no matter the age. Frankly, I don't think you have the interpersonal skills to be able to interact with other people in a way that inspires me with confidence that you've actually been able to interact with these people and not come across like a jackass. Does that make sense? Like, just from how you've been comporting yourself in my chat from the second you started speaking in here? Like, I don't think you have the level of interpersonal skills that is necessary to carry on a conversation with a stranger in a way that is effective at convincing them that maybe they should try your idea. I think you're too heated. I think you are a defeatist fuck who's given up, and I don't know why you're here if you've already given up. Like, I don't know, go smoke a joint and, like, I don't know, shit yourself. Like, guys... It'd be more productive than whatever the fuck you're doing here.
Trust and restore it quickly.
Gentlemen, we know that the next chair of the DNC will need to raise literally hundreds of millions of dollars to build and fund a competitive opposition party. How will you raise the money to fund the DNC's work? Can the party fight for working class people?
Like, this is the last thing I'll say about this before we go on. Like, I'm sorry if you think we are cowed, if we are too much of a disadvantage to do anything right now by organizing, then I don't know why you're at all invested in this question. You know? Like, it was always going to be an uphill battle to organize people power against the power of capital. And in the past, it literally took the deaths of like millions of people to overthrow the capital power structures of feudalism. And like, I don't know, like someone throwing their hands up and be like, but I can't get people to go to meetings, just seems like the most cucked shit. We have it easier now organizing politically for socialist values than we ever have. And you look at that and you're like, oh my God, insurmountable. Jesus Christ.
Undo some of its losses with lower income voters.
I have contempt for you.
Out Trump's relationship with billionaires like Musk, Zuckerberg, and Bezos, all while raising money from your own wealthy big dollar donors. And is there an inherent conflict here that impacts Democrats' brand and strategy? Chairman Wickler, we'll start with you.
Absolutely.
I've seen candidates just drop off the moment someone rich in the party doesn't like them. Well, then fucking organize better. Stop losing. Be better. Come up with a better plan. Stop being so cucked by loss. Jesus. If the only thing you're coming in here to do is say, oh, but the systemic power is aligned against us. It was always aligned against you, you fuck. That's what capital is. It's always been in opposition to us. If you're going to whine about it now, you shouldn't be in the political position you're in. You shouldn't have the politics you do. Grow a backbone and do better. Fight better. Figure out how to organize better. Jesus. Have you never played a Dark Souls game? Have you never played Elden Ring? Fucking take some level of influence from culture, man. Then how are you going to deal with that then, instead of just hopping into the party and just hoping your votes in the party will matter? By getting other people to hop in with me. That's why I'm saying you should organize inside the party and also outside the party. You should do both. And then you can get the more radical people to come with you to the Democratic meeting. And then you can get more of you in the meeting where they make the decisions than there are of them. Because they have to vote in the meetings. My God. Do you not know how democracy works? Jesus. I feel like I'm so consumed with rage by the inability of some people to rise to the occasion and figure out that, like, oh, we need to organize more votes than the votes they have in a democracy. And it's like, yeah, oh, I've been organizing since Occupy and I haven't figured that out yet. Jesus. No wonder you've failed over and over and learned nothing from the experience.
If we want to win elections, we need to win the trust.
The Resist Dems did this. No, they fucking didn't. The Resist Dems were establishment Dems. You don't know what you're talking about. You're like Ace Ventura from the end of Pet Detective, or the beginning of Pet Detective, I guess, where he's talking with his ass. That's you right now. Stop it. Defeatist cucked bullshit. I was in this long before you had a Twitch stream, and guess what? I've done more than you have. I've been in this fight since Occupy. Oh yeah, what have you done? Oh, I've lost every single time, and I've given up all hope of doing anything. Oh, okay. Then get the fuck out of here. Like, I've been in here for 10 years, and all I've done is lose. Like, okay. And now you're what? Trying to convince other people to lose with you? Fuck off. You're like a drowning person at sea, trying to drag down a rescuer with you. These arguments you are having with the brick wall in chat is giving me extra motivated to get off my ass. You're welcome. That's why I have them. Because I know that by arguing with people like that, I motivate others in chat to actually give a shit and do stuff. Because I know that the worries that they express, even if they are stupid and belligerent, are ideas that lurk in the back of a lot of your minds. And so, to an extent, I want to argue with them so I can reassure you guys. Because that person has already committed to being completely and utterly ineffective at organizing shit. And so I want you guys to learn that that's a horseshit position to take. Yeah, honestly, skill issue. Play through the first 3 Dark Souls games, and then get back to me, okay?
Across race and ethnicity, across the country, in Texas and everywhere. And to do that, we have to show that we're actually fighting on the side of working people, even if that means that a special interest might make a few less $1 billion a quarter. And the striking thing in this moment is that people who donate to Democrats, some big donors and many, many small donors, they are so hungry to win elections. So I actually think we're in a moment now where we lay out the plan to win and we work with.
Also, I'm sorry, I know I'm getting really heated at chatters tonight, but like, the idea that the well-meaning elderly liberals in my local DFL group are secretly motivated by big money, when, like, last time I went, like, the chair is like, oh yeah, you know, I've had a policy for the last 4 years of getting coffee with anyone who wants to just talk about any issues or learn how to, like, do anything. And, you know, if anyone wants me to step down, I'm happy to do it. So, and I'm happy to, like, mentor you so that you can fill my position. Like, these guys are desperate to give up power to anyone interested and willing to take it, you know? Like, in a lot of cases, that's not going to be every district, obviously, but, like, the degree to which they are vulnerable to just being taken over and, you know, bettered with farther left political positions is really hard to to overstate. I forget whichever one it means. Like they really want you guys to take it, you know? Samara says,
"We'll understand what is happening on the front lines. We show them we're actually making changes and listening to people as we do it, and diversifying who we're working with and how we communicate."
Oh, they one of the mods banned them, Amber Brains. I don't know which one, but like, damn, people be wild in tonight.
That we can lean into the fights, that earn that trust, that make a difference for working folks. There might be some people who walk away because they're they have a particular interest or whatever, but we're going to earn so much more trust from so many more people that will.
Yeah, like honestly, Lucia, my impression after going to my Democratic meeting is that if I go there and treat other people nicely and kindly and with consideration, I could probably become chair of that local Senate district. You know, like it within like a year or two. You know, like that was my impression. And that's just me on my own. OMG, I literally showed up, volunteered to officiate a meeting, and a guy asked me to take a role in the SIO, Socialist in Office Committee, because organizations need help, and I offered to help. Yep, exactly. It's the same in DSA, too. People are desperate for, like, folks who want to take initiative and, like, show leadership. Desperate.
Be able to supersize the resources we can bring to these battles. We've done this in Wisconsin. That there were several right-wing billionaires that
I don't have water, Fox of Fate. I'm sorry.
Funded the Republican Party that allowed Republicans to rig our state. And we've been able to quintuple fundraising in our state party to raise more money than any other Democratic state party has in the history of the country to fight back on behalf of.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Samara Says. I hope they enjoy it. And also, thank you for supporting stream. And if anyone else would like to follow suit, I would very much appreciate it, because we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you're enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping some subs, some donos, some super chats, because you are the ones who make this show possible. I would not be able to spend, 2 hours covering the DNC chair race and yelling at chatters about getting more involved and not giving up at 3:30 in the morning without your guys' support. So please consider supporting the show, and also like the YouTube stream.
Working people in partnership with the labor movement.
But you keep shouting at us. I know statistically a lot of you are bottoms and enjoy that, though.
We must do that nationwide, and I think we can do that if we lean into this fight in the right way now.
You think if we called ourselves labor, we'd give more traction? Yes. If you are going into an area where you know that there are going to be liberals who are going to be immediately put off by you calling yourself a socialist, don't call yourself a socialist. Call yourself someone who's pro-labor. Say that you are pro-working class policy. Use different terminology to mean the same thing and make it more digestible to the people you want to convince. That's part of, learning how to like code switch between different audiences. Pro-union, another good way of billing it. If you know how to like switch between talking to your friends and talking to your mom, you should know that you should probably also, like, in a similar tone to talking to your mom, approach people in the Democratic Party.
Governor O'Malley.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, bill it as helping the little guy. Exactly.
I see Robert Broker here. He's from Boston and was a member of that finance committee that did an outstanding job raising money for this last election. Did you know that 75% of the dollars raised actually came from small dollar donors? Notwithstanding the fact that we tend to hit them with scary nails again and again and again and again, instead of engaging in the conversation that can lead to more people wanting to communicate with us rather than more people wanting to put us on a spam blocker. So we have to raise money from individuals, all individuals. We have to be able to do both. We should also be clear about our principles. We shouldn't take dollars from people that are.
Dear Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. And again, all I hear when this guy talks is that he wants to set up basically some kind of system that allows for the DNC to more efficiently extract donations from the wealthy and the businesses. That's all I hear when he talks. It's like the want from Charlie Brown, except it's like capitalist propaganda.
Our opponents of our principles, not many of them come knocking on our doors, don't do they? So we have to be able to do both, but the more we can dial up the small dollar donors and actually do it well and do.
Yeah, that's another thing, Gamer G, and that's why I think that previous chatter that got banned is deeply unserious, because you do not have to walk in and say, I'm a socialist, everyone. Let's fall in line along the tenets of the great socialists like Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin and Mao Zedong. Like, you don't have to like, you don't have to do that. You could just be like, yeah, I'm a union guy. I like unions. I like workers. Pro working class policy. Like, don't get obsessed with the labels, and instead, if you are going to work in local politics, get obsessed with the policy. So Jack, I used to be known in this community as Sheckley84. I changed my name because I came out as trans and I wanted a name that fit me better. Haven't been here for a while, but I feel like I need to come back to stream and listen again, considering gestures wildly everything. Understandable, Samara. And you know what? I think that's a lovely username, and I think it's great and it suits you. So thanks for joining us again and coming back into the fold, and hope you're cozy here. See, I'm not mean to all chatters, just belligerent dumb ones.
Do better than the other people, especially when it comes to digital communications. Good Lord, they were running circles around us this last campaign. We were knocking on millions of doors, but they were already inside the doors through trusted people online where people get their news. So we have to be able. I raise money nationally as the head of the Democratic Governors Association. 3 years of record fundraising. You have to make a decision which of the three of us is the most.
3 years of record fundraising from corporations and billionaires. Let's see, what if I came in and said I was very disappointed in Democrats and feel like we need to have more of a spine? I would say that you should get the lay of your land for your local politics first before you make declarative statements like that. Because it could be that there are other people who agree with you, but might not use the same terminology or may be put off by that terminology. And it also may be that there's more fight in your local Democrats than there are in the national level Democrats. Like, national Dems and local Dems are two very different beasts.
Likely to be able to raise the amount of money all across the nation in order to take this fight to Donald Trump and win back these next elections.
Thank you.
But let me just say, I do think it's important to make sure.
Read R, I think Incognate can be like about $120 a month if you got like one of them discount codes from like Illegal Eagle or something.
Folks on the record here. Ben's raised about
$120 per year. Sorry.
$1 million for his state party. I raised about 220 for mine, and Governor O'Malley's raised about $95 million in total in his career. And so it is important. We've all raised money, and we've all done a good job with it, right? In addition to raising money.
Ken Martin savagely throwing Martin O'Malley under the bus. Holy moly.
I served on the Harris-Walz Finance Committee and raised an additional $6 million for a presidential candidate. But let me get to the question, because we're all prodigious fundraisers. We all bring that skill set to this campaign. The reality right now is you have the oligarchy controlling this country. The three richest men in the country were sitting right behind the president as he was sworn in. It's not the top 1%, it's the top 100 of 1%. Their combined wealth of this new cabinet is $460 billion. We have to stand up and fight, I agree with Ben, for working people. And that means we have to make sure that folks know we're only going to take money from people who share our values. We need.
Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Don't take big money. Fuck you.
To get dark money out of politics, we need to end Citizens United. We need to bolster our small dollar fundraising capacity.
Okay. A little bit less of a fuck you, but still fuck you. But you know what? It is refreshing to see someone be like, we do need to get dark money and overturn Citizens United. I do want that. Okay. I do want that. And I know Ben Wickler is in favor of that, but this is, I think, why, like, Ken Martin is, like, slightly above Martin O'Malley in my book. He at least recognizes some of the problems. But Ben Wickler is by far and away the guy who gets it the most.
So we don't have to rely on high net worth donors to fund all of our efforts. Make no mistake about it. When I'm the next DNC chair, we will not take money from people who are fighting against unions and working people. We will not take money from people who are polluting our environment. We will not take money from people who are standing in the way of people trying to exercise their freedoms and their liberties over their own healthcare decisions. We will only take money from people who share our values, and we will raise money the right way so we can give.
Like, whenever someone gives the caveat of, we're only going to take money from people who share our values, I don't believe you. I kind of think you're lying.
People faith again that their democracy is not bought and sold by the rich and powerful in this country.
Yeah, I think the stakes here are so big for our country. I only want to say that, you know, when you were one of the 7 battleground states, there was a lot of dollars that people put into those states. And you gentlemen are to be applauded for raising the dollars into those 7 battleground states.
Yeah, Ken Martin is one of those people who's like, there are good billionaires, though. And that's because his ideological framework is incapable of identifying the actual threat to democracy, the actual knife pressed to the throat of democracy.
But all of America is battleground right now. All of America is battleground. And we
honestly, Jennifer, I would be behind that if I believed that the Democratic Party was capable of taking money from billionaires and then not kowtowing to them. But I don't think I don't believe in the capability of the Democratic Party as it currently stands for them to take a ton of money from billionaires and then backstab those same billionaires by, like, legislating against them. It'd be really cool if they did. That'd be a legendary political maneuver. But I don't think they have the spine to do it. Though maybe give it like 4 to 8 years under Ben Wickler, and maybe they'll have a little bit more fortitude to pull something like that off.
To make sure that we have the ability to raise the dollars, to restore trust, and to do it in a way that assures people that this is not business as usual as it's always been done in the DNC.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's talk about. Please go ahead.
I love it. I mean, each of us and so many people in this room have been involved in fundraising because you have to raise funds to be able to support this work. I do think that what we've done in Wisconsin with events like when we had the cast of The Princess Bride read the script, and we raised $4.5 billion with an online fundraiser and more than 100,000 people participating, that brought a whole new group of people to support this kind of work. We've been able to figure out new ways to raise funds that have been replicated across the country, sometimes with folks on my team providing assistance to other states. So, you know, we've raised more in 5.5 years than in 14. And I think we need to come up with new ways to make it exciting to support this work, not feel like a drag, not feel like an obligation, but feel like something inspiring that people want to be part of. And I think that's what they have the opportunity to do.
All right, now let's talk about President Trump. On Monday, Donald Trump was sworn into a second term in office. A little more than 48 hours later, he's already issued questionable executive orders that challenge the constitutionality of birthright citizenship and increase the likelihood of use of military.
I mean, read art. I would say that if you just walk into a Discord and tell people you should be willing to die, it's not a great look. It's probably not going to endear you to folks.
Along our southern border. First, tell us what you think it means for Democrats to be the minority or opposition party in Washington under unified one-party rule of the federal government. How should Democrats brand themselves and communicate to voters as the opposition? And should Democrats actively seek out opportunities to work with President Trump, like Senator John Fetterman and others have indicated they will do? Please take up to 2 minutes to answer this important question. We'll begin with Governor O'Malley.
You know, members of Congress, members of legislatures, they have a duty to find coalitions and find ways to help people. And in our party, I believe that whenever there's an opportunity to actually strengthen the economic security, health, and well-being of families, the legislature needs to come together to find ways to do that. I do believe in this time, as the party of opposition, we need to make sure we fight every effort that Donald Trump takes that undermines that very economic security, health, and well-being of American families. We need to be consistent about that. There are so many things we can't be distracted by, because each day there's going to be a new parade of horribles and things that break away from the norm. But we have to up our communications ability when it comes to that fight. The reason we lost the last election was because so many people who work the hardest in our economy just to get by felt like we weren't talking to their economic concerns at their own kitchen table. So when now we are in opposition, we have the opportunity to push back and bring it right back to the kitchen table every time he does things like signing an order so but the drug companies can raise the price of prescription drugs. That's where we need to punch back hard, punch back consistently, and also do it online with trusted messengers. Second,
He's such an old hat, man. Like, none of these ideas are fresh or new. Like, this is the same strategy they've had. You know, like, take money from wealthy donors, you know, maybe streamline the wealthy donor process, and then find high-profile influencers to, you know, put out pro-liberal messaging on, like, Pod Save America. Let's go. You know, like, that's like his grand idea of revolutionizing democratic messaging.
there really thinks he does that attack the core.
Yeah, he's running the same playbook as Bill Clinton. His strat's like 40 years out of date.
Value we share as Americans, and that is our belief in the dignity of every single person. And we need to be uncompromising in our commitment to that principle. Let us not be among those that remain silent while other groups of people are attacked. Otherwise, there'll be nobody to stand up for us. And third, we need to fight for the republic we carry in our hearts. Because in a republic, nobody's above the law. Those are the three lines of counterpunch, opposition, and counterattack that's going to allow us to win the next election.
Chairman Wickler.
I agree with a big core piece of this, which is the job of the party, when you're the minority party, is to become the majority party. And that means
honestly, actually, that's a great idea, Punky Gal. Like, it would be great for the chair of the DNC to like outlaw, outlaw big money and corporations spending on DNC elections. That could be really that would actually be feasible for them to control. That's a good idea.
Our job is not to hug Donald Trump on stuff as a Democratic Party. The job of the party is to point out the things that Trump is doing that the vast majority of this country absolutely hate and reject, and make those the center of the conversation for people across the nation. Trump used a shock and awe strategy, and we know enough about Trump to not be shocked, but we also cannot let ourselves be awed. We can't be divided, going in a million directions at once. There's work on the governance side. Attorneys general and governors are now suing to stop the birthright citizenship order. That his attacks on people's gender identity are outrageous, and we need to make sure that folks' very existence is honored by people who have the power to do it in public office and in the national conversation. And working people across this country who don't pay attention to politics voted for Trump to bring costs down. And he signed that executive order to push costs up, to allow pharmaceutical companies to rip people off. And if we come out of this week and every American knows that Trump broke his oath, his promise on day one, and sided with special interests against working people across all our communities, then we will have succeeded as a party. Because
dude gets it. Ben Wickler gets it. Ugh, my God. It hurts me how much he gets it, and how apparent it is how hollow the two men beside him are, on these issues. God.
Because this week will hurt Donald Trump and Republican stances going forward instead of helping him. So we need to use our megaphone to bring a lightning focus on the things that crack the Republican Party, because most of their voters do not want the plutocracy that Trump and his best friends want to build. They want a country, most people, no matter their politics, and people who hate politics, they want to be able to support their lives and get through the day. And we need to be the party that fights for that the way people feel in their gut.
Ditto. Let me say, we're in fierce agreement on this, but in 2016, someone said to me, you know, the Republicans are shameless and the Democrats are spineless. Think about that for a moment. You know, if we're not willing to stand up right now, and of course, it should shock any of us in this room what's been happening the last 2 days, because he told us he was going to do this on the campaign trail. I think it's a shock to most Americans because they didn't believe him. We believe him, which is why all of us were working so hard to make sure he was defeated. But the reality is that we don't fight back right now, when the stakes are so high for so many Americans, how in the hell is anyone ever going to believe us when we say we're going to fight for them in the future when we're in power? You see, we have to resist Donald Trump right now. We have to show people who have given up on our party because we speak out of both sides of our mouth.
Wait, why are some people saying that the average American actually does want fascism and wax poetic about this is who we are? Because some people prefer the security of knowing that we are already completely fucked, because it means you don't have to do anything. You know? If you are a defeatist and a doomer, there is a certain amount of security in that, because you know what has happened, and there's no point in engaging to try and make it better. You know? Do you believe that AOC is the future of the party? I think she's doing a lot right to set herself up for future political success. If she's the future of the party, you know, it still remains to be seen. But I think she's doing some good moves and, you know, working her way up and currying favor with the people she needs to curry favor with in order to potentially make a run for president someday.
My old boss, Paul Lipson, used to say, never separate the life you lead from the words you speak. There are too many hypocrites in both parties who say one thing and then get into power and don't do anything to deliver. The reality is, when we get in power, we've got to make a difference in people's lives. We've got to use that power to actually show them that we give a damn about what they're going through, and we're going to fight for them. So part of it is resisting, for sure. We've got to resist Donald Trump with every fabric of our being, because people's lives are going to be shattered and communities are going to be destroyed. We also have to, at the same time, and I know we can do this as Democrats, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to give people a sense of who we are. We have to define ourselves. We have to give people a vision, a positive vision of what this country would look like if they elect Democrats. And then when they give us the chance again, we damn well better deliver.
It's one thing to hold President Trump accountable, but I'd like to ask the candidates about an issue I've reported on extensively, which is accountability for members of your own party. Last year, U.S. Senator Bob Menendez was convicted in a corruption case for accepting bribes. Closer to home in Texas, Congressman Henry Cuellar has been indicted on charges of bribery.
Yeah, coolest dude in the universe. I don't fuck with doomerism. I don't fuck with it. I have no patience for it. It's one of the few things that will actively get me fired up and yell at chat, which may seem like I do a lot, but I don't yell at you guys a lot. I don't think. Just today's been rough.
Money laundering.
We got off on the wrong foot when that one chatter started talking about how Elon Musk doing a Nazi salute was actually 5D chess for cleaning out the swamp as like a secret double agent or some shit. I can't. I have no time for that shit.
And just down the block at the state capitol, my own reporting over the past decade has revealed multiple accusations of sexual harassment and worse to legislators like State Senator Boris Miles. Chairman Wickler, What do you believe is the appropriate role for the DNC in holding Democratic officials accountable when they have violated the public's trust? How can you expect to earn the trust and confidence of voters?
Yeah, Lizabeth, that is what started it, because I saw that and I was just like, that's stupid, and then tried to move on, and then the same chatter just kept doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on it. And then I went ballistic. I went fucking ballistic.
If they believe the DNC will look the other way when its own party's elected officials are accused of breaking the law.
We need to earn trust by showing that we mean it with our values. You can say a whole bunch of stuff, but if
The thing is, they had followed me for like the last 4 years. Crazy.
someone violates those basic values and you say nothing, then all of your purported values don't mean anything. And this is something that I've had to do in Wisconsin when we had an elected official who was found to have sexually harassed someone. I worked with the legislative leaders, and we made very clear that that person should step down. And ultimately, that person lost the primary after deciding not to step down. I think as a Democratic Party, there have to be some clear lines. And that doesn't mean rush to judgment. It doesn't mean going out. It doesn't mean constantly acting as though we're holier than thou. But it means having some bedrock principles about right and wrong and making clear what those are. That's not necessarily good or bad politics. It's just the right thing to do. And I think that in the long run, doing the right thing is actually.
Dude gets it. He just fucking gets it. It's like, man, there are so few people like this in the Democratic Party that are in a position to ascend to a really influential position. Like, it's cool. This makes me energized. This gives me hope.
Actually good politics.
Governor O'Malley.
Yeah, I used to be a prosecutor and I was also a defense attorney. When people do bad things, they need to be held accountable. We rely upon the Democratic leaders in our legislators or governor's offices. But I think we're talking, mostly legislative leaders here, federal and that state. And we have to be very, very careful after what we've experienced now with Donald Trump and also the hollowing out of reporting on our various state houses and local government and state government. I mean, you can practically, you can shoot buckshot down the roll bowling balls down what used to be the hallway where the press hung out at the State House in Annapolis. You won't find any reporters down there now.
Yeah, it's almost like capital interest gutted local reporting. It's it's strange how that works out when money takes over a lot of political operations. It's crazy.
We have to be very careful and fight against the temptation that Donald Trump has lowered the bar for everybody. Donald Trump's lowered the bar for himself. We don't have to choose to lower that.
Yes, the guy on the far left is the one I dislike the most.
And we, and the DNC, needs to make sure that we are with our party leaders, that we do a great damage to our party's reputation in the eyes of the people if we don't move expeditiously, yes, with due process.
How to not appear elitist and entitled. Show up to the DNC chair race with no tie.
Damn, you know what? I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, dude looks a lot more comfortable and a lot more like composed than his fellows on stage. He looks like he's in his element right here, you know? He's moisturized, in his lane, unbothered, thriving. And also Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate the support, especially this late in the night, 4 a.m. rolls around, the donations tend to slow down. So thank you very much.
Just look quickly when people do bad things in elected office.
I think one of the reasons we're at this moment in our democracy where there's such a low trust in politicians and institutions and parties is because you do have a lot.
Also completely immaterial to the actual discussion that is being made here, but I really like this lady's boots. I like her little booties. I think they're nice, and I wonder what brand they are, because I would definitely buy a pair. They look like the kind of shoes I would wear.
A lot of people who try to hold the other side accountable, but when it comes to their own party, they turn the other way. Ben's talks about his role as the governor has as well. In Minnesota, we've had to call out a number of elected officials some at the very top of our party. And we hold you accountable. And I've been the first one to do that. Because I can't then turn around and try to hold Donald Trump accountable and talk about the rule of law and how important it is to our party if we're actually ignoring it, in the House. And so there's not much more I could say on this, but you've got to live your values. You've got to live your values. But people just feel like you're saying one thing and doing another, as I said earlier, they lose trust in you. Ben said this earlier, for people to trust our party, we've actually got to model the type of behavior that we expect of everyone else in our communities. We got to give them a sense that we're going to hold people accountable throughout up and down in our party, right? I don't care if they're the highest of high in our party, right? We've got to make sure that they're held accountable through our values and to societal norms.
Hammock writes, I think the reason many people fall into doomerism is the overwhelming circus and madness MAGA and Trump is putting on. Truman was a liberal, but his quote, if you can't convince them, confuse them, fits pretty much the current tactic of the Republicans. Yeah, definitely, right? I also think that the current strain of doomerism is largely predicated on the fact that the Democrats have done a pretty piss poor job intentionally of getting people involved in their local politics. And that's by design. They want few people to be involved in order that it's easier for them to control the political movement, So a lot of people just don't know the amount of agency they actually have within the Democratic Party and also within their local political movements. Like through organizing, I can tell you guys that like having 10 people organized to like knock on doors in a local race is literally like just it's a game changer. Having like 10 people willing to like volunteer on a local level race can literally change the entire game. It is huge. And that's just like a handful of people working together. Like I think that more people would be less prone to doomerism if they knew the amount of agency they actually had that the powers that be tend to try and obscure, Organizing is just showing up to meetings and talking to people. That's basically it. You can do those. If you can do those, you can do great organizing. Exactly.
Thank you. Gentlemen, we will now move on to questions from our audience.
Hi, thank you all for submitting questions in advance when you signed up, as well as when you got here through the QR code. Selected a few to read. It is clear after the cycle that media environment is incredibly fractured and voters are not relying on the same traditional news sources as they had in the past. We've seen a rise in the power of creators on platforms like YouTube, podcasts, and TikTok who command massive followings to shape the narrative. What are your plans for the DNC?
The person that got banned put in an unban request, but I'm just responding TLDR because it was a whole ass paragraph. And denying. Bye, bitch. We don't got time for doomerist shitheels like you.
To engage in the shifting media space.
O'Malley?
Thank you. I propose that we create an information war room at the DNC. Think of it as a center of excellence for digital communications. We have to up our game in our ability to provide all of our candidates, all of the state parties, with the tools they need, with the technology, with the techniques, with the information, with the marketing analysis, and also message testing, which we now have the ability to do in ways that we never did before. To do it.
Oh my God, message testing. Fucking shit. This guy is awful. I'm really glad a lot of high profile Dems have not been endorsing him as far as I know.
To do it inexpensively, to do it rapidly, and we have to also recruit those creators, more influencers. We have to bring into our party the next generation because they're natives. That's how they communicate already. There is a correlation between what a poor job we do.
Hey, coolest dude in the universe, actually living up to your username. Want to thank this chat the first time I actually went to the local county Democratic Party website. Hell yeah, let's go!
Recruiting the next generation of Democrats and the poor job we do of communicating.
Yeah, message testing. It's just marketing. He just wants to like try different messages with focus groups to see what tests well. Like he's trying to figure out how to cut a Hollywood movie. It's silly shit. Just act like the thing is, you know what tests really well? Working class policies that are clear and concise. It's not rocket science. You know what you don't need to really test the message of? Raising the minimum wage. You know you don't need to test the messaging of providing like free school breakfasts. These are not things you need to like test the messaging of. If you are clear and concise to voters, they will vote for you when you have good policy.
Online. We have to meet people where they are at, and we can't do it if we're not creating an agile every 2 week battle rhythm in the center of the DNC that then can emanate out. We also need to make sure that we hire people who are expert at digital communications in every state party. Because without that capacity, then the state parties can't be empowered to do what they need to do to meet people online where they're at and communicate all over the next 2 years, not just in the 3 weeks before the election.
Oh man, this guy's
How
bad.
do you do, fellow kids? As unproductive as doomers are, I'd still take a doomer over a loomer.
True. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Do you think AOC would be a good choice for 2028? I think she could do it in 2028. It remains to be seen if she's going to be positioned to do it. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure who in 2028 would make a really good candidate, but I'm going to give you my dark horse, okay? You guys ready? You guys ready for my dark horse take? Okay. You guys ready? Sean fucking Fain. I think Sean Fain should run for president. That's my hot take. I think Sean Fain should run for president. I think he would win. And I think that it would... I don't think it would even be close. That's my hot take. Sean Fain, he's the president of the UAW, the United Auto Workers. One of the largest unions in the United States, and he fucking gets it, man. He's like Ben Wickler. And I know he's organizing the general strike in 2028, but I'm telling you, man, if he organized that general strike alongside his presidential campaign, it would be one of the most badass things that would ever happen in American politics. That'd be so cool. I know it's not going to happen, and I know it's a long shot, but my God, would that be cool as hell? Other than that, like like if I had to give a more realistic answer, like I think JB Pritzker has a decent shot. Tim Walz might throw his hat in the ring. You know, is the scuttlebutt right now in Minnesota. Who knows? But right now, it's way too early to even begin speculating, I think.
Chairman Miffler.
I think we all agree it's essential that we actually look at where people make sense of the world, where they get their information.
Yeah, Whole Foods is unionizing. Amazon slowly losing its completely unionless position. Love to see it.
Show up to those places. We do it long term. I want to share that this has been a lot of my
No, you're confusing Sean Fain with the head of the Teamsters Union.
life's work and the work that we've done in Wisconsin. I launched a podcast before the podcast boom. Not the best timing. Learned a ton about how to build a big audience.
Ooh, Cute Dark Arts. What's the designer like, what's the designer brand? And like, what are they called? So I can find them and find good dupes.
Online, work to move on to change how we did our online organizing and communication. And in Wisconsin, we work with influencers, micro and macro influencers. We work with creators across the country. We work to supersize the narrative around the fights that we choose to identify. Fights, not just the big presidential campaigns, but things like our state Supreme Court race in 2023, which Republicans poured money into, more money in that race than had ever been spent on both sides of any judicial election in American history. But where we were able to—
Yeah, that race was fucked. It's kind of incredible that we pulled out with Janet Horowitz. I could never say her last name right. I'm so sorry, Janet. God.
Fight back and win in a landslide. And our team at our state party has actually gone on to the presidential campaign, to national roles, to leading national organizations, because we've innovated in a state party. And I want to do the same thing at the DNC. We need to be a 21st century party. And that means actually showing up in different platforms that shift every week and every month. If you're not on TikTok, you're on Red Note now. If you're not on X, you're on Blue Sky. We like to be—
I mean, I honestly think Walz would still have a chance. I know he's a failed VP candidate, but like, I think people still genuinely liked him in a way that I think might trump his VP candidate, his failed VP candidate status.
In all the places where people actually spend their time on their phones, on their screens.
Protasewicz, thank you. There we go.
In the world that they live in, not just the world that we want people to be paying attention to. Political news shouldn't be like broccoli. It should be where the fun and excitement is.
Dude gets it. You need to make politics fun. You need to make it like a good social event that people actually enjoy going to. Dude gets it. Make it like a part of like working people's social life. Let's go.
Chairman Martin.
Like every 2 weeks, you got a place to go where you can get a slice of pizza with like your local, your local state reps, and like, I don't know, go do some door knocking or like figure out what's going on locally. Where are the unionization efforts at? How you can help out, things you can do. Like, man, we could be so much cooler than we are right now,
100% with what Ben has said. And I think the key to what he said is being nimble enough to realize that it's ever changing. It's constantly changing, this landscape, this communications and information.
Yeah, organize a little bit of the razzle and a little bit of the dazzle. You know what I'm saying?
Landscape that we exist in. I'm a hunter. People ask me all the time, well, where do you go to hunt? They think I'm gonna stay to the woods or it's my favorite deer stand. No, I go where the deer are, right? The reality is we need to go where the voters are. Where are they getting information, right? And we know that it's different across age strata. I'm 51 years old. I still read a hard copy of the newspaper every single morning. My kids think I'm crazy, right? They get all their information from TikTok, right? The reality is we have to do an information consumption survey to understand our
Cute Dark Arts, I would love that. Thank you very much in advance.
Across age, across demographic, where people are getting information, so then we can go meet them where they're at. And it has to be nimble enough to Ben's point to recognize that that's changing all the time. You know where the Republicans kicked our butts? 2020, right after that election. They started an incessant drumbeat in all of these online spaces, podcasts, dating services, online spaces, even online dating apps. They used micro-influencers. They paid them to spew out the misinformation, disinformation, and lies. And for 3 years before we ever even revved up our communications machine, they had already defined us before we defined ourselves.
I mean, in a way he's right about this, and in a way he's very wrong, right? Like, the way he's right is that they did do that, and that having that kind of year-round, off-election year type engagement is very useful for a political campaign. But the way he's wrong is that the main thing that sunk Democrats wasn't Republicans turning out as a result of that type of programming. It was Democrats not turning out because of the lack of, working class policy. Like, they can show up on as many Joe Rogan episodes as they want, but at the end of the day, what will trump that is pro-working class policy. And I think Ben Wickler gets that. but like these other guys don't. Anders Norup, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Idiosyncrasy, I don't understand what a doomer is. Are they depressed people who have given up? They are people who wrongly believe that there is no hope at engaging with the system and trying to make it better, and so that they have simply said, I've done everything I can, it's still bad, and so I will do nothing. Effectively. Or even worse, I will actively try and make other people do nothing. And I don't fuck with that. If somebody doesn't want to like engage with politics, then don't engage with politics. But like, if you're gonna come to my chat and try and get other people to doomer with you, like, nah, we've got better things to do.
We can never allow that to happen again. We have to do what Ben's done in Wisconsin, everywhere in this country.
For the first time since the election of Ronald Reagan, Democrats lost voters in the bottom third of income earners. What is your analysis of the brand challenges Democrats face now, and how would you fix it as chair?
That is such a good question. Good on whichever local Dem in Texas asked that question. I'm very curious to hear the answer to that, because I've heard literally no Democrats reckon with that loss. This is one of the first elections in modern history where Democrats lost the working class. And I genuinely, I'm interested in how these establishment shills like Martin O'Malley are going to answer that question. They seem to avoid it at every given opportunity.
Let's start with Chairman Rutler.
For the last 4 years, so many Democrats have fallen into this trap of telling people who are yelling about how frustrated they are about how the economy is not working for them. Democrats have been saying, no, actually the economy is great. You don't understand. Look at the GDP statistics. Everything's fine.
The stock market, the stonks are up. The stonks are up. How could we be doing badly? All Americans have stonks.
I don't think that works very well. And I think what we have to start with is actually listening to people. And as we've been saying, and meeting them where they are. And then once we understand where people are, we can help explain how we got there, because there is a bad guy in each of these fights. So many people who got support from the child care tax credit, from bills that were passed by Democratic votes, the stimulus check Donald Trump signed, that was a Democratic idea. And then the money went away. And Democrats never pointed out that it was Republicans who killed that support. When people's income went down at the same time as prices went up, that was Republicans' fault. And when we think about what we do, a lot of times Democrats actually do walk the walk. They do the right thing. They don't talk the talk in a way that shows people that they're fighting the fight. And that's where we need to change. And we need to learn from the union movement. Because unions understand that the first question is, whose side are you on? You need to show people that you're on their side of this fight. You need to go to the places where they're having these conversations, and you need to visibly fight for things that make a difference in people's lives if you want to be able to earn their trust. And that's the core challenge Democrats need to do to be able to earn back trust across all our communities with working people across this country.
Chat, I'm like close to tearing up. This guy fucking gets it, man. He gets it. He's cooking. Literally, like, which side are you on? He's a goddamn union man. Let's go.
Chairman Martin.
Thank you so much. You know, look, some of you have heard me talk about this before. Last spring, there was research that came out. This should have been the canary in the coal mine, a giant red flag for a Democratic Party that showed for the first time in modern history, the perception of the two political parties has changed. Now the majority of Americans believe that the Republican Party best represents the interests of the working class, or the Democratic Party is the party of the wealthy and the elites. And sure enough, just to prove the point, the only two groups that we overperformed with in this last presidential election, wealthy households and college-educated voters. That is a damning indictment on our party. That's not who we are. And I will tell you, as the only card-carrying union member on this stage, who comes from a working class background, I can tell you, my father-in-law, who's a beef cattle farmer in southern Minnesota, voted for Obama in 8 and 12. He voted for Trump 16, 20, 24. My brother, who's a union carpenter, same thing, voted for Trump 16, 20, and 24. We are losing too many people who've been part of our coalition because they do not feel like we're fighting for them anymore. And the way we get back is focusing on a working class agenda, on an economic agenda that gives people a sense that we really understand.
Yeah, so everything that he's saying is immediately undercut by the fact that just like 10 minutes previously, he was talking about how we need to take money from the good billionaires. You know, we need to do the good billionaires some favors, you know? Like, I don't know if you can prioritize a working class agenda when you're beholden to billionaires, man.
Understand their economic pain. We're not just sympathetic, we're empathetic because we've lived those experiences. I've lived those experiences of not knowing where your next meal is going to come from, not knowing where you're going to sleep at night because you don't have a house. We need more leaders in office who understand that. And we need a Democratic Party who understands that. We talk too much in stats and facts and reasons. We don't tell enough damn stories to give people a sense we really understand the pain that they're going through.
Frankly, I don't think voters need politicians who understand the pain that they're going through. I mean, maybe that helps in like a getting to know them kind of sense, feeling like you have a parasocial relationship with your political representation. But like, what working class people want are people who are going to pass legislation that helps them. That's what they want. You know, like, working class people didn't necessarily care that FDR was an incredibly rich motherfucker. They cared that he passed legislation that helped them, you know? That's what they cared about. That's the entire point. I don't care if someone is, adopts the aesthetics of, like, caring or, you know, empathizing with my position. I care about whether or not they're going to help me. You know, if I'm dangling by like a root in the side of a mountain and I'm about to like slip to my death, I don't care if someone at the top of that cliff says, "Oh man, you know, this happened to my brother a long time ago, and you know, I really understand what you're going through right now." It's like I don't give a shit about that, buddy. Pull me up before I fall. It's not rocket science.
That's how we connect again. Not by all these stats and facts and reason, but
oh, and Von 400, before we put FDR on too high of a pedestal here, the only reason he adopted more pro-working class policies is because he was genuinely worried about a socialist revolution in the United States. It was meant to placate the socialists so that they did not, in fact, rise up and gain more political power. So, like, he was doing it out of, like, pragmatic political reasons, but, like, for working class people, that didn't matter. It helped them materially. And we need policies like that now.
Personal stories and lived experiences. When we do that again, we will give people like my brother and my father-in-law a sense that we know what's going on in their life.
Thank you. Governor Melanie.
Yeah, so speaking of stories, true story. When I was running for re-election as governor of Maryland after the recession, 2010, my well-intended media consultant said, "Please do not tell people that we're making things better. Nobody feels better now than they did before the recession." And I said, "I know. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to say, we see you. We understand."
Okay, but we know that you're lying. You know, like, you don't give a shit about an individual voter in your district. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't care. Buddy, I don't care if you see me ever. I don't care if you understand me. I just need you to understand the plight of the working people in my state. I need you to do something, man.
Understand your struggle. We understand what you're going through. And then, and only then, will be able to make the argument that we are on your side, therefore, and these are the actions we're taking to make things better. And that's why we need to keep going. You know,
Neither Martin O'Malley nor Ken Martin understand the fundamental issue. That is readily apparent to me.
For weeks, travel all around my state. In a green Winnebago, we would literally strap a kitchen table to it. Now, my volunteers would carry it out like we're the presidential seal or something, set it out.
Funny you say, Gamergy, is that so? I'm just going to read your comment verbatim. Funny you say that, Jack. Did you know that in the early 1900s, labor unionists, frustrated by the endless coal wars, got involved in transforming the Democratic Party into a working class party, and then they got the New Deal? Almost as if there's a message to that. Yeah, it's almost as if, you know, that's what we need to do. It's like poetry, it rhymes.
For the talk in a church basement, what have you. And I say, you know what this is? This is the most important place in our state. We have to publicly acknowledge, once we elect a new leader of this party, that we failed to speak to your concerns. We have to promise.
Man, whoever did this live stream really fucked up the video and audio.
The American people that we're going to change our party to change our country in order to do a better job of fighting for them, for the better future that they're working so hard to give to their kids.
It's literally a leftist video too. It turned to the left.
And that's the narrative arc. Not fact after fact after fact beating into your head. That's the narrative arc for the next 2 years.
Thank you, gentlemen. We've got one more important audience question.
I know this is important to a lot of people in the room. Rural Texans and rural voters nationally are a core part of the winning coalition. How will the DNC invest in rural voters?
Let's start with Chairman Martin.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'm really proud of our work on actually not only writing the 57 state party strategy, but coming up, Jamie Harrison and I created the Red State Fund with acknowledgement that we have to do more in red states, right? We have to do more, and it's not enough. Red and I both agree we have to do significantly more there.
Jesus,
and I think
what?
part of the challenge, of course, reflecting on my father-in-law's experience for a moment, right? You know, he's a beef cattle farmer. He's farmed this land for 135 years. He's got, and when I asked him about why he voted for Trump, I was expecting to get an answer about farm policy or something like that. But you really start to understand, like many people in small towns throughout this country, he started talking about the fact that his family, my wife included, we're going to come home to farm the land that's been in their family for 135 years. That the high school
Is
that
he the
went
only
to
person you
is
know?
closed up, so he doesn't have a Friday night football game to go to anymore. The clinic that he takes his wife to for healthcare is closed, so he's got to drive 50 miles to find healthcare, right? And you realize, here's this man, 85 years old, should be carefree, living out the last days of his life, right? But he's got a lot of anxiety.
Whoa, living out the last days of his life. You can live for a solid, like, you know, 35 more years, buddy. Like, what do you... Don't say he's living out the last days of his life, all right? He's still got some pep in his step. Come on now.
In his gut. He's worried about his future, and he feels like his identity has been taken away from him, and he feels like people have forgotten about him in this community. Part of this is showing up, being present, investing, and making sure that we give people a sense that we haven't forgotten about them, no matter where they live in this country.
Governor O'Malley.
Yeah, another story. I met some of you. I saw Larry on, and I've seen others here that I've met during that period when we last did this to ourselves from 2016 to 2018. I created my own leadership pack, much to the annoyance of my friends, because they kept asking me for money, in order to travel the country, to go to so-called red states, and to be able to campaign with and knock on doors with and bring attention to candidates that were running for state legislative offices, sometimes in districts where they didn't even file a Democrat before. So if we want to be connected, if we want a rural strategy, we got to recruit people from rural areas and small towns to run for office.
Yeah, Ben Wickler's already addressed that, man. Like, I don't know. It seems like you're playing a lot of catch up here. Also, like, after you lost the presidential primary in 2016, you formed the super PAC and then traveled the country on other people's money. I'm not impressed by that, honestly.
Candidates actually connect our party to people in places. And it's not just the state legislature. If you have a neighbor that you know that you vote for one of the courthouse offices, administrative offices, it's a lot easier than to take their word for somebody else that's running for a policy office, say a state legislative office. But we have to recruit candidates all over the country, and it's a sad truth. And in the lead sponsors of abortion ban bills in Texas, Mississippi, and Ohio did not even face a Democratic opponent in the very next election. We've got to win back our states to take back our country.
When national reporters write about rural areas, it's usually shorthand for rural white working class voters. And you can tell a lot of them not spend much time in the Rio Grande Valley. There's a myth that rural voters are monolithic. And there's incredible diversity among rural voters, among rural counties. There's totally different economies, different cultures all over this country. And if we want to get this right, we need to organize from the ground up everywhere.
Yep.
That's what we've worked to do in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, very, very white state, but there is a significant Latino population in rural Wisconsin. There's a big Hmong population in rural central Wisconsin, and we organize everywhere with folks on the ground. And we've been able to add those in 2024 in rural counties. Most rural counties
Give them the people's elbow.
Relative to Biden. Wisconsin was one of the few states where Democratic turnout went up in this presidential election because we were organizing everywhere while it fell in Maryland. And
Dude, champion of this question. Absolute champion.
Another reason to be in the room where all this stuff happened.
Exactly, Jaeger Larson. Like, it'd be so great if we could get our community involved enough in their local Democratic Party that we could get delegates that could vote on this, that could vote and like help ensure that this guy gets into the chair position. Dude literally has been organizing in rural areas for his entire like political run here.
Minnesota, those states across the country. And it doesn't mean you win every election when you do this. It means that year over year, you can build the trust that allows you to win more elections when the moment comes. And that's exactly what we need to do in Texas, that people in this room have been doing in Texas. And that's what a national party needs to invest in, a plan in each state to organize from the bottom up on a year-round basis to build a trust, to build the infrastructure in rural America and the rest of America to be able to win elections and win the future. That's what we should do together.
Let's go, Ben. How much is left in the video? Like 10 minutes, but I'm not sure like how much more content is left.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, there's one more from me. The Democratic coalition is not exactly represented on the stage today. None of the candidates here are people of color. All are men, the youngest in his 40s. None of y'all have worked in the service industry or building trades in a long time. How are you the right people to lead the Democratic coalition and to ensure that experiences, values, and priorities of young people, people of color, working class folks, queer folks, and women, all of whom the Democratic Party must engage in order to win, are reflected in the party's work? Governor O'Malley, we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your invitation and also the call of your question. And there's actually a much broader group of candidates who are going to be on the forum tonight. We've done 2 forums. We've had the Black Caucus Forum, which was interesting. It was done jointly with the LGBTQ caucus forum. So I have served as mayor of Baltimore. When I ran as mayor of Baltimore in 1999 with more hair, more of it black, I had a come from behind victory that shocked people. In fact, Washington Post the next morning greeted my come from behind victory over two better known African American candidates with the headline, "White Man Wins Marigold." And then they apologized the next day for it, which was ironic because it was 100% accurate in what it said. I have worked with very diverse communities my whole life. Maryland is a very diverse community. And our party's greatest strength is our diversity. The key to collaborative leadership, collaborative servant leadership, is the ability to be present and with, and to understand, and to put yourself in the shoes of other people, to realize that each of us is important, each of us brings a different story to this tapestry of democracy. And it's a humbling honor to be able to run for this office. And I ask people to judge me by my work and by my record, and make their evaluation as to which of the nine of us would be best to lead this party.
Dude sounded like he was falling asleep mid sentence. Good golly.
Thank you, Governor. Chairman Martin.
Yeah, thank you. And, look, we are all white guys. I'm a middle-aged white guy. I can't change that, right? But what I can say is that the way I...
But would you? What? Would you change it if you had the chance, sir? He starts sweating profusely.
In my party is to make sure that we, both as it relates to our staffing, as it relates to contracts, as it relates to our outreach and organizing, that we
Hey, spicy
reflect
diarrhea.
everything
Get good
we
sleep.
do, the great diversity of our party. And Governor O'Malley's absolutely right. We're just 3 of 9 candidates. There are 2 women, one by Dr. Hathaway, a woman of color. There are other candidates that bring different lived experiences to this race and are here tonight. That said, I will say that it's really important for the next chair of the DNC, if it's one of us 3, and I think it will be, that they reflect on the fact that we come from a place of privilege, but we represent a party that with so much great diversity, with so many great people that we should be bringing in, and we have to be intentional about that, both in contracting, both in the way we do our organizing, both in the way we do our hiring, and in leadership positions, so that our party looks like the people that we are trying to win over. Representation matters, and intentionality matters here. And again, I agree with the governor. Judge us on our actions, not our words. I think most of us have records of making sure that we are reflecting the great diversity of our bigger party.
Chairman Micklin.
I think the key thing for each of us is that the DNC chair's job is to help other people win elections. And the most important election is going to be the sum of a whole bunch of elections to determine whether Leader Jeffries becomes Speaker Jeffries in 2026 by winning a House majority with what will be the most diverse House caucus across the United States. We've worked to elect Democratic governors, and most Democratic governors, last time I checked, were women across this country. We worked to elect and support Democrats running for office at all levels that reflect the full diversity of our coalition. To do that means having a whole leadership team that reflects our whole coalition across race and gender and ethnicity and gender identity. It means ensuring that the people on the team, the vendors that we work with, the organizers that are out talking to the voters that we need to connect with, then all of those levels reflect our fundamental commitments and the full coalition that does this work. But fundamentally, we're actually not at the center of this work. And I live this every day in my state, as I know Ken wants to do in his state. In Wisconsin, we've been able to dramatically expand at every level of office, the diversity of our candidates, the people who hold and actually wield power in the public interest and in the public trust. And I think it's incumbent for the DNC chair to recognize both the privilege that the underprivileged that they have, but also that their job is to make sure that the Democratic Party fights for, includes, represents, and is able to lift up folks of all skin colors, of all backgrounds, because that is what makes this country great.
Dude nailed it. Dude nailed it. Like, I am feeling very hopeful from watching this that Ben Wickler has this in the bag. Between this and Nancy Pelosi's endorsement, like, I'm excited. I'm daring to hope right now, and that feels dangerous.
Thank you, gentlemen. You can each do 2-minute closing statements. We'll do seat order, so starting with Chairman Martin.
Well, we have an amazing opportunity in this moment. In every crisis, there's an opportunity, and it's to reimagine the DNC. There's so much that's still unpacked from this last election. We don't have all the data or the answers at this point. But what I do know is, over my 34 years in politics, I've seen a DNC that has not been organizing in a way that's building long-lasting and durable infrastructure to help us. As I mentioned before, what is the role of a political party? It's singular. There's no brownie points coming in second place. You can't improve people's lives as at the end of the day, you lose. We have to win again. Our national party has to win again, and that's because it's some sort of sport and we just pat ourselves on the back or put a check mark on the board and congratulate ourselves. Winning and losing is a difference in so many people's lives. So many people who rely on our party to build power for them. We're hoping that we let people who share their values and our values so they'll make a difference and maybe make their lives a little bit better. That's what all of us are fighting for. That's what all of you are fighting for. The reality for me is this DNC can do so much more.
Yep.
In partnership,
you are right about that one.
On the ground in so many throughout this country. If we would only reimagine. This is our opportunity to do that together. I'll leave you with this. This may disqualify me in some of your eyes, but I don't have all the answers. I'm both excited and terrified at the same time. I've never been a DNC chair, like these guys said that. I don't know what's waiting for us now. But I have a plaque in my voice that says none of us are as smart as all of us. And I believe that all of us can figure out any of the challenges that this Democratic Party is going to do, and we can overcome. So thank you so much for having me tonight.
We're in this crisis moment now as a country. We're watching the hammer blows rain down from the White House. In Texas, you've been experiencing this for a long time from your state government. And we're in a moment where people, if you ask the general public, they don't really trust either party. There was a headline about how trust in the Democratic Party was at an all-time low of 33%. And someone pointed out in the comments that trust in the Republican Party was 36%. People just don't trust our political system right now.
Yep.
And
because it's not providing the things we need. It is not delivering for us.
If we want to build change, we have to build trust. And if we do that, then we can think bigger. I think a lot in this work, we think about 2026, midterm elections, and 2028, the presidential elections. If we do everything right, we get a federal trifecta. We can pass the national laws that we've been waiting for. We can finally pass the Women's Health Protection Act and end Texas's abortion ban and the Protected Right to Organizing Act and end election and the Felonious Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We can do all that. But then the next year comes. And 2030 could be like 2010, when Republicans sweep in a backlash and then rig this country for the next decade. And I think our job right now is to build a party strong enough that not only can we win elections for these next 2 election cycles, but we can shift the center of gravity and build the kind of enduring coalition that can win the next decade beyond. And this has to run through Texas. There's a reason that we're here, because the vision for building the kind of country that everyone deserves a chance to live in, it requires us to do this work with a national party as a catalytic investor, to work with the union movement, to work with our partners and our allies across this country in this state, to support the work that you do every day, to be able to win that trust and win up and down the ballot the way we can change the entire future trajectory of this country. You are on the front lines. We're not really counting on you. We have to show up in solidarity with you every step of the way for the years to come. And if I'm the DNC chair, you have my commitment that we will do exactly that.
Dude talks in a way where like he clearly believes in it. One of the things I am increasingly really excited about from Ben Wickler is that he is genuine. You know? Please tell me this is that is Ben Wickler, who just finished speaking. Dude genuinely gives a shit, is genuinely invested in winning, and that's the kind of dude we need for the party to turn and embrace working class policy. Yeah, he's actually earnest, yeah.
All that we need depends on change. And this election for DNC chair is definitely a change election. We can kid ourselves and pretend that if we just do a little better in 7 battleground states next time, it'll all fix itself. It's not going to fix itself.
Oh, you found your frog plushie. Congrats.
We have to embrace the truth that this is a moment for change. The party's future, our country's future, depends on the new South. It depends on Texas. It depends on the Lone Star State becoming the North Star State. When you all have 42 congressional votes, you are going to become the great state that determines our nation's future. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we have the courage to change? Do we really have the courage to make investments in voter registration, to up our game when it comes to digital communications? Or do we want to keep doing things the way we have been doing things? What I offer you as your next chair, if you should so choose, is someone who has proven his abilities as an operational turnaround change leader at every level. In the city of Baltimore, the neighbors of my city voted for me because I promised we would change. And we did, and we made our city a safer and better place, and I was reelected. As governor, we passed and got a lot of important things, some of them like the living wage done for the first time, because we changed the operations of our state. And President Biden tapped me to go to Social Security, the largest domestic program in America, not because things were going well, because it was on a steep downward trajectory, and we turned it around. That's what we have to do. We need you, Texas. Thank you for coming out here. If we have the courage to embrace this moment and vote for change, we can save our country. I need your help, and I thank you for being here tonight. Thanks a lot.
Honestly, I love the order that they chose to go in there at the end, because it makes it so abundantly clear that Ben Wickler gets it, man. He gets it. And then we get like the, okay, we get Ken Martin, he's kind of all right. And then we get Ben Wickler, who blows the house down and actually understands the fucking issue. And then we get like the milquetoast neolib to close us out, and it's so apparent where the energy is, where the enthusiasm is, where like the earnestness is. Like it's crazy. So I'm really glad we watched this. Remember, the election is going to be on Saturday, February 1st. So I'll try and get this video out, I guess tomorrow, later today. This is the mechanism of how our party works. How our left-leaning duopolistic power works. And you know what? We need to understand it so we can co-opt it for our future leftist endeavors. Future endeavors to make the Democratic Party actually reflect the working class of America. It's going to take some doing. But I think we can do it. Hope you'll join me. And with that, good luck and Godspeed, Ben Wickler. Let's steer a path to a better future, huh? Get the heck involved. Exactly. You got it. Whew. My God. It has been a long ass stream. 7 hours. You guys got me on a few rolls here. Are these three men scared of that woman? Why are they sat so far away? Because there were two people in between that she already feasted upon. Hello, Agamotto. Hello, Xenomotic. My question is always who actually has the same class interests. Ben Wickler, fucking hands down. Dude's been organizing rural Wisconsin for the past 7 years, 8 years. So, yeah. I am utterly exhausted. If you've enjoyed the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this content does not come to you without the support of viewers like yourselves. Let's shoot for 8. I do not have that dog in me. I was up until like 5 o'clock in the morning last night. I'm up until 5 o'clock in the morning this night. I am exhausted. I'm running off of like 3-4 hours of sleep. But hopefully I will. Yeah, I need donos to recover from sussy chatters. It's true. Oh, Ben Wickler, his entire thing, Agamotto, is that he wants the Democratic Party to run a campaign run campaigns in all 50 states, all year round, 24/7, while also making sure to organize and engage working class voters and to reorient the Democratic Party along working class lines, which is basically what we need. It is the thing the Democratic Party desperately needs. He's managed to turn things around from a Republican-dominated Wisconsin to a Democratic state in Wisconsin, and he actually knows his shit. He's pro-union, pro-working class, talks about the working class in those terms, working class. And yeah, he got that fight. He's scrappy, like it. Yeah, like a proper 50-state strat where like it's actually getting involved in the nitty-gritty of local elections. It's great. Anyway, folks, thanks for showing up. I will see you all later. Bye.
Show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. I said, all you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, all of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. I said all of you fascists bound to lose.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. When the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics, we must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.